Good morning. All right, settle down. Good morning. I'm State Rep Jonathan Steinberg, House Chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. Welcome to our final public hearing for this abbreviated session. My, where has the time flown? Here we are already closer to the end than the beginning. We have an interesting assortment of bills today. We appreciate you adhering to the rules. When you hear that your 3 minutes have concluded, if you can summarize, that would be greatly appreciated. Beyond that, I have nothing to add. Good morning, Senator Newman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming and signing up, those that have signed up. There will be a couple of slight tweaks to the schedule of speakers. Looking forward to a robust discussion on some very important issues today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Mara.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I hope everybody is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning after our long night, and I'm looking forward to our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Senator Fazio is in transit, so he'll have to find a way to greet us in his own way at some future point. Without further ado, we will spend the first hour focusing on elected officials and even those who are appointed officials, such as Commissioner Katie Dykes and the team from DEEP. Welcome.
Good morning. Katie Dykes, Commissioner at Connecticut DEEP. I'm delighted to be joined by Deputy Commissioner for Energy, Andy Frank, and to have time to testify before the E&T Committee today. We submitted written testimony on 5 bills that are before the committee today. I will speak, those are House Bill 5469, 5470, 5471, 5472, and Senate Bill 421. I'll just highlight, in the interest of time, DEEP's support for House Bill 5469, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers and large electric load customers. While we have not, we do have, data centers that have been developed in the state of Connecticut over the years. We do not have any data centers of the size that would be implicated by this bill, which would address large load customers greater than 50 megawatts. But we commend the General Assembly for, the committee for raising this bill, because I think it's a chance for Connecticut to get ahead of an issue that has been creating a lot of challenges in other parts of the country, particularly with respect to ensuring that we have effective structures in place to prevent other ratepayers from having to pay the costs associated with hyperscalers or very large data centers being developed in service territories, particularly where they would be co-located with existing generation. And so this legislation prohibits existing resources from providing co-located generation services to a large load customer, again, that would be greater than 50 megawatts. Though it does allow for an existing resource to add new or incremental generation and serve large loads off of that incremental amount. It also clarifies that an entity can only provide co-located generation services to a large load customer if it brings new generation to serve the large load customer. The legislation requires the utilities, including municipal utilities, to develop and file proposed large load tariffs with PURA. And so it provides a pathway for PURA to initiate a proceeding that will determine many of the important details and terms on which large load customers are served in the state. And it potentially incentivizes large loads to be flexible and curtailable, so that some of which would provide an off-ramp where certain of the requirements of the bill would not apply. So if if a large load can be flexible and the ISO New England can count on that flexibility, then some of the cost-driving concerns would not apply. But in any case, we are supportive of the bill and also submitted written testimony on the others that I mentioned, and happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Commissioner, I find I have less to ask you when you're in agreement with what we're trying to do.
Well, it's been a pleasure being before you this morning. I'm sure there's many others that will be.
Yes, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you, Commissioner. With respect to data centers, many of our communities have been talking about data centers for several years now. I represent the town of Groton. When I served on the town council after the state of Connecticut or the legislature passed the emergency certified bill regarding some of the data center tax incentives, that's what sort of necessitated the conversation we were having locally about with the bill. There's a requirement that communities have to pass a host benefit agreement in order to cite and authorize the construction of a data center within that respective community. Ultimately, our town council did not approve that host benefit agreement, so negotiations sort of ceased at that point. And there was a tremendous amount of concern about what the load would be to the grid. And I guess my question to you is, with the host benefit agreements, have you worked with or spoken to communities that have kind of navigated that process, who have expressed concern regarding some of the environmental safeguards, right? Because with data centers, you have to have on-site power generation for backup power. Now we're seeing the proliferation of significant, large-scale, hyperscale data centers across the United States, especially in the Midwest ISO area, and many states that have these incentives in place. And the reality is, the on-site generation we're talking about, backup power that is fossil fuel generated. And we've the good chairs have talked ad nauseum about in the winter time during peak demand, the NOx and SOx emissions that emanate from these fossil fuel burning plants. So can you just speak to some of the history and conversations you've had with our communities about this issue?
Certainly. So, so first off, I should be clear that we don't see this legislation doesn't revise anything with respect to those tax incentives and the structure associated with those tax incentives that were enacted several years ago. So, and I don't, DEEP doesn't have any specific involvement with respect to the community benefits agreement process. We'd be happy to, be interesting to learn more about some of the particular issues that came up, and to the extent that, but we have not been so directly involved in that. Of course, we have been monitoring this issue, as it's been coming up across the country, to the extent that there's jurisdictions that have been, addressing permitting related to some of the backup generation. Frequently, diesel generators is used for backup. There's have been concerns raised in terms of water usage for cooling and those types of issues. So we'd be happy to follow up offline to share some of what we've learned just from hearing from other states on those issues. But I do think I would just note that in this bill, the bill subjects any new generation that's relevant to these provisions to the Renewable Portfolio Standards requirements through 2030, and for generation that enters service after 2030, PURA would be able to require that such generation meet stricter clean energy requirements under provisions of the bill, and that's certainly something that the committee could look at in terms of another lever to address some of those environmental considerations with respect to the grid. I would also note that the bill does include municipal utilities to the extent that, in addition to Eversource and UI, it allows for a limited extent of PURA jurisdiction here to establish these, or to review these large load tariffs that would be filed by the municipal utilities. And we think that that it's something that is important to have in this bill, because the issue of shifted costs can occur for all ratepayers in Connecticut, to the extent that there are data centers of this size that might be developed in a municipal utility footprint that would necessitate investments in transmission, for example, or increased generation supply on the grid that would have to then potentially be paid for by all ratepayers, not even beyond just the municipal utility ratepayers. So I would note that that's one aspect of this bill. And Andy.
Just one thing to add, Representative. In addition to all those,
Would you
potential-
identify yourself?
Oh, I apologize, Co-Chair. Andy Frank, Deputy Commissioner here at DEEP for Energy. One other thing that we mentioned in our testimony is that we think this bill would also allow PURA to enable these large loads to not just bring their own generation, and again, to the point that's complying with all environmental laws and meeting renewable energy standards, but also the potential for bringing your own capacity. So that would also have a potential community benefit, because if basically those large loads are investing in reducing capacity through basically other customers in that service territory or in that part of the territory that they're affecting, that could have a community benefit as well.
Do you believe with the underlying language, we are sensitive to the interconnection process, or the interconnection queue, and the process that ISO has outlined? Because I know there's kind of a distinct role ISO plays in the approval of data centers versus kind of the oversight, and regulation on the part of DEEP. So if you can maybe just clarify kind of your unique roles as it relates to kind of the topic at hand.
So with respect to the interconnection process, I think at a high level, I think this bill ensures that to the extent that you might have a large load, a large data center that would move forward to be sited under the current framework at behind the meter at an existing generation facility, that could put us into a reactive mode of the ISO having to scramble, through its markets or what have you, in order to attract replacement generation effectively to maintain adequate resources in the rest of the region. And so, that's where some of the, challenges and sort of the friction with respect to the interconnection queue could be difficult to address. As we look at PJM in the Mid-Atlantic and that market, they've had some real struggles with being able to attract new generation through their capacity auction, as we've seen like a very significant and rapid increase in data center development, and that's really caused prices to go up 24%, for some customers in that region. And they're still struggling with how to attract the investment they need in the generation. And then that will also, that's putting stress on the interconnection queue as well. So I think that is why, we think it's prudent for the legislature here in Connecticut, even though we don't have that data center demand pressing, here in Connecticut imminently, but to put a framework in place that creates like clear rules of the road, so we can avoid having to be in a reactive environment that could result in high prices, as well as potential reliability challenges.
Thank you for those thoughtful responses, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this bill now include the parts of data center regulation that we tried to get in the law a couple of years ago that didn't make it? This would be for the diesel backup generators, air pollution controls, things like that.
To my knowledge, no.
Are we going to do that? Should we do that?
We certainly, as we've been looking at this issue, at the time we were if memory serves, we were really surveying the industry in terms of best-in-class availability of technologies, right, for diesel backup that could contribute to meeting, that were commercially available and could better reduce some of the air pollution impacts and constraints. And certainly there's a lot of investment and a lot of deployment that's occurred since that time. I don't know that we've, we could certainly go back and refresh our understanding of what the current technology suite is that can meet these standards. And Tracy, introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Babbage. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Air Program at DEEP. It's a great question, and I think when we look back to what was in that bill, and we had specific emission limit standards that we were looking at for the diesel engines, and the application that was envisioned at that time was using emergency backup for peak shaving, which we were really trying to discourage. So I think to the commissioner's point, it would be helpful now, since so much has changed in terms of other options for backup generation and battery storage. So it may not be the same approach that makes sense. And I think it is also worth revisiting what's changed in terms of suitable emission limits if we were to go that way. So I think it's first looking at the technology and how it's changed, and then reevaluate how the market has changed and what other states have done. Virginia has done a lot in this space. They've had so many data centers. So I'm not sure that we would recommend the same emission limits if we were to go that way.
Okay, because I have a municipal utility, as does Andre, and they tend to come to our towns because they get better rates there. So I'm anticipating they might come back, and I would like to be prepared for that.
Well, we're
If
happy
you
to help.
have any suggestions for the air
Yes.
pollution end that we could include in this bill, I would try to do that.
We're happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just sort of reiterating the conversation we had here, if there's an appropriate mechanism, including this legislation, that would allow us to have that conversation and make sure that we are current with our understanding of the technology, that sounds like an outcome in and of itself that's worthy of this bill. Senator Needleman.
Good morning. Hot topic. Nice to see you all. Thank you for coming. And so there's a couple of things here. There's always competing interests in whatever we do here. And we certainly want to acknowledge that there's some economic development component in the, if we were able to attract data centers, and that competes with the impact that it would have in terms of who's paying for it, and we don't want to attract data centers and to incentivize them into the area if they're going to pollute, if they're going to raise rates for everybody else, et cetera. So is it safe to say in your mind that PJM is the canary in the coal mine here?
Yes, I would agree with that characterization. There's a lot, sometimes it's great to be first, and sometimes it's great to not be first and to learn the lessons from other regions. And I would also say that this bill, I think, as we see the pendulum swinging, the dramatic investment and ramp up in data center development elsewhere has started to prompt some backlash, including states, even in New England, that are contemplating bills that would ban data center, large data center development. And this bill does not do that. And I commend the legislature for, raising, or for the committee for considering a concept that provides for some rules of the road that seek to ensure that we're not shifting costs and creating affordability challenges and reliability challenges for other ratepayers. Those are certainly, as we pursue or continue to be open to data center development in the state. And I think those are themes that we heard the president echo at a convening last week when he brought together many of the hyperscalers and the companies that are pursuing AI investments to sign a pledge, with their intent to prevent some of these cost shifts from occurring. And so I think this bill is one that would effectuate many of those themes.
I appreciate that, and I think Texas has also had some problems with how, I mean, they're looking to attract, they have very low rates. It makes sense for them to do it, but reliability becomes an issue at some point. Although I think I know the process, what exactly happens at ISO if a generator, any generator, decides to siphon off some of its power and provide on-site data centers, or on, like it doesn't have to be a data center. I mean, if somebody, large user, built a plant that was an energy-intensive manufacturing plant on the site of a power generator, or even like a crypto mining company. In some measure, those are the worst options of co-location. What exactly is the process at ISO if that somebody comes along and a generator signs a deal to siphon off 200-300 megawatts of power? How does that work?
Hi, Josh Walters with Connecticut Deep. I'm happy to take that question. Recognizing that the ISO New England capacity markets right now are in the midst of some reforms, if that situation that you outlined came to fruition, from the ISO's perspective, it looks like that generator, or portion of that generator, retired, which then means that we're going to have less capacity on the system, and it's going to signal, if we start to get short of generation on the system, it's going to start to signal that we need to bring more generation on. And the way our capacity markets do that is by causing rates, the capacity market to go up. And so you start to incentivize new generators in that way. So that's from the ISO's perspective, they're going to look at that lost capacity as part of that generation retiring.
That's what they explained to me, and there's a process that they would go through. I don't think that they can reject that just on the face of somebody coming and saying, we have a 1,000 megawatt generator plant, we want to use 500 on site. That would trigger a whole cascading things. I believe that ISO has some ability to stay the process and say you can't do it till we replace it, but eventually we would have to replace it. And let's just talk about what that means in New England for the moment. I know at PJM, this whole process pitted states against states. I mean, I think Maryland was suing Virginia for a while. I don't know if that ever got settled. Did that happen? Did it get settled?
One of the things it resulted in was a big settlement at FERC with Pennsylvania and Maryland and Virginia, I believe, joining in that. But it was definitely contentious and remains contentious down there, I think.
Yeah, because the decisions of one state in a regional grid impact the rates in the entire grid. And I think that people don't understand that. I've still had people coming up to me saying we're a net exporter. That just doesn't speak to the idea that we surrendered that at the point that we became a regional grid. So saying that is sort of a fallacious kind of thing, but at PJM, Virginia did an enormous amount of building. Our good friends at Dominion, good company, but they did what they did, and it had a very bad impact on ratepayers in Pennsylvania and Maryland. So we can't think of ourselves as separate when we're not separate, but some people still think of us as separate, and I appreciate you highlighting that. The process would take many, many years. Now what would happen if it was 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, the region can sustain that. But let's say it was 2 500 megawatt hyperscale data centers. Where would we build that power? How would we build the power to replace it? We know where we are at peak times. What would happen?
Well, I think those are certainly the concerns. This committee has had many hearings over the last few years where we've, discussed some of the challenges associated with siting new generation, and whether it's transmission lines or solar, or gas compressor stations, or gas power plants, or dual fuel. Siting. We are a very dense state. We are crisscrossed. We're fortunate to be crisscrossed, to have a lot of energy infrastructure here, major gas pipelines, major transmission lines. That's what has made Connecticut a logical and economic and attractive place to site a lot of generation. That's why we are a net exporter. We're fortunate to have the Millstone nuclear facility here, but I think this committee is well aware of, a lot of the challenges that are involved in getting community acceptance, motivating the investment, the cost increases that will happen in the capacity market in order to attract the investment, which will have a hopefully short-lived impact on customer bills. So I think those are all the things to factor in that in terms of what's involved in being able to provide for replacement power. That said, we know that demand growth is increasing, and it's important for economic development and economic growth to make sure that we can expand our energy supply in a way that will attract investment and support new economic activity, as well as beneficial electrification. But I think the key is that it takes some time to get those projects built. And so I think having a framework in place to provide clear rules of the road about how new data center development, how these large loads will be integrated in a way that's equitable and reliable is very important, so that we can try to avoid some of the unintended consequences and the reactive situation that PJM has unfortunately found themselves in. In addition, I think by passing this legislation here in Connecticut, model legislation, I think that would create a positive template for the other New England states that could potentially site data centers as well, because we want to make sure that our sister state, as you mentioned the PJM example, we do have a great relationship and a good track record of collaboration across the New England states. And just this year, I see bills that are being raised in other states that are replicating positive things that this committee did with Senate Bill 4 last year. We see that being replicated now and considered in state capitals elsewhere in New England, and I think that would happen with this bill as well if it gets to the governor's desk, and that could help us make sure we have an equitable framework region-wide to avoid some of those potential conflicts state to state.
Well, I think that I'm proud of the fact that in the years that we've been doing this and we've been working together, both with DEEP and PURA and OCC, we have created a framework that is, tighter on the regulatory side, more forward-thinking in some of this stuff, and even, the requirement that if we do sign another contract with Dominion, we need other states to participate. So we're thinking of ourselves as a region, and I think that that's very important. And, I'm very sensitive to the idea that there are members of the building trades that feel slighted by the fact that, things were not built, tolls, Killingly, whatever, and they're hurting. I mean, we have construction workers in this state that would like more work, and they're incentivizing, they're pressing to get more work. And I think that with more demand, there will be more work. It's just, what kind of work is it, and how do we make sure that that work doesn't, it's the most efficient and doesn't have the enormous impact on ratepayers, because we're all sensitive to not perpetuating a structure that adds cost and that reduces cost. And Senate Bill 4 last year did a lot of that, I think. I just want to go back to the co-locating, because it's not only about Millstone. There are some old plants here that are easy targets for crypto mining companies, and I want to make sure that people do understand, and you guys have, a team of people here. I want to understand, like this winter, unfortunately, we are very gas constrained in the winter in extreme weather. We know that. What that leads to is running power plants on oil that can My understanding is that the ISO is trying to build into their tariff more dual fuel, and the environmental impact, forget carbon emissions for a minute, the NOx, SOx emissions component of running a power plant on oil versus gas. I guess Tracy would be the expert on there, but what I've understood is that the amount of NOx, SOx that are generated in 2 weeks is astounding, and that has air quality concerns. So Tracy, could you sort of address that a little bit?
Sure. Again, Tracy Babbage. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Air Program at DEEP. You know, it's a really important question you're asking, Senator. So I think there are two things I'd point to. Yes, the difference in terms of the emissions profile when we're looking gas to oil, and gas is definitely a cleaner burning fuel. But the other really important factor is time of year. So we really, in Connecticut, because we struggle meeting the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for ozone, summertime emissions are really problematic. Not to say that it's not a concern during the winter, but it really is a concerning issue in the summer. I think what we've seen this winter, we really were close on a reliability issue too. So I think one of the things we're always trying to balance on the air quality side is that, you know, need for reliability. It's important that there's oil backup when we need it. Otherwise, you know, we are in a situation where reliability really can be compromised. So I think some of the things that we've looked at, obviously moving to cleaner burning fuels has been a big thing on the oil side. So ensuring that we're running, you know, and we are now in terms of, you know, a lower sulfur content oil is an important thing. So the emissions profile has improved in terms of, you know, gas to oil. Gas is still cleaner, is the short answer to your question. So it's something we continue to look at, and we're always trying to balance because, you know, in situations like I just described this winter, it's emissions, but it's also reliability. And the permits that for the generators we're speaking about have limits in there too. And you know, many of those limits do restrict the quantity of oil burned.
But we were able to work really constructively with the ISO New England, with many of the generators here in Connecticut, with NEPCA, and others through Winter Storm Fern. I have to say it was like an all hands on deck situation, not just for the grid operator, but also for our air permitting engineers as we were, you know, working to troubleshoot with some of the generators here in the state to ensure that we could help maintain the reliability and help be constructive with them on how they could utilize within their permit limitations, be able to continue their operations. And I feel very proud of, you know, that collaborative work that we did. Reliability is really paramount in a circumstance like this. And so I think, but it was a pretty extraordinary weather event. I think the ISO New England region consumed more oil during this cold snap than any winter since the ISO was formed. And it was just that storm event, but then followed by, you know, many, many days of cold weather. So this is certainly something that we've been, you know, we're debriefing with the ISO New England. They are considering capacity market reforms that I think, you know, need to be better and more extensively understood, you know, in the public, because we think this is going to drive, you know, could potentially impact generation or supply costs in 2028 when those changes are scheduled to come into effect. They are reforms that we think directionally are the right thing to do, because for the first time, the ISO will start to provide for more fine-tuned crediting of the capacity that's provided by different types of resources during different times of the year, based on their ability to access fuel and run. And so that's really important for an efficient market. But it is pointing towards more dual fuel backup as a potential solution to help address these winter reliability challenges. And as you know, I'll also note that the investments we've been making in offshore wind solar, other types of resources, energy efficiency, demand response, are other, really valuable resources that performed and can be very helpful to perform during those winter cold snaps as well.
I want to thank you all. I think that every time we sort of go into this and come out of a situation like we were in this winter, I think our job here is to try to educate people that this is a really, really complicated set of moving parts that we're trying to, best way I could describe it is feed a lot of mouths and make sure that the ratepayers stay first in our conversation. But even in my time here, we've had a series of moments where volatility due to the fossil fuel pricing has been disastrous, and we're in one right now. I mean, we're all getting updates from the petroleum dealer. Chris Herb is a great representative. He gives us good updates. I was shocked during the winter when he sent me a text. I thought it was a mistake. That was like 500,000 gallons a day to run a 500 megawatt plant. We were lucky that there was a tanker here at that point, that they were able to offload. We had to keep the roads clear to these plants for these enormous amount of truckloads of oil that had to go to run the power plants that were running on oil. So everything is intertwined. We don't really want to run that many trucks up there because that's also impacting people's breathing ability. And I've made a point of focusing a lot on people's breathing ability, right? Where carbon is one thing, the ability to breathe clean air is another, and I'm very excited that we've made changes in the fuel that's used. We're probably not using that heavy sludge anymore. That makes a big difference, but there's still a lot of pollution. And say what you will about renewables. We were sitting here in 2019 authorizing 2,000 megawatts of wind energy to be built in the state. We had a sort of contentious debate at that point about we shall versus we may, and you were right. The shalls were wrong because we would have been forced to buy it at prices that were not acceptable. But we were looking at numbers that were coming down as propagation became more prolific, and now a war started out of our control. The market for wind turbines changed. Then we had a president that doesn't like them because he doesn't like what they look like. Stopping all new contracts. So we're fighting to make sure. I'm trying to be relatively quiet about it and hope to these things get turned on. But wind was a major factor in the comprehensive energy strategy. But it just shows you that we are part of a world market for all of these things, and we're very, very affected by them. We have to be dynamic. Some things are doable, some things are not. Everybody sort of says, why are we not doing more natural gas? Well, because the gas pipeline is privately owned, and it's got to be built by somebody, and no one state would pay the cost of building a new pipeline. Even if the permitting was easier and more available, I don't think you could convince all the states that would benefit from it to share that cost. And it would be imprudent for Connecticut alone to pay that cost in a power purchase agreement. So it's a market-driven thing, and the market is not responding by building another pipeline at this point. So we're kind of constrained, and we haven't hit the panic button yet, the way PJM did, but we're close to the panic button in bad circumstances. And new load, which we want, and we want to flatten out the curve and make sure we have an efficient grid, but new large-scale load in our region that is not committing to capacity over 20 years out of a pipeline or out of new generation through wind is going to add cost to everybody else. And I think this bill is an attempt to make that, make people aware and also to plan for our future. But you know, at the time, I championed the data center bill, right? I brought it out. We did it in a very rapid moment. We thought that there were opportunities there. We're 6 years out. None of those opportunities have sort of appeared. There's been a lot of talk about them, but nothing has really changed. And, you know, as the person who stood on the floor of the Senate and said, let's do this, against some of my own members who had concerns, I thought it was overall a good idea. I've had second thoughts. Let me leave it at that. I don't necessarily believe that the tax incentive approach has worked. And I'm not sure it doesn't complicate the issue at this point. So one last thing is if data centers are built and there are diesel generators that back them up for any reason, I would think that we would want to absolutely limit the backup generators to when there are power outages and not for peak shaving. That's something that we should, I believe we have that in here. If we don't, we should.
Yeah, and I think as distinct from the operation of the oil generation during the winter cold snaps, as Tracy mentioned, you know, it's the summertime that we really struggle with ozone formation and the real public health impacts from oil. And so that's where, you know, the diesel backup can be for peak shaving. Those summertime months are usually when the data center customer would be motivated to peak shave, because that's when you see those high prices, and it's also when we have the ozone exceedances that are so challenging for kids and our residents who are living with respiratory illness. So you know, we'd be glad to work with the committee on this. And I just have to share this tidbit, since, you know, given your comments with respect to the Winter Storm Fern and the operation of the grid, it was really remarkable that we saw one of the offshore wind resources that is already delivering power to the grid, Vineyard Wind 1, had a capacity factor of 75% during the winter storm. So, or during that those cold periods. So, again, you know, as this committee, I think, is well aware, while there's a lot of dialogue and debate about which energy supply resource is the best, right? I think it's really a portfolio approach that's needed. We think of all these different generation resources as sort of like a Swiss Army knife, and when it comes to reliability, a reliable grid is one that is able to be flexible and resilient and draw on different types of power sources. And I think your comments really highlight the different attributes and trade-offs that different resources provide. And it's really as a portfolio in concert that we get the best value in terms of reliability and affordability and making progress on clean.
Well, I appreciate that, and you know, I keep going back to my three-legged stool. That we need to keep all of them in mind, because especially the reliability, you know, cost and attributes, but the reliability piece, everybody will complain about a lot of things all the time, because that's what people do, including me. But if you go to flip on that light switch and it doesn't work, you got a whole new level of complaints coming on. So reliability is a critical component. And one thing I learned early on is the capital cost of renewables is higher up front, but there's stability in the pricing because you're not paying for the energy. Regardless of whether you have a pipeline or oil, whether it's domestic or foreign, the price of these things is global. So we are affected by the global nature of those prices no matter what. And we're learning right now, as the Straits of Hormuz are being shut down, 20% of the world's oil comes through that, oil and natural gas. We have a major crisis brewing globally at this point. You're seeing prices over $100 today, massive releases from strategic petroleum reserves. If you had more renewables out there, even if they were a little more expensive, you're not going to be worried about that delivery of that oil through a 40-mile wide strait that's being mined by an enemy of our country. So I think that we should be thinking holistically, like you said, and looking at a future that takes the best advantage and takes the attributes of all of these things and make sure that at the same time, we're not hurting people, and that we're doing our share, whatever share that is, and I debated this with a lot of people, to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change. We're not going to solve climate change one state at a time. We're not even going to solve it one country at a time, but we need to be thinking about it at least, and I applaud Connecticut. I've been the one who's tried to put the brakes on some of the stuff that wants to put us too out front on it because we're just not that big. But it's important. Wind and solar that are reasonably cost effective need to be part of the mix. And I think that they will pay back big dividends because you'll lose the volatility. So thank you.
Sounds like we need a comprehensive energy strategy.
Yes.
Maybe something we can
Or an
work on.
integrated resource plan.
There you
coming
go.
soon.
Yeah, that's even better. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Buckby? All right, Alfonso Gaston. Which first? Please proceed.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I guess one of the things that I was concerned about, I'll start with the data center, if that's okay, is where do you think ISO is going to need to be involved with this? Does this need to be a broader discussion outside of Connecticut when we talk about large loads and then generation? And I mean, obviously they're on there, whether they have been involved with the generation in the past, but moving forward, I'm just curious how we need to pull them into the big picture.
Josh, do you want to take it?
Sure. Josh Walters with Connecticut Deep again. There's certainly going to be interactions between this, the state, any state legislation like this, and the ISO processes. The ISO recently announced that they're going to start forecasting large loads in a way that they have not done before. So that will be one tool that we all can benefit from, and that they will start to take into account in their forecasting. But also their interconnection processes are going to, I think the bill looks at both co-located generation that's connected to the grid and also islanded. So if it's islanded from the grid, I don't think we need to think about ISO New England, but if it's connected to the broader system, there's certainly going to be those types of interactions with the ISO process. And I think across the country we're seeing movement towards sort of like a speed to power, and if you have the generation ready, you need to find a way to interconnect. And so I think that's a conversation that's probably coming to New England as well, and will be part of the ISO interconnection process as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's good information that they are looking at large loads as well. And obviously, I think we all kind of have to work together when we think about legislation we put here, and obviously this affects the whole grid. And from what you're reading, I know we had some discussions earlier when we talk about municipal electric. It's the way you read it, and I do as well, but you can clarify that if any municipal electric wants to get involved with data centers, they need to come forward and request it. They can't do that without going through PURA.
Yeah, this is a really important sort of jurisdictional space that we want to, would be glad to work with the committee on, and to have further dialogue around. Obviously, the munis exercise, autonomy. They are autonomous in many ways from PURA. But there are some unique instances where PURA has exercised limited jurisdiction over municipal utilities, and we have a few examples of those. And I think this is one of those limited circumstances where having muni participation in the development of the large load tariff would be appropriate and efficient, because it would ensure that we have uniform sort of rules to address the potential, because there's the potential for this cost shift that it could occur. The cost shifts that this bill is intended to avoid are not contained within the footprint of a municipal utility if a municipal utility were to develop a data center. And so that's why we think this is a wise approach. But certainly, we recognize it's one of these unique circumstances, and so we'd be happy to work with the committee to share some of these other precedents and how to make sure that the PURA oversight is very narrowly tailored to just the purpose of this bill.
Right, good, thank you. And then as we talk about costs and cost shifts, I wanted to kind of jump into another bill that you testified for about the school buses. So one of the things that we are hearing from school districts is the cost of looking at electric buses and the infrastructure that is required around those electric buses. And I did get a chance to read your testimony, and it looks like you are speaking of that transition period between zero emissions and where we are today. I'm just curious why you don't look at this as maybe a larger transition period and looking at something like propane or alternative fuels as a step forward, especially when, I know here you're looking at it maybe from an environmental lens, and I get that, hopefully in an energy lens as well, but we also have to look at it as a cost burden on many of our towns, and we look at $100,000 versus $400,000 for a bus. So I'm just kind of curious from what angle you're taking at with this.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for that question. So certainly starting off from the holistic, view, of course, we're supportive of the transition to cleaner transportation, especially for our kids, our most vulnerable population exposed to diesel, emissions on school buses, and also the diesel medium heavy duty vehicles. Right, this is one class of those types of vehicles that is a significant contributor to air pollution within our state. So for those reasons, we've been supportive of the Connecticut Clean Air Act in 2022 that set school districts on this path of pursuing electric school buses. Of course, since that time, we've seen significant changes in the federal landscape in terms of the availability of tax credits and even federal grants that were critical to helping make these school buses more affordable and more available. So as a result, we are supportive of the bill that's up in Transportation Committee of 470. That would provide for greater flexibility for school districts in terms of meeting the requirement to shift to electric school buses. We think more time to achieve that goal is warranted here because of the availability of the buses and the cost, including the cost of charging. So we're supportive of providing that flexibility. We simply are just thinking about, we appreciate the interest, or the intent of this bill, which would provide for some, kind of interim steps on that broader transition, and the transportation bill as well has some elements of that as well. We just question whether if the goal is to minimize costs for school districts, which we are supportive of, we think it's not necessary to require sort of an intermediate step of alternative fuel buses or hybrid drivetrain buses on the way towards the electric school bus target, because that could incur additional costs for an interim solution as we're making progress towards the longer solution. We just think it's the best policy would be to just move out the date or provide that broader flexibility on meeting the electric school bus transition, as opposed to then layering in additional requirements in the near term. And I think we would also say that the propane buses are available. I mean, school districts can utilize them today if they wish. So we're not opposed to that. We just don't think it needs to be mandated as an interim step. But we have been working on really successful approaches with the Green Bank to leverage private capital and private financing to lower the costs of electric school buses. And we've seen some jurisdictions, some districts that have been embracing that approach. It's helping to stretch our public dollars further. To help support the availability and affordability of these buses for districts. And we're also stand ready and eager to provide technical assistance to districts that are looking at how to make progress towards adopting electric school buses, including helping to, work with them to identify the most, ways that we can most efficiently provide for charging for school buses. And we are supportive of proceeding at PURA, looking at vehicle-to-grid charging for electric school buses is a further way to offset, or to better harmonize the integration of the charging and provide for some capture of some of the value of these rolling batteries effectively for the grid when they're not being utilized to transport kids.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I'm totally on board with that. I see continuing along with a cleaner option when we know that schools are needing to purchase buses now. And if we're saying, oh, you can purchase an alternative fuel bus now and it's going to get you X% there, and then next time around when you have to purchase buses, we'll reassess and we can look at electric then. But it seems to me that you're just saying, oh, you just get a move ahead with this and then do electric later, when we're actually saying, oh, let's take a stepwise approach and do something that is less expensive now and going to get you closer to clean air. To me, that makes sense, especially in light of, we know we don't I appreciate the Green Bank. I was in transportation the other day, so I heard their testimony and had some good conversations with them. I appreciate that they want to provide funding, but that is going to be a significant step for many of our towns. But anyway, we might just disagree on this, and that's also okay.
I think it's something we'd be happy to have, further. I'd be happy to have further conversation on it. I think our point was simply that alternative fuel buses such as like LNG and propane or biofuels don't have the emissions benefits of fully electric buses. So, I think perhaps a way to restate our position is that, we hope that the legislature will provide flexibility for districts on meeting the electric school bus target by extending it farther into the future. I think that's important from a cost perspective. And if there are interim steps that are put in place in the near term, we just hope that will not compromise or slow this more gradual progress towards the full electric approach that we think delivers the most emissions benefits. But we're happy to work with the committee and continue the conversation, because I think we see a lot. I appreciate the objective that you're sharing here, which is making sure that we can realize some air pollution progress, right, in the interim. And of course, that's a goal that we share too.
Yes, yeah, and without all the added infrastructure. I think all eyes are going to be on the town of Brantford, who is jumping into this. So I think we'll be able to see how their electric fleet is able to work and how their charging is able to work. My understanding is that they are going to have the virtual to grid opportunity there. I think I would like to see that and see what happens there before every school district jumps in on this. Mm-hmm. So
that's I think one of the unintended, maybe the silver linings of having this additional time, due to the federal changes, is that we will be able to, realize the learnings, as you say, because our goal is we want to see these emissions benefits, but we also want to keep an eye on costs for districts, and we want to keep an eye on how to minimize costs and derive more value for the grid. And so I couldn't agree more that the progress, ensuring we can continue to support the progress of some of these first mover districts and extract all the learnings is really valuable, and so that's something we're well positioned to do.
Yeah, hi. Emma Simino, Deputy Commissioner of the Environmental Quality Branch at DEEP. I also want to flag just one thing that hasn't been raised here yet, which is that one of the things we see with diesel and similarly fueled buses that is different than the broader transportation electrification conversation is that air quality within those buses can be quite poor. And, you know, we have seen, you know, as you know, I'm sure you know, Connecticut has, you know, higher than average rates of asthma, especially among our kids. And so I just don't want the public health benefit to be lost in this conversation either when it comes to the school bus electrification efforts specifically.
Certainly, and I sit on public health as well as transportation, so this is a conversation that's near and dear. And I think, yeah, when we're looking at that one, when we talk about diesel, first of all, the diesel of today is not the same as the diesel of 20 years ago, right? So we already know that there is a significant decrease there. But when we talk about propane, we're also getting there too, right? We're not going to see that. So that's that, and the cost is not the $400,000. We're looking at maybe 5-10% more than a diesel bus. So this is why I'm saying I think we can get a large amount of the way there. And I just think that we need to find out where we're getting the biggest bang for our buck and where we can allow our towns to actually move forward with something that's way healthier, even if it's not perfection. We can't let perfection be the enemy of the good.
I appreciate, you know, this dialogue, and I know that it signals to me there's a lot of common ground, and we'll be happy to, would love to follow up with you on it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby. You just here to defer to other legislators? The good representative defers to the senator without necessarily losing his place. There we go. Senator.
This seems very official. Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I wanted to ask a couple questions. I won't try to take up too much time, but I think the topics on the agenda today are very important, and several of them have a chance of advancing, so I think it's important we have the discussion. You know, first on the data center proposal, you know, just to kind of summarize, would it be an accurate interpretation that this solely contemplates behind the meter data centers over 50 megawatts, but does not apply to where they're not bringing their own power? But if you're in front of the meter, there would not be any further restrictions on your ability to connect to the grid and you know, and set up your data center in that case.
It's possible that this could apply to non-co-located, but that particular circumstance would be dealt with through the tariff process at PURA. I appreciate you know, the major focus of this bill, as I read it, is on the scenario that you highlighted, which is co-location behind the meter at an existing generation resource. I just want to make sure I'm being totally clear on the other example.
Josh Walters with Connecticut Deep. The commissioner is correct. The way we read the bill, there's a section that would say, you know, if a data center is coming and it can enter into an agreement with new generation in a different location, and there's, you know, there's no congestion or grid upgrades that would be necessary that other ratepayers would have to pay for, then maybe that's an okay result, because they're paying for the generation and there's no transmission upgrades, or the tariff, the way we read the tariff mechanism, they could pay for those grid upgrades to get the electrons to where they're needed. We wouldn't want a situation, of course, where someone builds a generator on northern Maine and puts a data center in Connecticut, because there may be issues on the transmission system that would get that there.
But it doesn't have, as you're saying, it doesn't have to necessarily be co-located if you are providing the power in certain circumstances.
Right.
Okay.
And that's where I think the PURA process is very important to work through some of those types of issues to make sure the ratepayers are protected.
But that still only applies to behind the meter. If you want to just plug into the grid, obviously you invoke PURA, so I assume. If it's in front of the meter, it would be no different than if you're had a manufacturing plant or anything else.
It would be so the way the bill reads around large load interconnections, that's where the tariff mechanism comes in for PURA. And so under this future tariff that would be developed, one of the things that PURA could look at in developing that tariff would be to say, if you're going to interconnect to our system, you have to show us that you have the generation somewhere on the system ready if you're not co-locating it with the large load. And so it would be in that instance PURA regulating the large load interconnection and not the generation supplier.
Okay. Now, obviously, the implications of everything in here will be important. So if this bill advances, we probably want to be very, very precise in trying to create as fair and reasonable a system as possible. Again, it is certainly very important, although we're not seeing a lot of computing power in our state at the moment. That could certainly change. I also wanted to ask the commissioner about your testimony on House Bill 5471, which would be one of the proposals for a successor or continuation program, really a successor program to the renewable energy solutions, and you submitted testimony in opposition to it. Last week in a previous public hearing, you submitted, I would say, qualified favorable testimony or partially favorable testimony to a different proposal for a successor subsidy program to the renewable energy solutions, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to explain why you are less favorable to this proposal.
To compare and contrast, if you will, yeah. I think so. First off, we think this program would be duplicative of programs that are implemented or recommended through the PURA successor study, and that would be authorized through the bill that was I forget the number, sorry, but just debated last week. This bill would establish a 3-year 1,800 megawatt program for community renewable energy facilities. Our concerns are, well, first off, 1,800 megawatts is very ambitious. Through all of my understanding is that through all the different behind the meter programs that the state has had in place over the years, we've supported a gigawatt roughly of behind the meter generation. So this would nearly double that amount in 3 years. It would also have some significant cost shifts. We have a concern that the net cost of the program could be roughly $13 billion is our back of the envelope over a 20-year term. We see that the benefits are not limited to low-income customers here, whereas the current SCEF, Shared Clean Energy Facilities Program, requires at least 50% of the subscription benefits to go to low-income customers, given that it is a significant subsidy. It would open up the benefits of the program to municipal electric customers, even though those customers would not be contributing to the cost of this program. This would be funded solely by UI and Eversource ratepayers. It would also, the bill, I think is similar to another bill that was raised last year that was going to be funded through the public benefits charge. This bill, this year, this version, would be paid through the generation services charge, which is a bypassable rate for customers on third-party suppliers, meaning only customers on standard service would pay this charge. So I think there'd be a whole host of cascading effects if $13 billion worth of costs were layered into standard service. We would then probably see a lot of customers fleeing from standard service, and that creates other issues. So anyway, those are a few of our reactions to this proposal, and I think it stands in contrast to you know, the program that would be supported through the bill that was debated last week.
I think some of the testimony from the EDCs on last week's proposal was like maybe over the 20-year period, it's a couple billion or, you know, $1 billion. This one obviously 13. Is there a threshold you think about with these types of programs where you think it becomes reasonable, somewhat reasonable, unreasonable, et cetera?
I think this is, again, like the scale and size of this at 1,800, you know, megawatts relative. I just think that's a point of diminishing returns in terms of developing more solar. We've deployed a lot of standalone solar to help, you know, reduce peak usage. This does incorporate, you know, storage as well, which is true. But overall, I think this would be a significant rate impact or a rate shock, just layering this significant cost in so quickly, and in addition to the other concerns that we had. But we do think that, you know, if I'm hearing your question or reacting to it the right way, or accurately, I think, you know, as we testified last week, I think we think it's a good idea or a good practice to, you know, consider enacting kind of a budget target for these behind the meter programs as a whole, to provide some guidance to PURA. You have amazing, you know, technical staff and expertise at PURA that are, you know, working on the nitty gritty details of designing all the different elements of these different programs. Some of them, you know, based on my reaction to this program, you can see why it's really important to get those details right. But setting an overall budget target, I think, would provide some good predictability and direction from the General Assembly about what is the appropriate sort of spend level to avoid some of that rate shock that could occur if you are setting goals too high over too short of a time.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just finally on House Bill 5470, the propane gas, a proposed propane bus amendment to the Clean Air Act. You know, there was a good colloquy about, you know, the air quality, you know, comparison of electric buses versus diesel buses. You know, what I've seen is that the propane buses would provide almost all of the air quality improvements that electric buses do compared to diesel buses. Certainly the vast majority of the benefits, but give a lot more optionality and cost relief to the municipalities. You know, I would be willing to wager a lot that in 2040 we do not have 100% or 95%, you know, electric vehicle fleet, just because, you know, of all the you know, supply chain and cost considerations that will be entailed in a period of 13, 14 years. You know, so you know, this was proposed to be very much a compromise and an incremental, you know, change, and you know, so I just want to give you a chance to respond, because it very much was a good faith effort to try to provide some relief while also, you know, considering some of the environmental considerations that the majority and the administration would like to see recognized.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I, you know, I think it echoes, I think, some of the questions and comments from Representative Mara, and I'll similarly say that, you know, it's helpful to hear that how this bill is being considered and framed, and I think we'd welcome the opportunity to, you know, follow up and share. I think there's, you know, just details in terms of like what is the degree of emissions reductions of shifting to these other, you know, to propane, biodiesel, which is being discussed in the transportation bill, CNG, SNG. What are the prices for those fuels relative to conventional diesel? Some of them actually come with a fueling cost decrease, although I recognize with every geopolitical events, there's a lot changing as we speak. So, you know, to the extent that subsidy or mandates, you know, are involved, like are interventions necessary to support districts to consider these you know, intermediate, you know, emission reduction options. And then, you know, I think the other piece is just what I think that we discussed is like, how do we support, you know, reasonable further progress towards the all-electric goal without creating stranded costs with any intermediate solutions. That's not to say that it's not to say that those are concerns that are present here, but those are the types of things that we're thinking about as we react to this proposal that we'd love to have some follow-up conversation around.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Buckby, too.
But now Representative Buckby's going to have to wait a moment because I have a follow-up question. It's the risk you take, Representative. With reference to 5471, you were talking about the scale of the program and the costs inherent in that. If we were to scale that pilot back significantly in terms of the total megawattage and the cost, is this a concept we can still talk about, though, maybe as a narrow pilot parallel program?
I guess, Representative, I wonder if that would be in lieu of like the continuation of the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program in the successor study bill, or I should get a bill number for last week's bill, but
I'm confused too, so
okay.
the bill number doesn't
Because
matter.
I see these as duplicative, and that could be confusing for the marketplace. Plus, we have these concerns about, again, how this would be recovered through the bypassable rate, right? The impacts to standard service, some of these other programmatic details we think are suboptimal relative to continuing the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program. So I guess, Mike, I would be interested to understand, why is a different program also needed, or are there concerns with the successor of the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program that this bill is trying to address, and why not just bring those concerns into improving the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program as opposed to creating two approaches, one of which I think would be very challenging to implement.
I think you see what we've been trying to accomplish this session, which is to put everything on the table when we're having broad conversation about successor programs and incentives broadly, which is why this is potentially a new component that doesn't focus on low income, for example. Is that something that we find desirable because it will bring a lot more onto the grid?
I think that the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program, to the extent is providing like direct bill credits to folks that presumably, I think when that program was first initiated, it was to address the inequity that if you live in an apartment building, or you have a shady roof or what have you, that you may be someone who's not going to be able to participate in a rooftop residential program. And there are income, often there are income differentiation between people who have single family homes that can participate in RRES versus those who are not able to do so. And it's a significant subsidy that ratepayers are supporting that is being provided, to some extent for those who are able to enjoy the benefits of net metering, or of having distributed solar on the roof. So for that reason, we think it's really a very positive practice to ensure that those limited income individuals are able to be prioritized for these subscriptions, because the market otherwise may not seek those types of customers out. Those are also the customers who may be most likely to have challenges paying their bill, and that can trigger increased costs associated with arrearage and hardship, programs, or, God forbid, uncollectible accounts. And so there's other co-benefits that we get from ensuring that low-income customers are prioritized in getting access to these subscriptions in the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program. So I think, in my view, I would not recommend diverting away from that, positive goal and practice that's been part of the SCEF program for some time.
Thank you. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Feels like it's been a while. We've said my name so many times today.
Use it well, or else we'll move on.
Well, I'm concerned of that anyway, but thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your testimony. I have a lot of questions, and the good chair may cut me off with how many questions I have, and we may be reaching out afterwards on this with some of them. But I want to start with the electric bus conversation. I'm concerned about the cost, not just the cost of the bus. I'm concerned about the cost of the roads. I'm concerned about the cost of the bridges. You know, as I have said in this committee many a time, I represent the best town in the USA, and New Milford has over 60 bridges in the town. With the weight of those electric vehicles, we have propane now. Propane's going great. We have propane buses. Everybody seems pretty happy. It's not sucking on the diesel fumes that I did as a kid or that I have with the fire department. And the fire department actually brings me up with the other piece of that. It was just over a year ago, the Wilbraham fires with the 4 buses they had. There were electric buses up there. There's a lot of chemicals used with that. And the question would be, I think, too, with electric buses, as a firefighter, and I'm inactive now, but as a firefighter, I've gone through tremendous training for electric vehicles and how you put those out and how you approach those in comparison as you recognize that vehicle. The chemicals used for it can be far more harmful. We've seen a lot of use of PFAS still in those chemicals too, and putting out electric fires too. So I'm just curious the cost, as far as the cost of the environment, the cost of the roads and the bridges, and the training for those firefighters, if that's all been brought into the discussion on the electric bus conversation, because we talk about the actual bus itself, but not the rest of that around it.
Certainly, I'm happy to start. I think, first I'll start with your first question about the weight. I mean, certainly battery-powered vehicles are heavier, but they are still required to abide by the weight limits as set by Connecticut DOT, and we expect that to continue. So I think, while obviously heavier vehicles impact the roads, that's part of the state's planning process as we look towards, this ongoing kind of transition. In terms of battery fires, I certainly think any vehicle fire requires sort of special training to put out. I think that also applies to, the existing fuels on the road. There are, the Connecticut Emergency Response Unit has extensive training regarding how to respond to battery fires. I know more and more firefighters, municipal firefighters, state firefighters are also getting that training. And I think, what we're looking at is a 15-year-long transition, as contemplated in some of the legislation before the General Assembly this session. And so I think we're confident that we'll be able to kind of make sure all these component parts are prepared as we pursue that transition.
Thank you for that. I guess a couple of follow-ups on that. The cost, you're saying over the 15 years that the state's talking about, a lot of these are municipal roads, and we're talking about these schools. Would that be available to the municipalities to repair those roads and those bridges? Like I said, we have over 60 bridges in the town alone on that. And I guess the follow-up on that is also the same question on the firefighter training. Yes, there's a lot of training that's out there and they're still going through, but that is a cost for each one of those departments. That's still a majority of volunteer departments that are trying to make it the cost on how to train everyone. And every town would have to be trained on it, because if a bus comes through your town, catches fire. So, and again, they're safer, right? And I get that. They're safer than a diesel bus, sure. But I'm concerned about how much, have we looked at how big those costs are going to be, both to the municipality and to those volunteer departments?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on DOT's funding availability for town-owned roads. I know they exist, but we'd be happy to kind of continue that conversation. And the same with the sort of firefighter trainings, things like that. I know some of that work is ongoing, but I think, you're raising some important questions, and this is why we are, contemplating these, like, we set the goals now so that we can look to the future and we know what we're working towards, and the tools and yes, funding and, other sorts of policy changes that may be needed to support that transition.
And I'll just say, we are, this is something we'd be happy to talk more, with you on. I mean, as remembering why, why we're focused on this is, speaking to the air pollution impacts, which also have costs to families, over $100 million per year that Connecticut families are spending on managing asthma and respiratory illness. It's very much, at elevated levels relative to other states because of our poor air quality. And it's the medium heavy duty vehicle sector that's a large contributor to those emissions. So, that's one of the whys behind this this policy of trying to move to cleaner buses. In addition, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, doing Connecticut's part to help support leadership in that direction. I mean, we think about what that's meant for, the training and the support that we're providing to volunteer firefighters, and how we've been working with volunteer firefighters, including in 2024 when we had extremely, active wildfire season that we've never seen here in Connecticut before. I'm not saying this policy of moving to these, electric school buses is definitive solution to addressing global climate change, but I just think that having the ability to continue to support and be part of a gradual transition towards electric school buses is part of helping to address some of these broader challenges, which we know are also impacting first responders, and there are trade-offs, just as we talked about with the electric grid, with all kinds of transportation fuels that we're utilizing. We had, our emergency spills team is responding constantly to spills of transportation fuels, for example, including some that have shut down the bridges on I-95. And so again, we are eager to work with first responders and think about these holistic impacts, including with the Department of Transportation. As I think our overall message here today is we want to provide flexibility. We think extending the time frame for meeting the electric school bus transition is wise, and we are glad to see the legislature working on that, in addition to enabling more time to look at the learnings of how to integrate it into the charging. I think it also could afford us additional time to work with our first responders and work through some of these other impacts and considerations that you've brought to our attention today.
I appreciate that. I think I'm not concerned about the first responders having the ability. We have some of the best anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. I'd be first to stand in line for that. But my concern is the cost. Again, we have a cost, and we're saying what the good ranking member had just mentioned in the air quality with propane being very similar and being very clean. We're on that track. My concern with the electric is also being a town that's 62 square miles. That likely is going to call for a charge in the middle of the day during peak hours to recharge that battery. And again, we don't know what that is, right? We don't know how green that energy is going to be at that midday peak charge too. Especially when you talk about the hills and the mountains in the winter time when kids are in school. So just the overall cost is what gets me on the bus piece. I'm not on board. I'm not entirely sold on the electric bus, if that's not obvious yet. But and I'm not putting that all on, it's transportation as their piece of it. I think that's our piece of it to look at some of this. Of course, some of this falls on environment, which is the other part of it for you as well, but not on me. But I don't sit on that committee, but I take it seriously as far as what we're doing. I think the concern about what's putting on the fire, how it's being paid for, how the road's being impacted, and how we're charging that battery and when we're charging that battery are serious issues that we need to take a look at. I think the working group really needs more time to go through that, to look at that, see how much it's going to cost each of the municipalities too, as opposed to just the state.
Well, the cost considerations are the reason that we have done some nation-leading effort in collaborating with the Green Bank to look at how to bring private capital to the table to help support the deployment of the clean school buses. And it's one of the reasons that, in light of the federal government and the Congress stepping back in terms of tax credits and other supports, we are hoping that the legislature won't delay and will take action this year to provide for more flexibility in terms of the time frame that districts have to deploy electric school buses, because without state action or without legislative action this year, we have targets that are very near term and would be expensive to meet under these current conditions. So I share your concern on cost. I will say on a positive note, we can celebrate the work that we've been able to do, including with support from the General Assembly, to remove PFAS firefighting foam from our fire departments. And over the last several years, really, really important, especially for the health of our our first responders. So that's a great thing that we can all celebrate.
Thank you. I didn't know if you were looking like you were chomping at the bit to say
I
something
can
as
just
well.
add one more thing to the commissioner's remarks. Tracy Babbage again. I'm the chief of the air program at DEEP. I just want to talk a little bit about how we're looking at this thoughtfully as a transition. And I think the lessons learned, especially from this committee, about how we've looked at deployment of solar really speaks to this model that the commissioner mentioned of us partnering with the Green Bank, really looking at ways to leverage all of the tools out there, from technical assistance right on through all the financial assistance tools, including private capital. So I think we're really trying to take one big step back and say we recognize, this is a process. It's going to take time. Municipalities need assistance. And what are all the tools we can put in place to help that transition at a pace that makes sense? So I think we've been working through a model that I am extremely hopeful about. I think we've been thrown for a loop with one of the critical elements of that has been having a federal partnership on some of this, and that element is really not part of the equation right now. So I think we have to relook at how we approach it. But I think the way we've been looking at this is really how can we implement a transition that makes sense. And it is both the environmental considerations, the public health considerations that the commissioner mentioned, and just as the deputy commissioner mentioned, from a children's health perspective, we're putting our children on a school bus for 30 minutes a day. A lot of those diesel emissions from the tailpipe end up in the cabin. And they're high levels of fine particulate matter that developing lungs are inhaling. So the policy reasons around this, it's critically important, and I think we've tried to be really thoughtful about how we get it right.
I appreciate that, and again, that's why I'm a fan and proponent of propane. So the pro thing, I think I'm behind that. Moving on from the bus, looking at 5471, 5472, those are both bills that I have concern with how they're laid out and some of the language that we can discuss later, Mr. Chair. I'm more than happy to discuss that with you, but since 5472 is in front of me, one of my bigger concerns as we talk about the health of children and of people, I'm looking at the impact of the Siting Council and how some of this is written. It's written as, in 5472, I'm looking at line 30, it offers the council may, in the council's discretion, it's a pretty vague term, and I'm concerned about that. As we've been talking about in my community, grid scale battery storage that's right on top of an aquifer, that's right next to the West Aspetuck River. And I have concerns in how that lines up. It gives them a lot of discretion. It gives the Siting Council, do they have more discretion than the aquifer regulations that are in place? Do they have more discretion than, we've seen some opportunity given to us with UL 9540, some different options with that. And some of these battery pieces that we see, I'm concerned with battery storage on top of aquifers. A lot of that was written before we had lithium, when it was still lead batteries that we're talking about, and none of that's been touched. I'm concerned in how that applies to the 10-year conservation plan for each community. So that line 30, to be very blunt, scares the bejeepers out of me. And I'd like to know your take on it as far as the Siting Council to the laws and regulations of the state, and don't you think that we need more regulation in place before we allow them to build in different areas?
Thanks for that question. I would say on this one, we worked with, I think these are the types of questions that DAS, which has the Office of the State Fire Marshal's Office, and as well as DESP, are our agencies that provided testimony on this one, but would be happy to, follow up with you with some of our agency counterparts. But we think that it's, we'd be glad to have that follow-up conversation.
I think that's critical follow-up conversation, including the working group as mentioned in section 100. Has some pretty important people in it, but doesn't include the State Fire Marshal's Office, doesn't include anyone from the legislative body, any existing locations that might have input. Would you be opposed to those people being put in there as well?
Again, I think that's something, we'll talk with our sister agencies who have equities in the space, and we'd be glad to I hear the comment, and we'd be glad to provide a view on that.
I just think that a lot of this, and I get it, we have a need for energy, but when it comes to our natural resources, and that's where it's a difficult situation that you sit in, right? You have energy and environment. You have both of those pieces, but I think you would agree that the light's working as opposed to potable water. I think we have aquifer protection for reasons that we need to make sure we protect those aquifers as well.
happy to continue the conversation with you on it.
Okay. And lastly, 5471. I've got a lot with this, and I'm not gonna go into all my detail on this. This is certainly much for us to go over. Part of my concern is around 134, we're talking about the gravel pit solar, and I know one of my good colleagues who's not present today, who's had a lot of trouble in her community. A couple of our colleagues have had trouble in their community with the amount of solar and the amount of acreage it takes. And my concern is, and I'd like your input on the acreage that solar panels are taking up in the state at this point. And when you look at salt box, gravel pit, you're looking at a combined roughly 9% of that town, if you look at the numbers and acreage, is covered in solar. And if you look at that town compared to a smaller community like a Derby, that'd be, if it was that much there, it'd be 44% of Derby would be covered in solar panels. But there's nothing protecting the siting council from saying that. Isn't that a spot that you think would be a smart move for DEEP to have maybe a larger say over that, as opposed to the siting council's broad of stretches they have?
I mean, I think that this is like the prior conversation as we talk about all the different blades and tools on the Swiss Army knife, right? Like solar provides a lot of benefits. It's one of the cheapest generating resources that we have available. It's readily available to deploy. It reduces peak. It's, it has environmental benefits, and it provides for that predictable, as Senator Needleman said, cost. There's no fuel cost associated. So it has a lot going for it. It does create land use implications because of the footprint. We have, in a very densely populated state, right, like Connecticut, we don't, the projects we're deploying here, believe it or not, are much smaller than we see, out west and so on. But as there are trade-offs in trying to get this right between other land use priorities that the state has with respect to protecting core forests, protecting prime agricultural soils. But as we layer more requirements in or restrictions on where solar can be developed, that will also have the effect of increasing the price of the solar projects, because the market right now is driving the development towards the most cost competitive locations. So I think these are the types of, I think we had a good discussion in the prior hearing on some of these things. I think that there's a lot of, it's important to provide sufficient discretion, direction around if there's a policy preference for the legislature to see, costs go up on the electric bill and choose more expensive generating sources in order to preserve or reduce availability or prevent concentration of solar in certain locations. Those are one of the trade-offs you have to consider. But there's a lot of other elements, I think, of Rep. Foster's, comments that she was talking about in terms of the local tax structure, what are the tax benefits, those types of things that have to be taken into account. So happy to follow up and talk more on this. I don't have that stat off the top of my head in terms of the total acreage, but I will say, to the extent that you're asking the question relevant to this bill, 1,800 megawatts would be pretty substantial in terms of the siting, the siting impacts. If you think about that, we've deployed, well, the gigawatt includes rooftop. So, but anyway, we can put that into some perspective.
No, I agree. That would be a massive impact, and I think we see a lot of that out west because there's better opportunity for that. I think environmentally there's a better impact. When you're looking at Nevada and what a great job they do with solar, there's a lot more reasons why they're better than Connecticut at solar too. But they have more space as well.
And I'll also say, maybe this is a plug for the grid scale procurements that DEEP implements. So this is a program that would be, a tariff-based program that would direct the development of these resources in the state of Connecticut. But there are other, avenues that the state has to get all the benefits of solar on our regional grid through DEEP's competitive grid scale procurements that we run. We are able to solicit projects that are located either in New England as a whole or in a control area that's adjacent to New England where the power could be imported into New England. And so that opens up the possibility for us to select projects that are sometimes cheaper than projects located in Connecticut that might be sited in, I don't know, the state of Maine or upstate New York, where there may be not as, significant cost per acre and, siting pressures that we might see in a densely populated state like Connecticut.
I appreciate that, and that's actually kind of why my Rex bill came about to what it was, that we can look to outside the state where we might be able to. My concern really with 5471, I really fear that that's going to drive cost up. That could be one of the most scary things I see about that is as we talk about cost for people, the cost that we've had with SCEF and RES over the years. I think this could really drive the cost, and I'd love to talk to, I'm sure we have some other people here later on today with some of our, with Eversource and UI here. I'd love to talk to them about that too. Do you have an estimate about how much you think this bill would drive up the cost for a consumer just by its appearance at 5471? Is Deep looked at that?
I know that, I think I mentioned earlier, again, our rough math was that the net cost of the program would be $13 billion over a 20-year term. Again, the bill is interesting in that it would recover those costs from just standard service customers. So trying to calculate what that would mean in terms of a rate impact is a little, we could make an attempt at that. But I also would note that the price that's proposed in this bill would be significantly higher than the current SCEF projects. So subscribers under this proposal would receive a bill credit that's 80% of their current retail rate. So that'd be like 23 cents per kilowatt hour for Eversource customers, 27 cents per kilowatt hour for UI. That compares to, roughly 13 cents, which is the compensation level for the SCEF program, which has been successful in being able to attract projects. So we think it's overly generous and therefore costs more than it needs to if the goal is to attract investment in solar.
So I guess the overall, again, the initial question with 5471, you think this would drive down the price in the long term, but not in the short term?
I think that, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think this bill would be very costly, a very costly way to procure solar. And we have more cost-efficient program design or mechanisms to secure similar type of projects proposed to be extended in what is the bill number from last week? In the bill that you debated last week. House Bill 5340.
Yeah.
Thank you, finally.
So I guess I'm sure that just to wrap things up, put a bow on everything here, I'm sure Deep and under your umbrella with Pura.
Not under my umbrella.
Well.
Pura is not under Deep.
Have received plenty of calls and concerns over the last couple of years about cost. 5471, I'm concerned about the initial cost and what we're hearing from every one of our constituents. It's sitting on cost. That's what makes me concerned about what that is in the short term compared to the long term on that.
I share the concern about the cost of this, or I will say, Deep opposes this bill. We have concerns about the cost, both in the short term and the long term. Is that answering your question?
Sort of. I mean, I'm sure you're concerned about the cost of what it is. I'm saying the cost to every ratepayer across the board to what this might offer for them as an increase is my concern. My concern is that 5471 brings about a significant increase in dollars that the regular ratepayer would have to pay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
And also, the way that this is designed, the costs would all be concentrated on standard service customers. So when you say all ratepayers, in this framework, the way that the costs are recovered, it's even more pronounced impact to those particular customers.
Got
But
it.
yes, I agree. The cost concern is motivating our opposition to this bill.
Got it. With you there. See, we can agree sometimes on some things.
All the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence of time.
Certainly. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Glad to be here.
So you had mentioned electric school buses are like big roving batteries. Currently, the Energy Storage Solutions program is for stationary storage. do you think that we should look to expand eligibility to electric school buses? You know, we've heard a lot of concerns about cost, and this would provide grid benefits. It could also provide additional compensation to school districts or fleet operators that are going to have a big collection of batteries on site.
So I'm a little rusty here. I'll turn to the team. We are supportive of considering, you know, or supporting vehicle to grid. My understanding is Pura has, there was a proposal from the Green Bank.
For IES, I believe.
Andy.
We believe the kind of vehicle to grid is currently in kind of the pilot process under Pura's IES program, Innovative Energy Solutions. I would say, you know, in general, you know, DEEP is you know, in favor of storage solutions that can bring down the cost of the grid, as well as, you know, if there's other co-benefits like in this case. But we'd kind of would defer to Pura in terms of the specifics of kind of like where that program might stand, as well as the Green Bank.
The IES, though, that's like a grant essentially to trial new technologies, right? Like, I think I'm thinking we ought to broadly make these resources eligible for storage incentives. And the storage incentive program recently shifted to a performance-based incentive structure rather than an upfront incentive. So, you know, if your school bus finishes its round of picking up and dropping off students and it gets back to the bus yard in time to plug in for an afternoon or evening peak, it seems like it would be reasonable that it also be eligible for the same performance incentives.
Yeah, and so the IES is the intention there is for it to be a regulatory sandbox. So while there's kind of grants involved in it, the idea is not just to kind of get around and go, but to test concepts that can scale, which I think is, you know, in line with the spirit of your question. Certainly something we'd be happy to chat about. We just want to make sure that, you know, that conversation would involve Green Bank and Pura as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think you're on to something, Representative, and I like the idea of a regulatory sandbox, because everybody needs to play nice in the sandbox, right? Okay, I think, seeing no further questions, that we have exhausted our questions for you today, Commissioner.
I think you've exhausted me as well. So thank you so much for your indulgence of time, and happy to follow up on many of the things you raised
We
today.
will be having further conversations, certainly. Next up would have been OCC, but we have blown well past the hour limit. I'm sure that Council Coleman is very familiar with coming close but not getting there. So OCC will wait until after we've had our first member of the public, which is Amanda Trinzi DeVito.
Hi, good afternoon. Can people hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, ranking members Mara and Fazio, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Amanda Trinzi, and I am counsel to the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers, which is a coalition of large commercial and industrial energy users with facilities located throughout the state. I'm here to testify today on two bills, House Bill number 5473 and Bill 5469. Starting with 5473, and specifically the section that refers to Connecticut General Statute Section 1619JJ regarding settlement procedures in a contested proceeding. I'm going to talk today about developing and implementing a set of structured guidelines that would govern the settlement process and agreements reached in authority proceedings. While the use of a settlement path may not be appropriate at all times, when dealing with a contested proceeding, it is a statutorily provided tool for the parties to use, and therefore the statute governing the process should really be put out and drafted in a way that explicitly provides the opportunity for all approved intervening parties to participate in that settlement process, and not just a select few with a common viewpoint. CIC is not aware of any legal or policy bases to limit full settlement participation in these proceedings before PURA. to only utilities and state agencies, which is what historically has happened. Customer representatives such as the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers or others with specific interests in proceedings and subject matter expertise should not be shut out of negotiations that will impact the cost, quality, and safety and reliability of the utility services that customers pay to receive. And so we've attached as attachment 1 to our testimony some proposed changes to 1619 JJ for the committee's consideration that we believe could have a significant positive impact on the settlement process at PURA when it is appropriate to be used. If I have a couple more seconds, I'm going to turn to Bill 5469 on large loads. We talked quite a bit. The committee talked quite a bit with Commissioner Dykes earlier on this bill, large loads, co-location of load and generation, et cetera. And while I'm not here today to take a position on the substantive provisions of the proposal, I will say that CIC offers that perhaps the legislation on this matter could be a little bit premature at this time. And I think we walked through a lot of different venues where this matter is being discussed and analyzed at great lengths. Specifically, organizations such as FERC, NERC, ISO New England are all undertaking processes to research and model best practices for large load interconnection responsibilities. I think the language of the proposed bill does have some question marks. For example, I know the threshold in the bill is a 50 megawatt load. I don't know where that number came from or why it was picked. But I think some of these other organizations are performing analyses to kind of come up with a more refined proposal that implemented on a regional basis, because as was discussed earlier, Connecticut is part of a regional interconnection RTO, excuse me. And so what we do here will impact other states. And, you know, we also want to be careful about how this could impact economic development opportunities within the state. So I hear the timer went off. I thank the committee for having me today and for considering CIC's testimony.
Thank you for your testimony today and for submitting written testimony. For the benefit of the committee, could you just elaborate a little further as to your recommendations for changes to the settlement language?
Sure. So a couple of things. First, there would be, as soon as settlement discussions start to occur between the parties, there'd be a mandatory notice that goes out to all the interveners that are approved by PURA. And when PURA commences a contested proceeding, parties have to intervene by a certain date, and PURA has to approve those interventions as having a legitimate interest in the outcome of the proceeding. They have standing to be there, et cetera. And so the notice would go out, and all those parties would then would collaborate on moving forward in setting a schedule, discussing what, if any, settlement negotiations should happen, et cetera, and then it would move from there. I know one topic that is a pain point across the board is resource limitations, and how do we entertain a litigation track and contested proceedings while at the same time talking behind the scenes about settlement options, and they're very resource intensive. So the proposed language that we attached to our testimony provides for, at the outset, some calendaring of timelines by which the parties should either decide that they're going to go down the settlement track and do that, or abandon settlement negotiations and just move forward with the litigation track before PURA and develop that record. Connecticut's neighbor, New York, for many, many years has implemented settlement guidelines in their statute that have worked very well. And I think there's a little bit of information in our written testimony on what those entail as well.
Thank you. We will take a close look at that and have further conversations with other interested parties on this subject. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for taking the time to testify today. It's very helpful and timely, and we appreciate it. So next up, we will go to Council Coleman of the Office of Consumer Counsel, and that will be followed by our regular representation from Eversource. Good afternoon.
Good
Tough.
afternoon, Chair Steinberg, ranking members Mara and Fazio, and to the rest of the committee. Thanks for sticking it out here with me. My name's Claire Coleman. I'm the Consumer Counsel, head of the Office of Consumer Counsel. You've had lengthy discussions on several of the bills that we submitted testimony on. I will be brief in my opening remarks, or at least try to be. Just very briefly to highlight, we did submit testimony on HB 5472, the storage and safety bill. OCC, of course, supports ways to bring greater accountability and public safety measures around our electric generation, and appreciate the opening of that conversation. Similarly, with respect to SB 421, the double polls bill, OCC is very engaged at PURA with EOE, with Senator Duff, the reformer of our double poll process here, and a great advocate for the public safety of all Connecticut residents as it relates to reducing double polls, as well as all the stakeholders, the poll attachers and poll owners. We're very eager to continue the work in improving our timelines for removing double polls, and welcome proposals that are on the table and further discussions there. SB 422, this is the act concerning biomass facilities. While biomass technologies are important to our state in terms of addressing waste, they don't directly relate to electricity use or costs. So when we look at our rec market and the limited dollars that we have to support technologies and affordability being a focal point of this committee, and of course our office's work, we do think removing the ratepayer support for biomass is in the best interests of Connecticut ratepayers. You had a lengthy discussion on HB 5469, the large load data center bill. I agree with a lot of the comments and explanations that Commissioner Dykes provided, especially the concept of being proactive with respect to taking steps to protect ratepayers as these large loads come online, and to really avoid a scenario where we're impacting our reliability, we're increasing peak demand, or and all of those increases would then drive upward pressure on rates. So we are very glad the committee has been proactively looking at ways to protect ratepayers as large loads may come online soon in Connecticut. We provided a couple of recommendations in written testimony, and look forward to working with the committee on ways to strengthen the bill. And given it is a supplier framework, we just want to make sure that the protections for customers related to the third-party supplier market are maintained. We think that's feasible, but want to continue to work with the committee to do that. You also had lengthy discussion with Commissioner Dykes about HB 5471, the Community Renewable Generation and Energy Storage System bill. I'll say that while we do support cost-effectively deploying solar and storage, we do have the similar cost concerns that were discussed at length. And in addition to the cost concerns, we also read the bill to actually allow for the expansion of a rec market beyond what Connecticut currently allows. There's nothing in the bill that actually requires the solar storage deployment that has been the subject of discussion. There's a whole nother definition of allowing a community renewable generation and energy storage facility to purchase and retire rec certificates. So we do have guardrails in Connecticut that our office helped establish and defended at the Connecticut Supreme Court that we'd like to maintain, and think this bill, as drafted currently, puts those restrictions at risk. I'd like to spend the remainder of my time on HB 5473, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and settlement in contested cases before PURA. The bill addresses three important issues to the OCC: change of control proceedings, our current settlement framework for rate cases, and quality of service reporting for our communications customers or companies. As it relates to the settlement provisions, the bill does propose relaxing a few current restrictions that were established a few years ago through SB 7. They were well-intentioned, but we found them to be practically challenging to implement and follow. We've been in situations in a few cases where, given the dynamics and the changes happening at PURA, that PURA commissioners have asked us to try to settle cases, and we have felt like we've had to say, sorry, we can't enter into those negotiations because of constraints in timelines or process that were introduced previously. So we're just asking for a little relaxation. That does not mean that our office feels that settlements are anything more than a tool that should be considered as part of the toolbox. We would only enter into a settlement agreement if we felt it was in the best interest of customers, and know that there is a value to fully litigated cases, particularly when a company's been out for a long time. But ultimately what these changes do is just restores PURA some flexibility for PURA itself to determine, and it always has the ability to reject or modify a proposed settlement agreement before accepting it. So that remains intact with allowing for a little more flexibility. I will say I heard the CIEC testimony and saw that they attached some suggestions to their testimony. We do have some concerns with the practicability of setting such rigid guidelines requiring notification and all parties that immediately come to the table. There are often myriad number of interests in a given rate case, ranging from consumer advocates, DEEP, the AG's office, the telecommunications industry, environmental interests, and of course CIEC's interests. In our view, a proponent of a settlement has the ability to kind of strategically feel out other parties and see if there's room for agreement. And it's really up to them who they try to negotiate a settlement with. But to set in statute timelines that first stop the clock on the litigation makes it challenging, because with rate cases we are in a 360-day timeline, and that goes incredibly fast when you're issuing and reviewing thousands of interrogatories, and the discovery is intense, the hearing period, and then we move to briefing. It is a tight timeline, and my concern with sort of tolling that clock is that it would put us representing ratepayers at a disadvantage if we were to engage in a settlement, found that we could not agree with the companies on an outcome that would be in the best interest of ratepayers, and then had less time to challenge the premises of what's in the rate application. Because currently, the way the statute reads is after 360 days, if PURA doesn't rule, the utilities get whatever they want. And that frankly scares me as the ratepayer advocate. So I don't want to do anything that's going to constrain us further in our ability to fully litigate those cases. So that's just food for thought. I am happy to continue conversations with the committee on ways we can ensure that parties are engaged and have notice and aren't taken by surprise. Given settlements, but I think we do have concerns with a specific proposal before you. I do want to get to the quality of service reporting for VoIP provisions, because this is really important to our office. There was a similar bill last year, and we appreciate the committee raising this amendment this session. The quality of service clarification will essentially ensure that wireline voice providers in Connecticut, including those who provide voice over internet protocol, are reporting on their performance in meeting service standards. And I do want to clarify, despite what some testimony I was reviewing while you were engaging with Commissioner Dyke says, the bill is clear, and we certainly work with the committee to ensure it's clear that it should only apply to wireline voice providers. Those are the providers that use our public rights of way to provide communication service, internet service through the wires. It's not intended to reach nomadic services like Zoom or Skype or our wireless industry. So if that's not clear, we certainly would value the chance to work with the committee to make that clear. And these metrics are really important. I mean, this is a core consumer protection to ensure that companies are timely with respect to outage restorations, installation requests, maintenance appointments. And I do want to highlight that there is some urgency because at the end of the year, I think in December 2025, the FCC announced that they were initiating a process to retire the copper, the POTS network, the plain old plain old telephone service, and really encourage the adoption of internet products, of IP-based services. So that means that our POTS service, for those of you who have constituents that use POTS, are going to be ushered off of that onto internet-based services even more quickly than we might have imagined previous to this FCC proceeding. And while the market has changed, the technology has changed, what we're trying to do is ensure that customers have critical access to telephone service, which is often that key communication in emergencies. And we're always particularly concerned about our elderly populations, those who are disabled, and ensuring they have 911 access. And this is now coming available often through E911 services. So I think that the availability of emergency phone service is really underscores and counters the argument or perspective we've heard that traditional service quality regulation is not necessary because there's competition and people can vote with their feet. Well, while that's true, if someone's entered into a service agreement, has service with a provider, and are relying on it for public safety, it's really critical for us to make sure that those companies are following through. And these quality of service semi-annual reports are already required. They're already filed at PURA. Some companies include their voice over internet provider service data already. So we don't envision this being a burdensome change for either the companies or PURA. And I'm hoping, happy to answer specific questions about that. Ultimately, this is about protecting consumers by monitoring critical telecommunication services, and appreciate your indulgence on all of these issues. Hopefully I didn't speak too fast.
I think you've done very well. I am extremely disappointed that you were not riveted by our exchange with Commissioner Dykes and found time to do other work, because nobody on this committee ever is distracted from
I tried to
testimony.
absorb as much as I could, but also wanted to read the testimony coming in on these bills.
Perfectly fair. And I certainly share your desire for finding a path for the settlement language. This is something we have talked about for a while. I think we all agree we'd rather see more rate cases and fewer settlements for the benefit of ratepayers. But is it fair to say that that you can help us find a path to make those language changes?
Well, certainly I support the language changes that are in the bill before the committee today. I do think they provide flexibility while retaining some of the transparency improvements that were made in SB 7 a couple years ago, including requiring parties who are going to propose a settlement to PURA to present that settlement to any other intervener or party and ensure that they've had a chance to review it and provide a position on that to PURA. That feels more practical than trying to get everybody who in a room to agree on a core settlement. That seems like it would make it really challenging. But I'm certainly open to continuing to talk about ways to enhance that participatory aspect without sort of constraining all, those parties that are trying to negotiate.
I look forward to further conversation on that point. And with regards to the good old POTS lines, I remember being here in this room 16 years ago when I first heard about POTS lines, and I'm sure when AARP testifies a little later, we'll reminisce a bit about efforts to block that from happening so as not to disadvantage seniors. Those were the days we were even talking about getting rid of yellow page books.
Yeah.
Got that done a little faster than we did with the POTS lines.
Right.
You did express a little bit of concern, though, with regard to the transition itself, that it's coming a little quickly. How can it be coming quickly after 16 years, or at least that long?
Well, I think the key is to have protections in place that are sort of technology neutral, that ensure that people relying on telephone service, whether it's through a copper line or through the wire line, are protected and have quality of service. So that's our core mission and why we think it's so important to ensure that quality of service metrics are included even when telephone is provided through wireline.
And I'm sure a number of states at this point have made this transition. Can we learn anything from them in terms of making sure we're protecting ratepayers, particularly seniors?
Sorry, numbers, I missed the first part.
No, it's, I assume other states have already made the transition to getting rid of their POTS lines. Can we learn anything from their experience in terms of easing the transition? for
Sure, yeah,
seniors?
many states are, there are different varying stages of the transition. I mean, I'll say, a state we always look to is California, which has voice over internet provider quality of service standards as well. They've been upheld by courts recently, and so certainly would suggest that's a great benchmark, and happy to provide you with more information there.
And just for the record, so before I get to John Erlinghauser a little bit later, you're okay now with the transition away from POTS lines?
I think it's an inevitability at this point. We're not, we certainly work with customers who want to retain their POTS line and help them work with the companies that have transitioned over. But that is not the focus. Our focus is working with technology modernization and ensuring customers are in the best place to take advantage of that and have the quality service that they deserve.
And thank you for your work on that, because we're counting on that for any of us who are still stuck with landlines. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Digging into some of the voice over IP stuff, I know you mentioned California. I'm sure that the 48 other states besides California and us have been dealing with similar issues. What are they doing?
I don't have other benchmarking in terms of, the process of transitioning from POTS to voice over internet or wireless or other communications avenues is certainly happening across the country. I think the FCC recognized that in their recent notice to try to, they are now facilitating that transition. But I'd be happy to kind of follow up with you, do a little homework on other states and get back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'd appreciate it. It's not that I don't want to do everything that California is doing, but maybe I don't. I just like to see what everybody else is up to as well.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you,
Great to see you
Council,
as well.
and thank you for all the work you do on behalf of our consumers here in our state, and certainly the constituents I represent. With respect to just the quality of service reporting for HB 5473, just out of curiosity, what are companies currently doing?
So that's a great question. We do have some companies that are currently providing voice over internet statistics in their quality of service reporting. And there are some that will have agreed to do it in the settlement agreement that we entered into with Charter and Cox related to their merger that was approved just last week, which is a great result for Connecticut consumers. There's some language saying that if we're able to identify service quality issues, that Cox will provide those quality of service reports as well. Frontier has agreed to do it as a result of our enforcement action against Frontier for quality of service violations. And that was incorporated into that settlement. So it's being done, it's, and that sort of proves the point that it's not gonna crush our companies to require them to, them all to, to level the playing field and require everyone to report on them. And they're really valuable. In the case of the Frontier settlement, we have found significant improvement in all of the metrics that Frontier is judged against through the quality of service reporting since that enforcement action, and think that these quality of service metrics are really important and should be used for all telephone-related technologies.
And with respect, thank you for that. And it seems like it is useful information. Would you agree?
Thanks.
And then lastly, just on 421, does the OCC have a database or an accounting on where there are double polls?
So there is a database called Alden One that my colleague Bert Cohen, who's here in the audience today, is very familiar with. He works with the pole owners and the attachers, and there's a working group at EOE through that monitors and works on double pole related issues. And there's currently a pilot program called the Single Visit Pilot Transfer Program, which is trying to streamline the process. So that's, I guess, a long way of saying we are able to see double pole issues within Alden One, but there are limitations, and I think there's acknowledgement that there's room for improvement in ways that Alden One functions.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you for hanging in with us. We didn't keep you too long, but we will be having further conversations. That's very clear. With apologies to Eversource, we are going to make an exception addressing the availability of Senator Duff, our good Senate Majority Leader. Please understand Eversource will be up next. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Back when I was sitting where you're sitting in Energy, we were still talking about plain old telephone service too, so it's been a long ways. It's a really long distance all the way over there. It's like I feel like I swim in a pool. I'm just going to scoot my desk a little forward. Anyway, good to see you.
I can move closer if you'd like. I'll sit right in the middle of the floor. You're the Majority Leader.
Chairman Edelman, Chairman Steinberg, ranking members, Fazio and Mara, and distinguished members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Bob Duff, State Senator from the 25th District. And talking about Senate Bill 421, the double poll bill, which is anybody who's been a part of this knows that once you see them, you can't unsee them. And it's kind of like turned into the bane of my existence in Norwalk. And we all know we have a multitude of very important issues. And I don't want to minimize this issue because it is I think, an important issue for us in all of our communities across the state of Connecticut. For the last 15 years, I've led the fight to remove double poles, an instance where a new utility pole is installed or where the old one has not been removed. And these double poles, as we know, are not only unsightly and ugly, but dangerous, as many of these double poles are damaged in some way, increasing the risk of structural failure during storms, creating traffic hazards, and delaying emergency responses, as well as increasing interruption in services that use these utility poles. I will tell you that I've seen some in Norwalk where they are cut and there's maybe 1x1s or 2x2s or whatever they are. They're not 4x4s that you could literally kick and the rest of the pole would drop. You see them sometimes being stuck up on, held up on with other types of frames, and very dangerous. And so, again, it's not just an eyesore. They are dangerous to our motorists, they're dangerous to pedestrians, and just dangerous in general. So many years ago, back in 2019, I convened a working group with the mayor of Norwalk, city agencies, the Office of the Consumer Counsel, Eversource, and our other utility providers as well, to try to really work to get these double poles down. We had over 600 of them in just one city, one community. And despite doing that and participating in the state's pilot program, the One Touch Make Ready, we brought those down to 222 in Norwalk, and that's with a lot of work over a lot of time. I believe that this bill will create a reporting system that will be good and it'll help to further address this issue. I respectfully ask the committee to consider amending the bill to shorten the statutory time frame attachers have to remove their wires from the old to the new utility poles from 45 days to 15 days. A failure to abide by this expedited time frame would result in the owner of the utility pole moving the wires and then charging the attachers at the prevailing rate. This would allow for expedited removal of these double poles, speeding up the transfer of wires and more swiftly removing the danger from sides of our roads. I'll just give you a couple of quick anecdotes. On my street, there was an accident the night before Thanksgiving, and I think I didn't want to say anything because it was my street, because they had to replace the pole and they had a double pole next to it, and I think it sat there for 10 years before I had it. I gave up and I finally called, and the utility company that owned it said that wasn't even on our list. That's just one example. Another example is I've seen them around Norwalk that have been there for 4 or 5 years, and we get a list every week. I get a list of the utility poles, and it's just not fast enough. And the problem is with these double poles is that it's a cost center, and it's easy to move on to other things when this is not something that actually makes a profit. But it is a maintenance issue, and it makes our communities not look the best that they can, and again, it's also a safety issue as well. So I would thank the committee for its time and respectfully urge you all to amend the bill and then give it a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Duff. You highlight a very important issue. It is unsightly and in many cases quite dangerous. I have seen some extraordinary things done when a pole is knocked over and how they've reattached them and how long they've sat for. I think the reporting system, I never asked you, were you the chair at the time that you did the single pole administrator bill, or did that happen after you?
I think that was after me. I don't remember. I was on this committee for a very long time. It might have been during my tenure. I don't remember. Do you remember, guys? Was it after? I don't know.
I was just curious because this has been an issue for a long time. The poles, are generally owned by two entities, the electric company and the phone company, every other one. We've had serious issues with the finances of the phone company, which are now better. Verizon took over, and I hope that we can make more progress. And I think a reporting system is the least we can do. 15-day changeover. There's so many more attachments on these poles, but they need to do this in a timely way, and they can't forget, and they should get the old pole out. I mean, it's just
If I can just add on to that, Senator, that when we had we were in the pilot program, and I know a lot of other communities are in the pilot program, I think we got rid of 200 double poles over the course of multiple years, many years. Because of this, it takes 45 days for one wire, 45 days for the next wire, 45 days, and there's could be 4 or 5, 6 wires on a pole. When we had the pilot program, we probably got rid of 200 or so in a matter of months. So the night and day of this is huge, and it can be done. We just need to, and I think the single pole administrator and all the other things we've done have been good steps in the right direction, and we think we're solving the problem. It just hasn't been enough to actually do these things in the most timely way that we need to get it done.
Well, I appreciate any input is helpful. I'm not sure I've seen the language around the pilot program, but whatever we can do to fix this, we should.
Yeah.
I drive around town. I'm looking up all the time. I'm more likely to drive into somebody because I'm staring at wires, but I see spooled wires that are just hanging there, cut and hanging sort of looped down, not spooled like with an intent to use them. There's just mismanagement of I would have to say this, not the electric companies, because they're top of the pole, they're generally the first, they clean it up, they put the pole in, but it's all the other attachers, and they need to work on a timeline.
Yes.
So I appreciate your
Thank you.
championing this issue. Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good seeing you, Senator. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Good, I'll see you over there.
I would make one suggestion. I get what you're saying because we discussed last week in exec noms with I think, I don't know who was in front of us. I think it's when the work is completed, then the pole should be removed. I think what's happening is, say Frontier is doing work and Eversource or UI have a pole. One is not finished and one is finished. So I would, maybe we could have the language when all work is completed, because they don't want to remove a pole if they're not done. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, it's not about removing the pole, because the pole does get removed at some point. Maybe you can put a timeline on that as well. It's really just transferring the wires, because you have 45 days now. If it's ever, like I said, the electric company will do their part, and then it's whoever's next. They have time to get there. Then once they're done, they have to load it into the system, the Alden system. Then the next person has so many days to go. But there's really no penalties also for them not complying. But it's just trying to not take 6 months to a year to transfer wires on a pole.
All right, I just
When
read
it
it quickly.
litters, literally streets, like streets, will have double poles all up and down the street, and it just litters the streets.
We're going to ask Eversource that next.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
And I don't blame them. I think they do a fine
Well,
job.
not
It's
just Eversource, but the utilities.
It's more of the other utilities, and some of whom could be city lines or town lines. Some of them could be local area networks. Some of them could be old, fire lines, fire bells. But there's got to be a better way to do this than we're doing it now, because we're not doing it right.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see you, Senator.
Thank you.
Like me, you represent a community that has multiple utilities, not only investor-owned utility, but several municipally owned utilities as well. I was wondering, without kind of engaging in the blame game, if you've seen or observed best practices within your city, and a difference in kind of how the issues are addressed, and maybe things that we should be aware of.
Yeah, I don't see actually, I will tell you that one of our municipal utilities, I've seen fewer double poles. The one that's been more of the concentrated city, the South Norwalk, there were a lot more double poles, and that's where, when I started this 15 years ago, that's where that kind of came from, because I thought it was neglect by leaving those things in an inner city that did not deserve that. And so I saw one municipal utility company that seemed to be a little bit more on top of things. The other one, they were trying, but they were not getting good response. But they were also using a different system. They were using the system called Alden, right? It's Alden, right? Alden, rather than the other system. So we're trying to work with them to do it. But again, it should be equalized throughout all of our communities, not, but does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with any questions? Anyone online?
Okay. And I just want to also thank the Office of Consumer Counsel for their work, and the partners of the utilities and others who have worked hard at this. But changing these laws will make it better for everybody.
Thank you, Senator Duff.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Eversource. I think next up is Eversource.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. I'm not Andy Belden. My name is Aaron Dabauskas. I'm the Operations Manager for Commercial Renewable Energy Programs in Connecticut for Eversource. I'm joined by two other colleagues from Eversource, and we appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. So in conjunction with today's verbal testimony, Eversource also filed written testimony on House Bill 5471, which is noted as an act concerning community renewable generation sources and energy storage systems. I will limit my comments today to a few key points on Section 1 of the bill, which does implement a community solar program that allows subscriber organizations to build, own, and operate electrical generation or storage facilities that generate or store electricity from renewable sources. Eversource does not make or lose any profits on a community solar program, and already administers 3 separate programs through which customers may receive shared credit for clean energy generation. And those are the existing NRES, RRES, and SCEF programs, and together they provide opportunities for low-income, multifamily affordable housing, state, agricultural, and municipal customers to all share in the benefits from renewable energy. And we do believe these programs are well-designed and deliver meaningful benefits to our customers and should be continued in some capacity, likely with the successor program bill. With respect to House Bill 5471, our sole focus is on how Section 1 of the bill might impact our utility customers. And we do have three separate concerns that we'd like to highlight for you today. First, Section 1 of the bill would require Connecticut utility customers to bear significant costs for payments to developers of clean energy resources, including potentially out-of-state resources. The proposed program could also annually enroll more than 3 times as much generation capacity as was selected in the statewide procurements of the NRES and SCEF programs combined for 2025. And we also estimate that the net cost of the program could annually exceed over $300 million and exceeding over $6 billion to ratepayer bills over the 20-year term. And second, Section 1 of the bill would further introduce disruption to Connecticut utility customers by forcing the higher cost of the community solar program solely onto those customers who elect to take standard service, instead of purchasing their electricity from a competitive retail supplier. Adding an extra $300 million per year to the cost of standard service will harm customers by artificially inflating the price of standard service. And lastly, Section 1 would require Connecticut electric distribution companies to incur additional costs for things like updating customer information and billing systems, as well as expanding staffing to support new and complex customer transactions, all of which would be charged to ratepayers through higher utility bills. That concludes our verbal testimony today, and the panel and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. With regard to 5471, there's been a lot of conversation as to the order of magnitude of the impact on ratepayers, but my reading of this bill suggests that the storage component has a significant mitigating effect in terms of the impact on ratepayers by addressing basically the capacity needs at various points during the day, particularly at the points where we need that. Has Eversource considered the benefits to ratepayers that relate to the storage component?
We haven't, in the analysis we prepared today for the impact on ratepayers, we didn't necessarily consider the storage component, but we'd be happy to implement that into our analysis and get back to you on that.
Thank you for that, because that is obviously a critical element of the entire program, and we seem to have ignored that kicker on the bill. Other questions or comments? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My reading of the bill looks like it takes your shared community energy credit and which is now a public benefit, and it kind of puts it over to the standard ratepayer. Did I read that correctly?
I can start with that, and Mr. Dabowskis can add. So I think that's a major concern that we do have, and this is Vincent Pace, Assistant General Counsel for Eversource, for the record. And so right now, what the bill says as proposed is that only a subset of customers that subset on standard electric service have to pay for the cost of this. And a concern you heard from Commissioner Dykes and others was that if you're taking these costs and putting that on just a subset of customers, that's going to encourage people to leave standard service. You're creating a death spiral for standard service. And also, if customers on retail supply can benefit from the program, why shouldn't they also pay for the cost of the program also? So there's an equity issue also being raised by this. Our view would be, if you have public policy programs like this, and you as a legislature want to implement those, and you have approval by the governor, these should be paid for by all customers, not a subset on standard service. That's unreasonable, that's unfair, that's not equitable. And you can add to that, Mr. Dabowskis, if you'd like to.
I think that covers it.
That covers it for me. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Senator Fazio, I'll get it right.
Almost got promoted. So just for the context, comparing this proposal 5471 with last week's proposal for a successor to the Renewable Energy Solutions, basically the solar subsidy programs for anyone listening, how do you evaluate the cost per year of this compared to that proposal that we heard in the public hearing last week. And again, I think it was useful to, you know, at the beginning that you said this is kind of a pass through for the EDCs, but you know, just and I think United Illuminating also submitted testimony on what their estimates were. Deep did as well. So just wanted to hear what yours were for the previous proposal that we heard last week, as well as this proposal.
Sure, happy to take that. My name is Isabel Hazelwood. I'm a solar program manager at Eversource, where I primarily oversee the current Shared Clean Energy Facilities program. I can't speak to exactly what we filed in terms of costs for the proposed successor program, but I do have some numbers prepared for what our expenses are for the current version of the SCEF program. So our current estimates for the cost of SCEF as it is right now, which is in Eversource's service territory, a 260 megawatt program. Overall, for the payments that we provide to subscriber organizations, as well as the on-bill credits that we provide to subscribers, we're estimating about $1.7 billion over the entire 20-year term of that program right now.
And that's just SCEF, that's not
Just SCEF.
NRES, RRES.
Aaron, I think, can speak to the cost of the NRES program, and unfortunately, I don't
NRES and
think we-
RRES would probably be more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with regard to the impact of the successor program, we didn't have an analysis prepared as compared to the House Bill 5471, but I do have some numbers on the existing NRES program, if you give me a second.
Did you, and while you're looking at it, did you have an analysis prepared last week for that proposal, or no?
I believe we did. Andy Belden testified on that.
Got it. I just, thank you. So we can go back and compare.
Yeah, if you just give me a second. I have it somewhere on my stack of papers.
And while he's looking for his information, Senator Fazio, what we can do is we can have someone follow up with you to let you know for last week's testimony what the actual cost would be, and then compare that to the numbers we'd offered for this week's bill. And again, for this week's bill, the numbers are fairly significant, $300 million per year, at least $6 billion over 20 years. That would amount to a roughly 3 cent per kilowatt hour increase for that subset of customers that are taking standard electric service. I will point out, as we talked about earlier, we did not factor in any potential savings from storage. We can also do that to respond to the question from Representative Steinberg, but they are very significant numbers. And while you mentioned we don't make any profit or loss, we do care about our customers. And so the concern we have would be, at a time when we're hearing from all of you at the legislature about affordability, we have that concern about, do we have to have our customers pay more than they need to? And then we want to make sure we help you make informed decisions by letting you know, when you have these proposals submitted to you, doing our numbers, this is the impact on our customers. And we try to help you make an informed decision. So if Mr. Dabauskas does not have the data at his fingertips, we will make sure we follow up so you have the data you need.
Okay, I appreciate that. And yeah, if you could submit that, for instance, as an addendum to your testimony so everyone can see it, it would be useful.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Or just send it to us directly, and we'll make sure that everybody gets it.
And then everyone can FOI us.
Yeah. Representative Iaccarino. I'm sorry, were you done, Senator?
Yes.
Now, Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I'm reading the bill quickly. My concern here, and sounds like it's your concern, I don't switch. I've always been the standard service. I just don't have time to switch. There's a lot of seniors that are much older than I am that are never going to switch, and they're going to bear the burden of this. And I understand why we want to do it. We want to have efficiency, store the energy. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of people that are either just making it or seniors that are going to bear the burden of this. And I don't know if, maybe many times this building, we don't really look at the overall picture, but I think to me, that's a worrisome problem.
You make a very good point, because at its heart, it's a fairness issue. And that is, if you have a public policy program, why should only a subset of customers on standard service pay for the full cost? If you decide as a legislature you want to implement a program, then all customers should pay for that, not a subset. So I agree with your concern about fairness and equity.
And I appreciate that. What I do know is, and I think it's great, people have solar, but when you have the solar, and many times it's the way it's captured, it becomes a cost shift to many other people, if I'm not mistaken, as far as the grid, when it's, the highest peaks. I just think it's a fairness issue. That's my point. I think we could utilize the program, but it should be spread out the way, it's standard, the way it should be spread out. that everybody pays the burden, like it or not. To just shift it to one group, I don't think that's fair, because that group could shift also.
The other point I would just note is that we can't use this energy for standard service. As this committee knows right now, we work with the procurement manager to buy what we call firm full requirement service. That's all the energy, capacity, and ancillary services that we procure through an RFP process from wholesale suppliers. They provide a bundled product that meets that need, and so therefore this energy coming from these projects cannot be used. These electrons cannot be used to meet the standard service load obligation. So for that additional technical reason, we think it's not wise to try and allocate the cost of this program or any potential energy benefits to a subset of customers on standard service.
We're well-intended. I think it's going to be a severe burden on people that are just getting by. One last question to you, Mr. Chair, about the last Senator Duff. Am I wrong? I understand where Senator Duff's coming from, but if Eversource or United Illuminating or Frontier or Comcast, if they have competing poles and wires, nobody can move anything until the job's completed. I don't know if anybody could answer this question or not.
Well, I can start with that, and so I think just to make sure I set the table in terms of grounding everybody, when you look at the utility pole, as was correctly pointed out, at the very top we have what's called the electrical gain space. So the electrical wires are there. Then there's a safety zone, and then below that is the communication gain space, where you have any landline telephone, any fiber, any municipal fire and safety communications facilities, and there are a number of communications attachers. So in most situations, based on my knowledge, what happens is when you set the double pole, we are the entity who shifts first. We're at the top of the pole. We will move from the old pole onto the new pole, and then the other attachers below that in the communications gain space will then coordinate through the Alden system to move. When the last attacher has finally moved to that new pole, then you can remove the old pole. So since we're one of the first attachers, and I believe in most cases we're always the first attacher to move from old pole to new pole, in all due respect, we don't think it's an Eversource issue. We do our best to be that first entity out there to shift over. It's really more of a question for your communications attachers. And we support more transparency, so we have no objection to this bill. If the goal behind this bill is to allow consumers to say, I have a concern about a double pole in my community, I'd like a place to be able to report that and shine a spotlight on that, we're fine with more information. So we're fine if people want to report this information, but I'm happy to take any further questions if you have those.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. So obviously, we don't want to shift all costs, regardless of what the program is and where we end up. We don't want to shift all the costs to standard service customers. That's always an issue. To make that less competitive, we want that to be the risk-off strategy. We want it to be as stable as possible. What would you recommend in terms of how to allocate those costs in a more equitable way? And I just want to say, I mean, this is a very rare thing. Smiling, I love that. It's when it comes to the attachments to the poles, having been through a dozen major storms already, Eversource is usually the one that's first on the scene that replaces the pole and puts the electric wires on top, does what it can to support the other pole, and then it's up to everyone else after that. So in that area, you're in a weird spot because you own half the poles, the electric companies own half, and the telephone company, I don't think that the cable companies or any of those guys own any poles. I think that it's half and half.
I would agree with you that, to the best of my knowledge, the poles are primarily jointly owned between the electric utility company and the legacy landline telephone company, which would be Frontier for most of the state, and a very small part of Greenwich, it would be Verizon. And so the cable companies are attachers. They pay a fee for attaching to the pole, and that's credited back to electric ratepayers, the piece that we receive, but they do have to switch within that time frame. And I think some of the concern you're hearing is, as you have more communications attachments in that communication gain space, it's taking a lot longer to shift from the old pole to the new pole, and then that delays the whole process.
That's exactly correct. That's my experience. You also have the state fiber system, which is on there. You have the municipal gain for whatever anybody's using that for. So there's a lot more attachments. It used to just be the phone company and the electric company. Both were regulated public utilities. It was probably easier to coordinate. Half the poles were owned by the phone company, half by the electric company. Now, you have a lot of unregulated entities that are on the poles, and I would assume, like in every other case, some are better than others at doing the job. And then, you also look at the poles, and you don't own all of it. I know that the electric company doesn't want to buy the poles, but you don't own all of them, and the oldest ones tend to be the phone company poles because of the transition in the phone company business. So you'll see a new pole, wider, taller, and then you go right next to that pole, and you could go on. Every pole has a label on it, because that's how you report when there's damage. And you can see that most of the older poles at this point, not all of them, are legacy phone company poles. And I'm hoping that now that Verizon has bought Frontier, all of the poles that are owned by the phone company are owned by Verizon. They're better funded than Frontier was. So going back to the other question, you always interested in suggestions about whatever program we do, what's the way to do it in the most equitable way?
Well, again, first of all, we defer to your expertise in terms of if you decide as a legislature to pass a program that's within your prerogative, and we will do our best to try and comply with that and implement that. But if you decide you want to pass a program like this, our recommendation would be equitable and make sure that all consumers would have to pay for that. And we realize you're hearing lots of concerns about affordability. We hear that also. And so we defer to you as a legislature to decide what you think the right cost for a program should be. But if you decide to pass something, the request would be, it would be unfair to make a subset of customers pay for that, especially when we're focusing on standard service customers. That becomes the price to beat for retail suppliers. So if you artificially inflate that standard service price with the cost of this new program, you're now maybe driving up the price of competitive retail supply. And also you're creating a death spiral where more people will leave that, and then a very small pool of customers has to pay for these larger costs. And so we think as a matter of fairness and equity, if you have a program, all ratepayers should pay for that, not a subset.
No, I agree with that. And my question is more specific. Do you have any suggestions? And we don't have to answer it now, but if we're going to do this, we don't want to shift all the burden to standard service customers because standard service is like I said, it's the risk-off strategy, it's the baseline price, and I think a lot of the third-party suppliers sort of price against that price. So if it goes up, their prices are likely to go up because they're in a purely competitive market, and they're going to look at the risk-off price and say, we're going to charge 10% less or 5% less, but if that's inflated, they'll be making more money and not bearing any of the cost.
I agree with you fully on that. I think that's a very accurate observation, and that's why there's a need to make sure that, as you said, that we don't allocate additional costs to standard service. But if your question goes to what do we recommend in terms of a legacy program for the current RRES, NRES, and SCEF programs, I'd like to have some of the subject matter experts maybe work with all of you offline. We can have the two representatives here, plus Mr. Belden, Mr. Rice, let you know what their recommendations are. I just don't feel I have the details to be able to communicate that here today. But thank you for the question.
I appreciate that, but we do need your input on that. So not today, in the future.
If I'm allowed, I'd just like to add something to what Vincent was saying in terms of how the costs are spread out. I think that's a conversation that we can have and get back to you on. But just one piece of the legislation where I think if you're worried about affordability and cost containment, where there could be an improvement, with the current bill as it's written, the subscriber credits are supposed to be pegged to the retail rate at 80% of the retail rate. Obviously, the retail rate fluctuates all the time, and so unlike with the current SCEF program structure where we contract for a price per kilowatt hour for 20 years that doesn't change, in this program, that 80% of retail rate could end up costing ratepayers more money over the long term in contrast to the current model that we have. So that's another point for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions or comments? If not, we look forward to the ongoing conversations. It'll happen soon. It's a short session, and we will be in touch. Next up, we have, I think, the last of our public officials, which would be Representative O'Day, though I understand he is in the midst of recovering from a procedure, and he was intending to introduce Mr. Ed Levine, and we are going to accommodate that plan on his part to have Mr. Levine speak, rather than put Representative O'Day on the spot from his hospital bed. Welcome, Mr.
Here in support of House Bill 5471.
Ed, just repeat your name again.
Sure, thank you. My name is Edward Levine. I am Chief Executive Officer of Clean Peak Energy Group, and I'm here in support of House Bill 5471, an act concerning community renewable generation sources and energy storage systems. We have filed testimony, and I thought, using a relatively short period, I'm going to respond to some of the comments that have just recently been heard and help try to identify our position as to the reading of the bill, that we see this bill as a energy storage bill, not a solar bill. It was on line 138 to 142. It demands a requirement of a minimum of 25% energy storage with every particular case. Yes, there is a caveat in the bill that would release that if there could not be the installation, but excluding that, there's a minimum of 25% solar. I apologize, 25% battery with every project. When our cost estimates have come through from both DEEP and our friends at CLMP, they said it analyzed at 0% battery storage and used all the costs like it was solar, which is ridiculously expensive. The reason that this bill, in my opinion, is being presented by the committee is that battery or energy storage is hugely advantageous to the ratepayers. Batteries and energy storage can dispatch their energy focused on the most appropriate time during the day, not general energy that comes out mostly during the day when it's not very valuable. It can focus all of its energy on high-priced periods, stressed periods, and the peak capacity hour. In ISO New England, for all of our Connecticut customers, we see a charge or a related cost to our peak hour utilization of energy. If we could reduce electricity at a particular home or business for 1 hour a year, it could diminish by 100% the cost of capacity. And it also diminishes the cost throughout the system and allows more reliability. Batteries are 5 to 50 times more valuable than general energy being dispatched. There are times when it gets up to over 100-fold. A battery dispatched in Connecticut by analysis has a RIM, or a ratepayer impact measurement, which is a study we use at Pura, 3 to 6 times the value of the cost estimated in this particular bill. I also concur with Eversource and DEEP. The bill should cost ratepayers nothing. This particular bill, we modeled it with multiple sensitivities at 25% battery storage, 50% battery storage, and 100% battery storage. The value to ratepayers was over $1.4 billion to $5.7 billion over the next 20 years. Not a cost, a credit. Remember, we were talking about how we should recover this. Standard service customers would get a benefit of tens of millions of dollars a year. And I would concur that language, if we were concerned, should prohibit a cost to ratepayers. If there was a cost, it should not be collected through standard service. And I agree that that's not appropriate. But this is a credit. We're helping reduce those people that participate with savings. We're going to give them resiliency if they put it behind their meter. There was a discussion that Eversource couldn't use the power. When a battery behind the meter is dispatched, it instantly reduces the load at that site, at that meter, and the total load for Eversource. I think they're using the power instantaneously. It's my understanding that Eversource is also a member of New England ISO. New England ISO allows for bilateral contracts. And so if it's determined in the committee's discretion that a bilateral contract, the way I believe it's written, could enter into an agreement that power is delivered to Eversource, it would offset their load, which would offset standard service. However, the reason, in my opinion, for this bill is not to increase costs. It's to deliver more energy service opportunity at those moments in time when the grid needs it and provide billions of dollars of value. There was discussion about a canary in the coal mine earlier. I heard a discussion, where's capacity cost going? If we were in PJM, they saw not a 27% increase in capacity costs. Over the last 2 years, it's over 1,000% increase, from $25 a megawatt day to over $330 a megawatt day, and it only stopped there because they put a cap on it. They didn't have enough capacity to run the grid the way PJM requested. In Connecticut, just to give you a little bit of a, how would that affect our ratepayers? I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen in the next couple of weeks or a few years, but that's a $40 to $100 per month increase in the average residential bill. The cost of capacity in PJM went from 3% of the energy component, so to over 30 to 40% starting June 1st. That's enormous. We need to start thinking about, could that happen in ISO New England? How do we protect against that? Having energy storage capable of dispatching at the appropriate moment, controlled by large IPPs, what we call individual power plants, which are distributed generations, are now available. The technology's here. These batteries are being manufactured 10,000 units a month. And if they were at no cost to a ratepayer, a positive ratepayer impact measurement, meaning everybody that doesn't participate in taking an energy storage system still saves money, I see this bill as a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I just wish we had had your testimony a little earlier. It would have changed the nature of the interactions with DEEP and with Eversource. Just to be clear, we've heard some large numbers bandied about today. $13 billion over 20 years certainly got our attention, as did $6 billion. But my understanding is from your testimony is that neither of the parties who quoted that took into account any storage in the program, and that you're telling us that actually it's a net benefit to ratepayers to the tune of at least $1.5 billion?
1.4 to 5.7 billion, utilizing last fall's analysis. In addition, just to give you some of the components that I'm referring to, or the reports analyze, energy scarcity and mitigation is one of the components of a benefit. Capacity cost reduction, day-ahead ancillary services, which is called the new DAISY cost, which is a $10 new-ish megawatt cost in our cost of energy. It's a system that ISO New England is establishing to produce ancillary services tomorrow. In the wholesale market or the commercial market, that's being billed at about $10 a megawatt hour, or about a penny a kilowatt hour. And so batteries, if they see that cost high tomorrow, can program when they dispatch to mitigate it. So if you are an electric supplier and you have a customer's load and there's a battery at their site and the supplier owns that battery and has the controlling rights over it, they'll dispatch that battery at those peak periods. When they see the installed capacity hour, remember that peak hour when our capacity is being allocated throughout the system, which in PJM is 30 to 40% of your bill, we're going to make a huge effort to dispatch that battery on that peak hour. And the way the bill has been written is every system must have at least a 2-hour minimum storage capacity to dispatch. And maybe the right answer is move this minimum up from 25% to 50%. to guarantee these $1.4 to $5.7 billion of benefits to the ratepayers and start to protect us with having more resiliency and an opportunity to protect us from rising install capacity costs.
So, 25% storage is somewhat arbitrary. In your opinion, from what you've seen in other states, given the kind of projects we've been doing here, is it reasonable to get to 50% storage?
I think it's very reasonable. I think it's cost effective. There's an argument that some homes that don't have solar should put in battery storage or energy storage. And if there's two companies in the United States. One is funded by Brookfield, one of the largest asset owners in the United States, as well as a subsidiary or son of Zach Dell from Dell Computers. They've raised over $1 billion, and they're providing, right now they're doing it in Texas, they're looking at adding Illinois, Ohio, I believe, Maryland, and potentially Pennsylvania, to provide at no cost an energy storage system at residential homes and other sites. At no cost. So a homeowner, if you don't want to have a natural gas generator in your home, they require maintenance, they require fuel. Maybe you could have a battery or an energy storage system installed without your cost. You don't even own it. You're going to get the resiliency that's in that battery if your power should fail, and you're going to get, the way it's in Texas, a better price for electricity because they're going to dispatch it at those peak times, reduce your install capacity, and reduce the cost to serve that customer by a significant amount of money.
Let's talk logistics for a moment. I think there was some confusion that because the word community was in there, that this was a replacement for the SCIF program, which was certainly not our intent. From a practical standpoint, this would be a standalone incentive program?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we've spent a lot of time talking about the impact on ratepayers and on the standard offer. How would this be implemented so that we could assure that there'd be no increase in cost to the average ratepayer?
If I were on the committee, I would put parameters around that such that the minimum storage requirement occurs in a method that a positive RIM is required, ratepayer impact measurement. In other words, we do that in other programs. Solar has diminishing RIM because the value of solar all day long compared to the peak value is starting to lose some of its luster. Batteries, on the other hand, or energy storage systems, are increasing that value due to the needs of having that available at those particular moments.
So I guess we're agreeing that we could stipulate that this has to be a net benefit and there would be no way for a program to get off the ground that couldn't deliver that?
I think that's very reasonable because we're here to save customers money, both those that participate by getting an extra incentive and those that don't participate, as we've had the discussion, some that just want to receive electricity. Everyone should be protected, and we should have greater resiliency and a better opportunity to reduce our total demand costs throughout the system.
Last question. In your experience, would there be enough developers interested in this prospect to sort of achieve the critical mass for the peak shaving we seek?
I am aware of several, and one is building a factory that's producing 10,000 units a month coming online that would like to do this in Connecticut.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Mashinsky.
You're describing what I was asking some other witnesses at previous hearings. Small batteries in houses, it comes with the house. People are part of the storage system automatically. I had a relative that lived in one of these houses, and it came with the battery for 4-hour storage. And I was very impressed with that and wondering if we could do it here to alleviate everybody's problem with peak load and stress on the system and just evening out our energy supply.
I believe we can and we should, and we're at a particular moment in time that I believe it doesn't cost us anything. It actually reduces our electric rates, which is kind of a miracle in subsidy world.
Yeah, no, it reduced my family members' electric rates also, just because she agreed to have this battery in her house.
It's part of the program. And
reduced her
should the
rates.
power fail, which happens periodically or frequently, you get the resiliency to protect your food, keep a little bit of your lights on, and give you some resiliency, which that has value, which we don't even put into the model. We don't even consider that to be a positive economic attribute.
So anyway, I was very excited by what they were, I don't always get excited about what's going on in Texas, but this one idea was very exciting to me, and I thought we should borrow it and use it here.
I am strongly in favor of that. I think there's potentially 4 other items that the committee might want to consider to update the language in the bill. And if you'd like me to mention those, I'd be glad to mention those as well. That if we're going to be putting batteries at residential homes, UL 9540B, which is a relatively new safety consideration to be the most safe situation, is something I think the committee should consider. Because if we're going to do this, make it the safest that's available and the code to be the most appropriate. Provide accurate installed capacity ratings to each meter. Right now, there is no incentive for residential homes generally to reduce their capacity allocation or reduce consumption on the peak hour, because the way capacity is allocated generally through the 2 utilities is it's an average of the month and how much you use, which is almost irrelevant to what you use in the 1 hour during the month. And so being able to have energy storage systems calculate that and report that to the utility as the process will likely occur, to give that incentive to reduce your power to 0 or negative. And when you go negative, where it's appropriate and interconnection has occurred, you're helping the grid, reducing costs for everyone. And so that's a very powerful tool which will get us more energy storage systems where the grid already has the existing hosting capacity built and being charged without having to reinforce the grid in a microgrid scenario. So I'm also would ask the committee to consider reviewing the interconnection procedures. That in Texas, it can take 3 days to get the approval for certain conditions. I've heard some people it takes a year before they're fully approved. Now that's just too long. It should move appropriately, fairly, and transparently. And there's another discussion that qualifying natural gas generation, they should have consideration whether they should participate in this, because it may be the most cost-effective location to have them add energy storage systems. So we're just reviewing accurate installed capacity allocation, adopting 9540B, and reviewing the interconnection requirements.
Representative Mashinsky?
I hope that's written down somewhere.
It's on
I'm
my
writing as
testimony.
fast as
It's on my testimony, and
Okay.
we're glad to have another call about that.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a report that was done, I believe, by highly qualified individuals outlining specifically the economic benefits of battery storage in Connecticut over the different sensitivities, different sizes, different modeling scenarios, and that's available for the committee or anyone as well. And I think that's a worthy consideration to take a look at when evaluating whether this should be, or has to be a ratepayer benefit to all ratepayers that are not participating.
Representative Mashinsky?
I got enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
We got the no mas signal. One quick one for you, and then we have a couple others to ask questions.
Sure.
We've started to talk a little bit about the ability to access energy from smaller remote generation, whether these are virtual power plants in the aggregate or not is another story. But how important is having the appropriate application to access the data that you described and the like? We're not an AMI state in any sort of serious manner. Can we still move forward with these kind of things even while we're slowly moving towards AMI?
That's one of the benefits of energy storage systems. The energy storage systems that I'm aware of come with their own revenue grade metering system for identifying its dispatch. It's already going to be, if it's part of the ESS program, connected in automatically, so the data is being read, or can be transmitted if it's not part of the ESS program automatically to prove what the consumption and dispatch was, so an accurate representation of the installed capacity allocation can be proven, shown, and recorded from the utility.
Sounds like an added benefit.
I-
Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to go over what you said about the capacity market, because I don't think that that is a very well understood aspect of how electric rates are made. In New England, capacity is very, very, very cheap, but they're reviewing that now, and all the calculations, I mean, I haven't looked at the numbers, but all the calculations that we're hearing floating around are based on current capacity costs. But if they were based on the capacity costs in PJM, which skyrocketed, I think that the numbers would look very different. That said, we don't know what the numbers are going to be at the next auctions for capacity in New England, but they are definitely not going to be as cheap as they are. In meeting with ISO a couple of years ago, we talked about the fact that there is a high likelihood that somewhere in the future, if we're not careful, capacity could become almost as expensive as generation. Because there's just, the market is that dynamic right now. And I think that even at the local level, somebody told me that they had solar and they had a battery that was a Tesla battery, and that going into a power, a storm situation, they noticed that their battery was like at 30%. I think Tesla tends to use batteries, they sell the power to the grid to shave the peak. And I think when you buy one, if you don't read the fine print, they have control over your battery. So batteries paired with solar are kind of a perfect thing for peak shaving, and they have a value that is important to calculate into decisions around what to do with them and whether they should or shouldn't be subsidized and to what extent. I just wanted to say that. So I'm not asking a question.
I actually fully concur. The ISO New England has predicted that our peak may be shifting from a late afternoon peak from somewhere between 5 to 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. right now to a winter peak. The winter peak would occur between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. on the colder days, or in the early evening, 6, 7, 8 o'clock when people start coming home. And one of the additional benefits, which was not modeled or economically analyzed, is that there's very, very little sun at 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the middle of the winter. There's also almost no sun if we don't change the clocks between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m., which means our investment in solar becomes less valuable unless there's a battery associated with that. And so if this peak goes to the winter, it becomes an issue for us that we need to deal with. And then batteries can instantaneously change when they choose to dispatch the day before, automatically in mass by a computer system with the push of a button or automated. And so all this investment can shift with a varying grid. And if it changes by 1 or 2 hours, or we run into critical problems, or we start to get low on oil because of the curtailment to our power plants, we'll reduce the consumption of oil at those power plants by running them more potentially at night, storing that battery power from those plants and dispatching it during the day in the peak hours, which expands our capacity. And that was one of the reasons there should be a evaluation whether power plants should be eligible for a portion of this load. Because if they're the best place to put it, my personal opinion, we shouldn't exclude them from that opportunity.
So I don't think anybody would disagree with any of that. I think the issue is going to come down to cost and deployment.
It has to be a negative or a benefit to ratepayers that it's negative.
And I'm excited to know that costs of batteries are beginning to come down or have come down. It's just a matter of how much and where the math is. And until you actually see what the new ISO numbers are for capacity, you're not going to really know what the impact is if you're basing everything on today's numbers instead of projected numbers for the future. Because that's going to have a huge impact.
And Senator Nealman, I was involved in a discussion that we are integrated into New York ISO. New York ISO is integrated into PJM, and if the prices are extremely high in PJM, it'll affect New York, which will affect us. So though we are in New England ISO, we're in the United States. And there's a relevant factor. Where someone's going to put a data center, which we talked about, are all a function of energy costs.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ed, for coming in today. A couple questions for you. When we talk about batteries, let's start there. Are you feeling that there is a sufficient supply and that the batteries are long enough lasting and can hold enough energy to work in a situation like this now? Or are you thinking the technology maybe is not quite there? Where are you feeling where we are with batteries?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with the technology. There's a company called Tesla that makes a Megapack, which has been tested, deployed at tens of thousands of locations. There's also firms that make residential size batteries that are available to offset an entire home's usage for multiple hours to a day. So we're in good shape on that.
Okay, and you believe that, if this program is set up, that ISO will be able to pull from these batteries to help peak shaving?
Well, the owner of the battery, so if it's a commercial entity, yes, they'll be able to be dispatched in a controlled fashion through a multi-dispatch scenario at one particular, we call it a virtual power plant system. And so they're all connected into a central controlling arrangement. Yes is the answer.
Okay, no, thank you for mentioning it in terms of the virtual power plant. And then I would be really interested, we're looking at the new NRES, RRES, and SCEF programs coming up. Kind of would be interested in a comparison between what you've presented here and the SCEF program as we have it now. And I have a feeling that moving forward, it'll be hard for us to finance both. And if you're saying that your program, and just to clarify these numbers, you do mean net benefits of 1.4 to 5.4 billion. Because I find that that's significantly different than what we're hearing otherwise. So I would like to understand how you're coming to that number better. It sounds like you've got a report that looks fairly lengthy that you can get me. I do like data, I do like numbers, so thank you for that. But it seems amazing to me that you can get to those numbers when maybe our SCEF program as it is not going to be seeing a benefit. So I guess I would like to understand how you compare and whether that's something we could combine together.
Well, it's my understanding the SCEF program is solar only.
Yes.
So this is materially different. This is really designed with the economic benefits that batteries can provide today. And so SCEF can live on solar all by itself, can be completely independent, and I think it's a different decision as to whether we're going to encourage substantial amounts of batteries to be installed in our state or in the region. If they reduce our ratepayer cost, I think it's a positive consideration to evaluate.
But, okay, so SCEF is solar only, I understand that, and you're saying you're solar plus. So I guess that's what I would like to understand, whether we could marry those two together, and instead of having a solar only, have a solar plus that we're actually seeing a benefit with peak shaving and a benefit to ratepayers if that's what the numbers show.
I don't know the answer to that. Our internal analysis is the ratepayer impact measurement of solar right now is about 0.6 to 1.1, so just barely economically viable in incentives. So it's just very close. So it's not my position to analyze that. When we are 3 to 6-fold, there's a lot more availability to, initiate a program and make sure it's positive ratepayer impact measurements.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? If not, we're going to take a fresh look at this and consider this bill within the broad panoply of the incentives that we offer for solar and storage. We really appreciate it. We'll probably have more questions for you in the future.
Thank you very much.
And now, without further ado, the one we've all been waiting for, John Erlinghauser from AARP, who can help us celebrate the demise of POTS lines. Is John
I'm
available?
here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I was there for the first 2 hours in person, Representative, and then I had to go to a meeting. But I did hear all your concern about my likeness and apparent worries over POTS lines. So I'll address that. But I do appreciate you having me here today. I'm John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP in Connecticut. And I'm here on behalf of our nearly 38 million members across the country and approximately 550,000 here in the state of Connecticut. I'm here today to testify on behalf of, in support of two bills, House Bill 5469 and House Bill 5473. House Bill 5469 seeks to ensure large electric load customers provide sufficient electricity generation to meet their demands, protecting ratepayers and supporting state energy strategies. AARP believes protecting residential ratepayers from bearing the cost of infrastructure upgrades, increased energy demand, and potential rate hikes associated with large-scale facilities such as data centers. As artificial intelligence drives a surge in energy-intensive data centers, we will need to ensure that industrial users pay for their own energy consumption and grid-related costs as opposed to ratepayers. If no action is taken, electric rates and system reliability could be threatened by data centers. And I just want to add to that, Bill, I share the Consumer Council's concerns when opening up issues around third-party electric suppliers as it relates to residential customers with regards to statute 16-245. So I want to make sure that I echo her concerns in that regard, and we'd love to work with the committee on addressing that. With regards to House Bill 5473, AARP did testify on behalf of that bill last year. A similar bill, rather, it was a Senate bill, and it strengthens Connecticut's telecommunications framework by directing PURA to adopt and enforce enhanced service quality standards, update requirements for settlement agreements and contested proceedings, and clarify approval processes for changes in the utility company control. We particularly like the requirement for semi-annual service quality reporting, and because it's an important consumer protection measure, and we do believe to be effective, reporting must include not only system-wide averages, but also data at the wire center or community level, as statewide averages often mask significant geographic disparities. And then just to address a couple of things that were brought up in the discussion about POTS, and I do certainly remember 16 years worth of discussions, and ironically, I do remember having those similar discussions with Senator Duff when he was chair of the committee, as he noted in his opening remarks on the poll bill. I've said this multiple years, and I understand POTS is going to go away. We're at that point where we're getting closer and closer to it. But the protection of consumers who are now on a lot of other alternatives, many of them are the wired alternatives that Consumer Counsel Coleman pointed out, need to have the protections that exist. And certainly requiring these technologies, or these companies that provide this phone service in that way, should be required to provide reporting on service quality at a minimum. And we certainly think that this is not an overburdensome request. And we do agree and concur that the language doesn't address putting things like
Sir, your time is up. Do you mind summarizing?
Yeah, like Zoom and others into this system. Those are not taken account for in this legislation. So we think it's a strong first step, and we certainly would support any efforts to get this passed. So that's my summary.
Thank you, John. I'm not sure this committee could move forward with endorsing the end of POTS lines without your blessing. but we are at least pleased that.
I'm going to have to retire at some point too, you know.
All right. Well, we'll see which happens first.
Did the chairs go up in the room when I said that?
That's the advantage of being here. You can find out what people are really saying about you. In any case, we appreciate your participation, ARP's participation in assuring that we protect ratepayer interests, well, not ratepayers in this case, but consumer interests as we inevitably transition away from POTS lines. And we'll allow you to offer up the eulogy at the ceremony. But I guess we're not quite there yet. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you for your testimony. We'll look at it carefully as it pertains to all the bills you commented on.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll move on is Jason Bowser here? He is. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Apologies for being out of the room. I was over in public safety. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Bauza. I'm the first selectman in the town of East Windsor. I'm here today to offer some comments on House Bill 5472, an act concerning the safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems. As the committee knows, East Windsor has more grid-scale solar than any other municipality in the state of Connecticut by a fair bit. This despite our constituents consistently objecting to the siting of any more of it within our community. The determination on where these things get sited currently sits with the Connecticut Siting Council. If the state is going to solely retain the authority to cite where these projects go, it must also take the responsibility of ensuring that communities who are forced to host them are adequately protected. Everyone has a right to feel safe in their own home. Because of these grid-scale facilities, we've had at least 3 different instances where there were fires that have broken out, one of which was 124 feet from somebody's front door. 124 feet. That's roughly twice the distance between me and Senator Needleman. That's how far apart the fire was from somebody's front door. Section 2 allows for the Siting Council to require applicants to submit a safety plan. There is no way that this should be permissive. It should absolutely be a requirement that when an applicant is before the Siting Council, they must have a safety plan as part of their application prior to being approved. That should be an absolute mandatory. Furthermore, if local fire authorities determine that they have insufficient apparatus to address the safety plans that are being adopted by the Siting Council, then the applicant or the Siting Council should provide funding to replace the appropriate apparatus so that our volunteer fire departments can address these safety concerns. Absent that, it becomes a righteous, unfunded mandate forced on municipalities. Section 3 of the bill would establish a working group to review and assess the process for regeneration in instances where these facilities are shut down. I would respectfully ask that the industry not be a part of that conversation, as they have a vested financial interest in getting these facilities turned back on as soon as possible. Instead of allowing industry to determine their own fate in terms of reactivation, I recognize the need for expert opinion in that space, and I would ask that the committee consider turning to the University of Connecticut School of Engineering or for Yale to provide that professional, educated academic perspective without giving the fox keys to the hen house, which is what we effectively saw with the NextEra fire in East Windsor last year. So with that, I'm sure I'm out of time. I'll wrap my comments up other than to say I continue to implore the committee to give my town some relief.
Well, we very much appreciate your testimony, some very constructive suggestions, and we also appreciate your town being the beta for all of our problems as it relates to solar. I'm kidding. But the point is, it's made you really the point person of this, and we really do appreciate the fact that you have been candid with us about the facts on the ground and your actual experience, which is really the most relevant things that we can talk about here. Your recommendations clearly come from that experience. And beyond that, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. I want to let you know that we hear you and we understand the issues that you're having. Seeing obviously is believing, but you coming before us a couple times and having the conversation is really helpful as well. This is obviously something we need to take to heart when we are putting that much strain on one community that takes a community and not just the look and the feel, but the economy and the safety of how things are run in that particular municipality, and just flip it upside down. And I do understand you're coming at this from a point where you do support clean energy and renewable energy. But we have to have parameters around this, and I think we all need to be clear that parameters have to exist. So thank you very much. I appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Keep it brief. Thank you for your testimony. And as the good ranking member said, it really is impactful, you being here. And you have two incredibly active representatives. I can't speak for Senate because I don't speak with the Senate as much, but I know your two working bipartisanly across the aisle have done fantastic work in representing who you are. And I appreciate that. My question for you is some of these touch upon the Siting Council having a little different play. I'm sure you have some concerns with that, but have I'm sure you've had a seat at the table to discuss, but you don't have a voting right to discuss.
No. So the way the process works is we can have what's called party status, and when there's a petition or a docket that's been filed, what that means is that we can file pre-filed testimony, so written testimony, and then we can cross-examine other parties based on what their pre-filed testimony is. We get an opportunity to issue interrogatories to the parties. But in terms of affecting the decision-making, municipalities only have one small option to do that. And I'm going to, if you guys write this down, I'll give you what it is. 16-50X subpart D, which allows for municipalities within a period of time after an application is submitted to the Siting Council to issue what's called a regulate and restrict order. The Siting Council, in their own findings of fact, last week, when I was sitting right before you having effectively this same conversation, they, in writing, said that although 16-50XD is in the statutes that govern the Siting Council, they don't have to consider that. I mean, I'm a student of history. That's called nullification, and it was very popular in the Confederacy. When you have a body of government deciding which laws it does and does not have to follow, that's very concerning to me. And I would imagine, since you guys are the ones who actually wrote that statute, it ought to be concerning here.
Certainly concerning to me as well. I didn't write any legislation going back to that far, to the Confederacy. I mean, I'm sure the good chairs could have that conversation, but but I do appreciate your comments, and I think that's what's hitting all of us. And I think what the good chair was trying to say before is we've all learned a tremendous amount because of the sorrow you've been through in your community, and we need to be stepping up a little bit more. I've submitted some of that, but I think we need to talk more about Siting Council needing proper representation of not just our elected officials, but your police department, your fire department, especially any of your emergency services that are there. Is that where you're kind of getting to when you're talking about the fire department as well?
So, well, I mean, they're the ones who actually know how to put out a fire. I don't know the first thing. I think you use water, but not an electric facility. Nope. I mean, that's a bad thing. I would say, to your point though, there are 5 public members of the Siting Council that are appointed by the governor, 2 of whom must have a background in ecology, none of whom are required to have a background in municipal government. So I'm not saying that the municipality should be at the table per se, although I do think that the perspectives of the municipality should be heavily weighted. But there ought to be somebody who is a seated voting member of the Siting Council who has been a chief executive officer of a municipality, whether that's a first selectman or a mayor or a town manager or a town administrator. Somebody who speaks the municipal language and can consider, how does this affect my fire department? How does this affect my infrastructure? How does this affect the town's plan of conservation and development? Rather than, having that voice currently be empty. There is no representation in that regard.
Oh, I agree with that. I think that's one of the things I mentioned earlier with the commissioner was, if my math is right, about 9% of your town is covered in solar panels, and if that was other towns, that they can see that for, that could be as much as 40, almost 50% of another town in Connecticut that's just unseen. So I agree with you. I think you need to be heard more. I think municipalities need to be heard more. I think we need to make sure a lot of that goes back into the hands of municipalities across the board of the Siting Council. And I think your testimony gives us a lot of that. So thank you very much for coming up here or coming down here for that.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just follow up on that one point about the percentage of my town that is covered. The extent or the amendment to the petition that was approved last week, if it had been a standalone petition, would have been in the 5 largest in the state of Connecticut. The amendment would have been in the top 5 in Connecticut if it had been a standalone petition. This is absolutely out of balance. And there needs to be something done to bring things back to the center.
Thank you, Representative. I don't think there are very many legislators who are comfortable with where the Siting Council is now for one reason or another, which is why for I think the 3rd or 4th year, there are multiple committees considering changes to the Siting Council. We're not doing one of those this year, but it's interesting how the issues remain. And from my point of view, the pressure on the Siting Council is only likely to increase with the number of infrastructure projects that are likely to be obliged to take on. So there is a measure of urgency to getting the Siting Council right such that it can meet its responsibilities going forward. Anyone else? Comments, questions? Thank you for your testimony. Again, I was kidding, just to be clear, that we're all, in any case, we appreciate you. Let's leave it at that. How's that?
I'll take your comments as you intended them and not the way that I took them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have James Case from the Communication Workers of America. Welcome. Got a twofer here. That's great. And we'll give you 6 minutes if you really need it.
I will be brief. 10 and 11, so we're doing it together because it's the same topic, and I appreciate that accommodation. Good afternoon to the chairs and the ranking members and the committee members. My name is Dave Weidlich Jr. I'm president of Communication Workers, Local 1298, representing workers at Verizon now, formerly Frontier, and AT&T. I really am grateful that this committee put this bill forward so we could have some public dialogue about it and even be lucky enough to get some legislative resolution. I have a solution that may work for everybody, but it's going to require the cooperation of all of the pole owners and the attachers because we are just workers represented by a union that speak up when we want to try to help. The pole owner would set up new pole. The communication space should be managed by telecommunications custodian, responsible for the gain. As you heard earlier, the hierarchy, the power, and the telecommunications. The telecommunications custodian shall coordinate and notice attachers that need to transfer to facilities. And if that attacher doesn't show up or fails to report in a timely manner, that custodian should be allowed to shift and bill at prevailing wages. And the work will be done by skilled workers who are trained. And that would expedite the process. But that doesn't get at the mess we're in today. That would be a solution for going forward. Some of that could be applied going to clean up the mess, but we just can't continue to have this work piling up. A lot of it is undocumented and unrecorded. A good example of that is when we have an emergency at night with a pole break. Unfortunately, fortunately for power, they're out there, they do their job, and they're done. Unfortunately for the rest of the industry, people don't show up on those emergencies. Therein lies the double pole and the stuff that's hanging and braced and all the other things you hear about. If that process of shift and bill was in place on emergencies as well, we would never have double poles because the power company would shift, the telecommunications custodian would shift everybody else and bill appropriately, And naturally, the town wires and the fire wires and all of that get shifted, you know, as part of the deal with no additional cost to them. And I think that's fair. So I just really want to emphasize that I am not a proponent of third-party contractors doing the bargain for work at my local. A lot of that falls on Frontier for not being proactive and protecting the work that we do and just kind of washing their hands of it, focusing on the fiber installations. That work has been in our bargaining for decades. I have 40 years plus. Jim's coming on 30 years plus. We're very familiar with the poles and the industry. I am confident that Verizon's going to do better, but I hope there's a conversation between the pole owners and the attachers and maybe some legislative push to get them to cooperate to make this problem go away. And I'm just going to pass to Jim real quick to talk about the chaos that's out there and the safety concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me testify, everybody. Yeah, so I want to talk about the safety portion.
Just identify yourself first,
Oh,
please.
so I'm sorry. James Case was CWA 1298. When you guys don't see me here, I'm a field technician climbing these poles. In instances of double poles, and even sometimes without, with the blossoming of third-party attachers, it's chaos up there. Specifically with double poles, I've seen spots where a company will be putting new facilities on a street. They'll attach to the old pole instead of the new pole. Okay? As a technician going up, these third parties sometimes will put up temporary enclosures, which end up being permanent. Temporary meaning they're supposed to go back and do it permanently, but it's almost never grounded or bonded right. In that case, that whole pole could be energized, right? As a protocol, we have safety provisions where, we test the pole. But the pole could be fine at the bottom. It could be live within our telecom gain. So I'll throw a ladder up to potentially a live pole and then test it up there again. And, then we have protocols where it could be inductance. So like we had a technician a couple years ago who had what he thought was a live pole. So we have, we put our gloves on, our safety measures, and we try to bleed that away because it's all parallel. So there's magnetic fields, et cetera. And if it's not live, that will then test good. Like it was a false positive. Well, the cord that we use, a specific cord, was smoking. so that was not a false positive. And then, the third parties also sometimes will attach to our telecom stuff. So with a double pole, so from their stuff to our stuff to the house or to the business, and we don't know what their stuff has going on, so we're flying blind as opposed to their stuff. And as Senator Duff was talking about, some of the double poles have a thin little board, or some of them are even on blocks. So the pole is actually this far above the ground and just has a set of blocks. Now, every single kid walking by kicks those blocks every time. Or the guy wire that's holding that pole steady. If that pole's live, because the bonding and grounding aren't right, we all grabbed those guy wires as we were running by as kids. Every single one of us. So the safety of, the guy wire holds the pole steady, so it's a metal rod that goes to the ground. So the safety implications for citizens and for workers, I mean, if this was taken care of in a timely manner, that would be fantastic because it removes a lot of potential for danger for everybody, especially for the workers who, we're up there and we have to deal with random things all over the place, potentially live. We're supportive of this bill, and a database is fantastic. Obviously, we'd advocate for a little more teeth to this so that it would actually start taking care of the problem and get these double poles taken care of and removed. You all done? Okay. So thank you for the testimony, and if you guys have any questions, please ask.
Thank you for your testimony, and we hope that you have submitted written testimony with your suggestions for being more assertive than this bill suggests. Senator Neal.
Yeah, we have.
Thank you, guys. It feels like we're having the same conversation every year. I think there has been a little progress, not enough. I hope that Verizon owning half the poles now will get rid of some of the really older poles that are not knocked down yet. But I think you're right. I think it's the Wild West. I think I've witnessed people doing stuff for companies on poles that have made me cringe. And it's only a matter of time before somebody gets hurt themselves or does something that gets somebody else hurt when they go up there. So I'm interested to know what you think those other teeth should be. Senator Duff mentioned a shorter timeline. I don't know what the penalties are. I don't know if you saw the testimony that we got from one of, trying to think of who, one of the advocate companies for the telecom companies, one of the advocacy groups for the telecom companies, basically making the argument that this is unregulated and therefore we're out of our realm for trying to fix the problem. I don't think so. I thought that was a weak argument. I think that we need to address it. There are safety issues. There's certainly aesthetic issues. Don't like it and want it to go away. In the best of all worlds, what you said, Dave, would be right. Electricity has to go first, and then the other attachments would be there in a very timely way to fix the problem. It just doesn't seem to happen that way, and I can't tell who the worst offenders are. You would think some of the big cable companies are going to be pretty timely. They have the resources to do it. Some of the smaller ones, the municipalities, I don't know how the fiber company, the state, State Fiber, how well they do. So I'm interested to know who you think is the best and who's the worst, and what solutions you have.
Yeah, the best are the ones who show up, obviously, and that would be the power company. I think that Frontier and through Verizon will get better. I know back in the past it used to be if there was a pole break, everybody that was on the pole showed up to do the work, and I believe not the attachers, but the pole owners did the courtesy with the fire lines, et cetera. So it was done. It was broken, a new one was put on, it was gone. What I've seen is so much overbuilding in certain areas that already have high-speed internet with these new providers that do not have, in many cases, line crews to go do the work in an emergency situation. So it just stays there. And that's what I think, if there's a shift in bill process implemented, that would take care of the problem on each case going forward. We still have this backlog. And there's a lot of wires that are out there that aren't in a permanent status based on a temporary attachment status. There's poles, and this is why I have a adverse reaction to contract labor setting poles for whoever it is, whether it's the power company or for Frontier. They cut and do it the easier way. So traditionally, the telephone wires are on the street side of the pole. Now, because of more space needed and all of those things, they end up going on the field side of the pole, because when they set the new pole, it's easier for them to just put it on the other side. So now when you're running a new wire, you have to stop, disconnect the machine, make a splice or go around the pole, and then continue on with the job. So there's inherent delays in that process, but I absolutely 100% believe a commitment by everybody who's on the pole, or a requirement that they have to pay the bill if they don't show up, would solve this problem. And I want to see the problem solved because it's unsafe out there. I see too many things. There are poles that are actually leaning out towards the street. And that goes towards what Jim was talking about with the wire that comes down the pole. That wire is to support the pole to stay straight so it doesn't go in the street. Sometimes you see another pole against the pole, and that's to push it this way so it doesn't fall over as well. And those are secure and safe when they're properly done. But every time we do something temporary, the integrity of the infrastructure is compromised. And I think offering up a solution that says, party's over for everybody, power, telecom, shift and bill at prevailing wages, no more problem with double poles. That's the solution from where I sit. I just need other people to be okay with it because it's not my decision.
I also think another pet peeve is that with all of these new attachments on some of the older poles, I actually question whether they're able to handle. People think it's just a wire. It's not just a wire. You've got the whole system attached to this pole, and you see some poles that haven't been hit or haven't broken that are leaning like this, and they're not safe. Somebody can lean, a car hits them, the whole thing comes down, it brings down a whole circuit.
I can tell you a quick story about that. The tension on the wire going from the pole to the house, right? We are taught you cut the wire at the side of the house. You don't cut the wire at the pole. There's been cases where people have cut the wire at the pole and the pole goes over because of the weight shift. And we've seen that happen. I've had people get hurt when that happens, when they don't follow the proper protocol. So the fact that there's a lot of different people out there working in the network, I don't trust that it's entirely safe to work in on a day-to-day basis. And there's a lot of unsafe conditions that were created by the urgency to overbuild, in my opinion, instead of making sure while we're overbuilding, we're doing it proper and safe the first time. We have no problem with any kind of delays in rural Connecticut. Now, if people want to spend money to deploy fiber, there's no delay, there's no wait. You can just sign up and attach and off you go. But that doesn't happen. And that was the bigger part of the problem. So,
I swear there are still poles that are in bad shape from Isaias, and maybe even earlier than that. And there's no excuse. Like a storm hits, not everybody's got the resources to fix everything all at once. But day-to-day stuff, that backlog should have been cleaned up, and day-to-day stuff should be done in a really timely way. Car accident, somebody slams into a pole, that should be done within a few weeks, honestly, not a year or 2 years. So that shouldn't go into the queue.
Senator, may I add something?
Sure.
I can't speak for other companies, but I know Frontier for sure, / Verizon, we have set crews that specifically work on this stuff, whether it's setting the poles or the splicing that does the strands up and down the street. There's been suggestions here about like single visit transfers and stuff. The problem there is they don't know or necessarily understand our network. So like we've seen companies that move our stuff without telling us because they thought, they needed to move our stuff to get their stuff, and they'll take out a whole neighborhood. So that, and by the way, we can fix the POTS lines. There's whole neighborhoods.
All 5 of them.
Yeah, I worked on 5 the other day, just so you know. But we have set crews. If someone else works with our stuff, like they might not understand our network. So, we've had whole neighborhoods go down because they moved a major splice, and that loosened the connections enough where they lost phones, they lost internet, and whatever other services that we had with them. So, it's always better when the company that owns the equipment moves that equipment, right? Because we understand our own network. Obviously, Power does their own thing. I can't speak for them. But, having it done in a timely manner, especially with new damaged poles, whether it's, I think we have stuff from Hurricane Sandy that still, may be out and about.
I wasn't going to say that, but I do know that that's the case also.
It wasn't from us. Yeah. So, I mean, it's an endemic problem, right? Like, and it needs to be addressed. And if there are no consequences or repercussions, there's every reason to ignore it, right? Senator Duff was talking about there's places that have been there for 10 years. And I have no doubt about that. And historically, that wouldn't happen, right? It was phone and power, like Dave said. Power to move power, phone to move phone, pole's gone, it's done within 5 hours. But with the explosion of third-party attachers, whether it's a cable company or fiber company or municipal or whoever, some of these companies might not even know that they have stuff on that pole. Like they might just not even know. Because they'll have, drive up and down the Berlin Turnpike. You'll see bucket truck after bucket truck of folks from other states. And to be fair, all of our members, and I would assume Eversource, all live in our state. And we care when things aren't working or are a problem in our state. Whereas someone from Arkansas might not care. They get their work done, they leave, right or wrong, whatever, they get their money, and it's mind-boggling to me that they would use that type of labor. Now, some of those companies, I'm sure, don't have those crews like we have. But you know what? Whose problem is that? It's our problem collectively. So something needs to be done, whether they have their own crews or we do it or Eversource does it, or UI, and we bill accordingly, right? Like that would be something to get it done in a timely and safe manner.
I want to thank you for sticking with this subject for a long time. We've been talking about it. I'd like to see some progress made. I'm not sure we can get everything resolved with one bill, but I think the urgency out there gets more and more people angry all the time, especially you guys, but also all of us that have to live with some of the really shoddy, crappy work that's being done. I mean, when I'm telling you, I could take pictures and send them to you. I am shocked, and I wouldn't even be
I
able
could
to
send
tell
you more pictures than you could ever
just
get in your
wires
lifetime.
hanging around. Anyway, anybody else? Have I beaten this to a pulp? All right. Thank you. I think Senator Harding is online now. He wasn't
Thank you.
available before. Want to call on esteemed Minority Leader of the Senate.
I don't know about esteemed, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Edelman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, and other distinguished and honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for consideration of House Bill 5472, an act concerning the safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems. As you consider 5472, I also urge you to amend it to provide that no state agency or public authority shall consider, approve, fund, issue a permit for, construct, or operate a battery energy storage system until the Connecticut Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, establishes regulations setting minimum standards relating to the protection of public health, safety, and welfare for such systems. As many of you are aware of a situation in New Milford, it's the biggest town in my Senate district, also the town that Representative Buckby strongly represents on your committee. There's been an energy storage facility discussed. Residents are obviously balking at a proposed 140 megawatt battery energy storage farm less than 2 miles from the center of the community. Local homeowners have warned that a fire at the lithium battery facility could be a serious hazard to firefighters and neighbors, as well as environmentally dangerous for the town. The proposed site includes a stretch of the West Aspetuck River, so also an aquifer. An online petition has been launched to stop the project. More than 1,300 people have signed the petition. The petition notes that this project would bulldoze roughly 10 acres of precious land and degrade the environment, as well as be dangerous for the West Aspetuck River, as mentioned. Residents have noted that New Milford does not have the water supply nor the equipment to deal with any potential fires at the facility. In addition, many New Milford residents remain unaware of the potential battery farm project, which has now been paused. I do want to thank the New Milford delegation, Representative Buckby, New Milford Mayor Bass, and of course all the local environmental advocates for highlighting concerns involving this site location being on an environmentally sensitive flood zone, the safety risks regarding fires, and possible negative economic impacts of the project on home values as well. And much of the frustration is due to New Milford having no real say in the debate, which is another topic in and of itself. But overall, I think, in hearing First Selectman Bauza as well, this is not only an issue related to northwestern Connecticut and New Milford. This is being seen statewide, and I think we have to pause these projects until we could find out what safety regulations have to be inputted by DEEP to make sure that we can move forward with some of these projects, but importantly, doing so in a safe, responsible manner for our environment and most importantly, our community members involved. So I do thank you for your time in hearing my testimony, and happy to ask any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator. All points well taken. I'm not sure what the ultimate solution is here. It's a big solar battery array. You're right. We're not letting Rep. Buckby speak on this. He's a little too close to it now. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the senator of the best town in USA for his testimony. I guess I have a question for you, not necessarily about your testimony or about battery storage in general, because we know a lot about that here, and we're talking about a lot of that in New Milford, where we do have a number of our constituents are very upset, very concerned that this is going where they're talking about in a zone residential area, as well as an aquifer protected area. And I think that the reason I want to bring up the aquifer a little bit more is because I have a couple of people here that are on the committee that I believe instituted the aquifer protection laws. I believe it was something that the very rare, and I could be wrong, I believe it was the very rare agreement between Representative Piscopo and Representative Mashinsky over the years have agreed upon the Aquifer Protection Program, which I believe might have been the good representative's bill some years back. But my question for Senator Harding is, as ranking member of Environment, how do you, I know there's been some discussion with the Siting Council, but other concerns you had as ranking on Environment?
No, obviously, there's environmental hazards that could potentially be involved with the siting of these facilities. And so it makes it difficult when, you have two committees that have similar interest, but in some cases have different motivations. Obviously, the Energy Committee cares deeply about our environment, but ultimately their cognizance is supplying more energy resources for the state of Connecticut. And in some cases, it could have environmental impacts, and the Environment Committee obviously takes up the environmental aspects of that. Yeah, I mean, it's two committees that are so similar in so many ways, because I think that, to your point, Representative Buckby, you have an instance here where, again, it's an energy-related issue. That's why we're sitting here in front of this committee, but at the same time, has so many environmental impacts. It is why, you have the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, because those two issues coincide so often.
Thank you, Senator. I think that's part of my concern is sometimes we have a concern. This is both environment and energy run under the same roof, and I think that's where we need to make sure we all work collectively on the environmental concern of this. I am not against having more energy by any means, but I can't, after what happened in Moss Landing and some of the other issues we've had nationwide, we need some strong parameters in place for battery storage. So I thank you for your advocacy, Senator Harding. That's been very helpful for the people of New Milford, and I look forward to working with you further on it. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. And by the way, before I even say that, thank you to Representative Mashinsky for that, for the Aquifer Protection Bill, and thanks to Representative Piscopo for supporting that. I love that we can all get along so well when it comes to environmental protection. Thank you.
Particularly love the occasions when Representative Piscopo is in agreement with the majority. Should we? No, not now. Okay, right. Any other comments or questions? Sure. Oh, sure. Okay. Senator Fazio.
Senator, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for raising the concerns that New Milford residents have, I think, been voicing so strongly in recent months. It's important with the discussion of some of these renewables like battery and others that we take care of the community and local and ecological concerns that those communities have, especially when contemplating providing power to residents in a far broader range. So I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and say that we absolutely should be taking this proposal under, everything you said under serious consideration.
Thank you, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions or comments, we thank you for your testimony today, and we'll take it under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, if I can figure this out, is that be Joe Toner from the Connecticut State Building Trades Council. I don't see Joe. If he reappears, we can come back to him. All right, so we're next up is Ed Hawthorne from the Connecticut AFL-CIO. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've received quite the education today in the Energy and Technology Committee. Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, other distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, Federation of Unions representing approximately 250,000 union members here in the state of Connecticut. I'm here to testify on their behalf and echo what you heard from one of our affiliates earlier, CWA Local 1298. Double poles are something that you notice at first, but then when you drive by them, they just kind of become part of the scenery, much like the lawn signs that we all put up during election season. At first, everyone sees them and complains, and then it's just part of the lawn. So one thing I'd like to challenge you all to do when you're driving to and from wherever you may be going after this, look for those double poles. Look for how safe they look. I know I drive some, I live in Wolcott, and I drive some that look like they're literally being held up by bubble gum and duct tape. Like, I don't know how they're standing. I don't know how it's safe. I like to think that they are safe, but I really do think this is a safety issue, not only for the public, but for the members that have to climb up those poles. You heard about one thing that is so prevalent here is just the amount of third-party administrators that are now attached to those poles. And it used to be easy to replace those poles because there was only two people doing it. It was the power company and the old SNET or AT&T, whatever it was, and they would work together because they work together every single day. A lot of times on those poles, there are, a lot more than two people. And you can look at any pole and just see the amount of wires that's on there. That's in each individual person doing it. So I echo CWA 1298's proposal that there be some teeth behind this. A study's one thing. A study that people know where the double poles are, or at least I hope they know where the double poles are. There needs to be a little nudge to make sure that they're actually doing what they're supposed to. And if that crew doesn't go out there, that another crew does it, they simply get a bill at the prevailing rate, and then that pole gets replaced. And that unsightly and unsafe double pole goes away. So unless there is some teeth behind this, the study will do nothing other than report. And I think it's fair to say that they probably know they're out there, but they're just ignoring it because it's a cost-saving measure for a lot of these third-party administrators that may not have the crews that get out there. So thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. I think most people agree that it would be great if we could take action beyond the study. It's just the fine points of what we could actually do. So it's a conversation we're going to have. And we appreciate your testimony, and we'll probably solicit it again in the future. Senator Neal.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. I do want to say that, one of the pieces that Dave hit on is the skilled worker piece. And one of the things that comes with union workers, it's not exclusive, but in a lot of cases, the companies that are competitively trying to chase the cheapest price might be the ones that have the lowest paid workers and the least amount of available resources, so they bring them in from the furthest places that they can to get the low-cost labor. That, I think, leads to a big part of the problem that we have here. I think that they take their time, there's no penalty on them, and maybe something that says you have X amount of days to do it. We can't emphasize how stupid it is to put people touching anything on that pole that aren't properly trained, that don't do the job right. So the training is a critical piece of it, and timeliness is what matters. So I think that I'm anxious to work on more teeth in the language. So I don't know if we can do everything we want to do, but I would like to see something. And I know this is a priority bill for Senator Duff, but I also know that it's a very bipartisan thing because first selectmen, mayors and town managers throughout the state have to deal with the complaints around this thing. So we want to get it resolved.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, and we always say, especially that's why the prevailing wage is so important. If you want steak, you got to pay for steak. And maybe some of these, third-party contractors that don't pay the prevailing wage, if they know they're going to have to, as part of this, maybe they're a little bit more motivated to come out to that pole, move their stuff, so that we can take that double pole out. And to your point, I mean, just the unsafe conditions. I remember I actually called Dave about it to make sure it wasn't our guys. Thankfully, it wasn't. It ended up being Go Net Speed. Out running lines down my road in Wolcott, and they were literally up in a bucket truck. What a police escort. I almost pulled the footage from it of the unsafe stuff there. But they're up in a bucket truck, the guy's not even strapped in, and they're running lines down the road with the bucket truck running, and the guy's running the line. I can't think of many things that would make an OSHA inspector faint. That might be one of them, but not strapped in a bucket, in a moving vehicle with a cop. At least they had a cop car following them. I guess that's the one saving grace, to let them know they're there. But that's what we're dealing with here, is these companies that do not care about our infrastructure at all. But all of you are the ones, and the mayors and the town managers and what have you, are the ones that are going to be getting the phone calls when the internet's out, when the power is out, and things like that, when our infrastructure, which is already aging, deteriorates even more quickly because we got double poles sitting there with no incentive for these people to move their stuff off it.
No, I think it was earlier on in my tenure here that we were hearing about when new installations were being done, bringing in carloads of untrained people, putting 4 people in a hotel room, paying a minimum wage to go up on the pole, and really not caring about the work that was done. And I don't blame the guys who were brought in, the workers. It was just the companies themselves. Competition can breed good things, and it can breed bad things. And bad performance and dangerous outcomes occur when you cut corners, and there's a lot of cutting corners.
And we say it all the time, or I say it all the time, and as a union movement, we say it all the time, that pay, pension, health care is what we preach, but none of that matters if you don't come home alive. So safety's at the forefront of everything we should be worried about, and this is a safety
Good
issue.
point, and thank you.
Thank you.
We're good, and I guess Joe is not coming. Next up is Christy Prescott from UI.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Prescott, and I'm the Vice President of Regulatory for United Illuminating. And today I'm going to be testifying on 2 bills. The first bill is Raise Bill 5469. UI understands the state's interest in ensuring new large loads interconnecting to the system do not increase the cost of electricity supply and delivery service to other customers. Licensing of co-located generation serving large loads as an electricity supplier is a step to ensuring such generation supply is treated similarly to other suppliers. We do want to point out that co-located generation configurations require more robust technical evaluation, and they create a fundamentally different and more complex interconnection process that ISO New England and transmission operators must evaluate. Even facilities designed to be primarily self-supplied can still impose significant impacts on the transmission system under contingency and transition conditions. The next bill is Raise Bill 5471. This bill is substantially similar to House Bill 7087 from last session and would require Connecticut customers to bear significant costs, which we have calculated to be in excess of $6 billion. It requires modifications to our billing systems that would be impossible to meet on the timing required in the bill. And the bill also does not include the oversight and established customer protections that have been designed into existing shared clean energy programs. And importantly, this bill may violate Federal Power Act and Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act, or PURPA, requirements. So regarding costs, the bill includes payment for these projects at 80% of the retail cost of energy, which at current rates would amount to approximately $260 per megawatt hour. That's almost double the current standard service rate. And at these incentive rates, standard service customers could experience supply rates increasing approximately 3 cents per kilowatt hour, which results in approximately $6 billion over the program's 20-year tariff term, likely driving customers to competitive suppliers that are not required to pay these costs. The current SCEF program is paid through the non-bypassable FMCC, which is a component of the public benefits charge, and this bill attempts to shift the new program's cost onto the supply portion of the electric bill. This would drive customers to leave standard service, and the program's costs would be spread over a shrinking customer base, further increasing rates and ultimately stranding billions of dollars in costs. Requiring the EDCs to purchase wholesale energy from subscriber organizations above the PURPA-approved PURPA tariff rate, PURA-approved PURPA tariff rate, I'll say that again if I can, tariff rate may trigger potential judicial review under Federal Power Act and PURPA. With the exception of PURPA implementation, states lack authority to set wholesale rates. Also, allowing battery storage facilities that do not charge from renewable resources may also be a violation of PURPA. Well, as I mentioned, we also provided further testimony on the timing of applying consolidated billing and program oversight concerns, but I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. I've noticed you were here virtually the entire day of testimony so far. So you recognize that we've asked the question about the storage component. Clearly, UI has not integrated that into their analysis either.
You are correct in the number that I quoted to $6 billion is regarding the solar element. The reason I didn't calculate a battery storage component is because my read of the bill could potentially exempt battery storage from participation if the battery storage interconnection is not approved within 90 days. I believe that that requirement is exempted. Also, I didn't calculate it specifically as a potential benefit because there is a incentive payment of 5 cents per kilowatt hour that's included in Section 1. I think it's B13 that says it's 5 cents per kilowatt hour. And so depending on how the battery storage is operational makes the calculation a little bit difficult. I tried to kind of calculate something on the side here, but I'm not 100% sure I'm right. But looking at I did this, I'll have to put my glasses back on, 1,800 megawatts, if you ask for it to be about 25% of the installed capacity, that'd be about 450 megawatts of storage. If that needs to be operational, kind of 2 hours, 2-hour storage, that's about 900 megawatt hours. It's got to operate every week. I think it says 52 hours, 52 weeks a year, puts us somewhere about 46 or 50,000 megawatt hours. And at 5 cents a kilowatt hour, that's about $2.3 billion. So we did calculate that. That's a cost for that 5 cents. To your earlier point, how could that be monetized in the market? Certainly if that's operating during peak hours can be higher than the 5 cents. So it could provide some benefit in those peak hours, but it's not guaranteed. So it's a difficult calculation to do rather than the other calculation on the set incentive level.
I can understand that without some more specifics, particularly on administration, if that's the right word, it's difficult to calculate. But it's also difficult for me to take your testimony at face value if there's no consideration of the net benefit of storage in this equation, given that's the significant difference between, one of the significant differences between this and our existing SCEF program. They really have, the only commonality is the community component, that they have very different objectives. And I'm sure you would agree that it is in ratepayer interests to improve the circumstances in which we can peak shade with something other than jet fuel and the dirtiest fuels that we have available.
Thank you for that. And I also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the successor program and the 5340 bill that we talked about last week had a component of storage as well to be incorporated into NRES and potentially shared clean energy in the future. So I think that that is certainly something that we're not supportive of. I think because of the directional nature of there's an incentive for that storage payment as well as a benefit to the market, it's difficult to calculate. So I'll leave it there.
In any case, we're very interested in your comments that if such a program were to go forward, that we have the adequate protections that you describe, and that we can assure the ratepayers get the benefit from the program. So we'll look at your testimony with interest. Are there any other comments or questions? Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So just turning, everyone seems to be talking about the other bills, so turning back to the co-located electric suppliers and large electric customers. You know, you're part of Avangrid. UI is part of Avangrid, so you guys are kind of nationwide, a lot of different states. And I think it's an issue that most states are going to be dealing with, particularly with the expansion of data centers, that we are going to have such large customer loads. Have you done much work, much study into co-locating, or is this kind of a new arena for all of us? Like, is this something that we're all going to have to take 6 months, a year to try to figure out how to tackle this? Because the last thing we want to do is, especially down here where limited energy supply, our customers are already complaining about their prices and we don't want to burden them any further. Is this something that you've already done your projections on, or are we just at the start at?
I could certainly put you in touch with our system planners. I would say I know they've been looking at it. For me, I have also been aware of it, and just recently, just reading some articles that were in the paper recently about PJM and large load leaving and having to really make up, really could have detrimental impacts on the whole grid. It is concerning to make sure that the system is adequately protected, not only that they're, if we go off and we lose capacity, ultimately increasing cost on the system, but also if they just drop off or they need to come back on because they need to drop the data center, that is also a concern to the whole entire grid. And so I know that we're looking at it. I don't think that we have kind of super robust, because I think it's kind of a growing demand that we're looking at, but I do know that our system planning group has been doing some projections, and we can certainly come back to you on that.
Great, thank you, because we all want solutions to our growing power needs.
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I always appreciate your calculations. I think you know that. I know these were fairly, you don't have exact data on the battery storage, but from what you were calculating, my understanding is the 2.3 billion was kind of over the 20-year period that you were estimating.
Yes, but I'm afraid I might have made a calculation, because I actually wrote down I put like 47 billion, but I know I must be wrong, and math was not my major, so I can come back and try to calculate that out for you. I don't want to certainly say that I think it's going to provide that sort of incentive. But I do want to, respond to Representative Steinberg's, point that we hadn't put that calculation in my initial testimony, and I do agree with that. But I do know that there will be an incentive paid. Certainly.
No, yeah, thank you. I mean, and this obviously came up during our conversations today, and you knew that was something we wanted, so I appreciate you trying to address it. I think that's what I'm also looking at is how that money will offset the cost of what we're doing to implement this, right? Because from the numbers we got earlier, it seemed like it was going to be a 1.4 billion to 5.4 billion benefit, and if I'm obviously we have to look at your numbers again, If we were thinking it was 6 billion kind of over the 20 years minus the 2.3 billion, obviously we're not totally sure about those numbers. That would be something I would be really interested in. And I kind of put this back to the group that was there earlier. I mean, I know we have our SCEF program, and, you know, apparently each of these do different things. I don't understand why they all can't come together and do the same thing, and we get a benefit instead of having one type of program here, one type of program there. And even, you know, it's, in my opinion, I'm not sure I like the residential as much as I like the community. Seems like that's, you know, if you consolidate it all in one space, you kind of get more bang for your buck. So I would maybe further conversations, if you are able to assist with some of these thoughts, then I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We do look forward to additional input on any aspect of what we talked about today, so thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I just wanted to say one last thing about, you know, I know Mr. Pace commented on the shifting and the difference of the standard service price. Again, I just want to emphasize that I heard what Mr. Pace said and what my colleagues at Eversource had said about this, and I would fully agree with that. The death spiral is a real thing. And to leave that to remaining customers that might be still on standard service to pick up these incentives may be very difficult. So if this concept were to proceed, I would say that maybe it could be incorporated into maybe some of the successor program, but certainly maybe not just for standard service customers. Thank you.
I agree with you. The standard offer is remarkably durable with consumers to this point, given all the volatility out there. I guess inertia is maybe the largest factor, so maybe the death spiral is a little ways off. We can put it on in the pool as to whether that'll happen before POTS lines are totally eliminated in the state.
Yeah, and again, you know, we don't make any money on these programs. We don't make money on standard service. We don't make money on administering these programs. So we were not in the place to say one way or the other, but we do have the obligation to serve and certainly to administer the programs as required by the legislature, which we are happy to do. So thank you.
We're glad you're happy about it.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will move on to Gene Cronin from Costa.
Hello, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Mara, and members of the Energy Committee. My name is Gene Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut School Transportation Association, commonly known as COSTA, and I'm here today to offer our support for House Bill 5470, an act concerning hybrid school buses. So the current law that we have on the books, the time frame is for the conversion to school buses is rather ambitious. The current law requires all school buses in environmental justice communities to have 100% of their fleet electrified by January 1st of 2030, which is just 4 short years away. All the rest of the school districts have to have their fleets either electric or alternative fuel by January 1st of 2035, and then all electric by 2040. And we can tell you that except for one town today, no municipality is going to make this deadline date. So this bill wisely extends those timeframes and allows for alternative fuels, such as propane, hydrogen, liquid natural gas, compressed natural gas, or biofuels. And it also allows for hybrid buses that would be powered by an electric motor in addition to another type of fuel. And the dates is pushed out to January 1st of 2040 and all school districts, for all school districts. And then the grant program over at DEEP would be expanded to cover these alternative fuel buses as well. So this seems to make a tremendous amount of sense since the environmental justice communities are cities, which have the largest number of school buses in their fleet, and they also have the most constrained school bus budgets, or rather school budgets, so they would be least able to afford the conversion. Just to give you a perspective, the cost of a diesel-powered Type 1 school bus is $135,000, while the cost of a Type 1 electric school bus is $400,000. In addition to the electric bus, you have to have a charging station. Those cost $20,000 for a basic one. Those costs go higher if you want a high-speed charger. So that puts the cost of an electric school bus at a minimum of $420,000, which is 3 times the cost of a diesel school bus. We also have issues with infrastructure. You have to make sure that you have the charging capacity at your location. We have to deal with the electric distribution companies to make sure that the substations can power those facilities. And keep in mind that school bus contracts are a minimum of 5 years. So the planning has to start many years before that deadline date. So basically, school bus operators will provide whatever equipment and specifications a municipality would like, but they have to put it in their bid, and they're going to have to pay for it. Again, this is against the other competing needs of a school board budget, including teacher salaries and other items. So I'd like to point out there's several municipalities in Connecticut that are currently all propane fuel fleets for their school buses. These, oh, that was quick. Just quickly to summarize, these include the towns of Danbury, Waterbury, Norwalk, Torrington, Ansonia, Derby, Seymour, Newtown, New Milford, Simsbury, and Beacon Falls. As an alternative fuel, these companies, or rather these towns, would already comply. The one big thing I want to point out with this bill is, unfortunately, there are no national manufacturers making a hybrid school bus at this point. When this all first started, there was a manufacturer making it, but because nobody is buying these now, because the grants actually cover all electric, they don't cover hybrid, the manufacturer stopped making hybrids. So we don't have any hybrid school buses out there. So I would suggest maybe you want to consider amending your bill to make some changes about just having it be alternative fuels or electric versus a hybrid, because we really don't have any hybrids right now. So I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I think virtually everybody understands that achieving our worthy goals for electric buses is simply not going to happen on the timetable as stipulated. A number of assumptions were made at the time. Some of them have borne out and some haven't. So yes, we do need to make adjustments that provide an adequate runway for those who are actually interested in this, pulling it off in the right time frame. So I think at the very least we're looking at the extensions that have already been discussed, the consideration of alternative fuel sources. I think your points are valid in the sense that they're not only more cost effective, some are available, but in the case of hybrid electric, they're not. So even that assumption can't be followed through on. So I'm not exactly sure where we're going to net out. There's been some interest in propane, as you've indicated. 7 communities have already adopted it. But I think everybody agrees that we need to make some pragmatic changes so that the program can continue to go forward. Representative Mark.
Thank you. As you may or may not have heard, we had a little bit of a discussion this morning with the Commissioner at DEEP, and I think there was some concern that that the proposal is trying to avoid the clean energy mark, which I absolutely do not feel that it does. So can you talk about, and I don't know if this is kind of an area that where you have expertise or not, but about the moving to propane and maybe the benefits of propane versus diesel, and then even some of the newer diesel buses as well, as far as emissions and things like that.
Thank you for that, Representative Moore. And I'm not a fuel expert. I think some people behind me might be, but propane is a much cleaner burning fuel than diesel. My understanding is the cost is a little more effective, but it doesn't. You don't get as much gas or mileage out of it. So propane is a good choice. I'm also told there's a hydrogen model that will be coming on the market nationally in 2029. There is also, I was talking to DEEP myself after the hearing, the EPA has a schedule for a cleaner fuel standard in 2027. So Cummins, which is one of the big engine makers, is going to be coming out with a new engine in 2027 that will actually be a gasoline engine that is going to burn very cleanly, much more cleanly than diesel. So it is evolving, right? We have different fuels. The standards are evolving. You know, the issue with electric is the buses are expensive. And then beyond that, it's the whole infrastructure. You know, you may have a very rural location that cannot sustain charging, 15 buses. It's gonna blow out the whole town, right? So you need substations, you need all kinds of changes to be made. So electric might work in certain places. In fact, Branford is that one community that is going all electric in the fall, the 2026-2027 school year. They have put in some of their own money. They've gotten a lot of grants. They will be an all-electric fleet in the fall. So we're anxious to see how that's going to work. But as you said, the different types of alternative fuels is probably what some of the municipalities, and many of these that I just mentioned are urban municipalities, your Danbury and Waterbury and other places that would be covered under that first wave here. So I think it is important to give towns the flexibility because they can't afford this. We just heard earlier this week, the city of Bridgeport has a huge deficiency in their school budget. How are they going to get to electric buses? So I think we have to provide flexibility for the municipalities. I think they're trying. I think we all want to try, but it's the cost and the practicality.
Right, I think during transportation the other day, Representative O'Day and I were calculating something like $3 billion for what it would cost to switch our buses over to electric. So of the school districts that have switched to propane, what are the reasons that do you know why they moved to propane?
Actually, some of them started as far back as 2012. I think they were looking for cleaner fuel source. I think they were looking for, better economies. And they started switching, and then, of course, when the legislation passed, more of them started moving over. But it's a more practical choice. You can put a propane fuel tank in the bus yard. You can fuel them quicker. It's not an overnight charge. You don't have to put in all this infrastructure, right? It does take a little more time to fuel them, and there is more training that goes with teaching people how to fuel with propane versus how to fuel with diesel, but it was a more practical solution than going to fully electric and more affordable.
Okay, and then just one really quick question. I think there was, it sounded like when we were talking about, if we move to alternative fuel, then a district would be unlikely to go to electric buses later. But from your understanding of this, is there any extra infrastructure or anything that you're purchasing to have a propane school bus fleet that are going to be sunk costs for later?
Well, there is investments involved. Obviously, you have to put the new fuel tanks in for the propane and the pumps and whatnot. So there is an investment involved in a propane conversion. So these towns that have done that have already gone through that cost. So to put over to electric, that's going to be another conversion.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, though, but once that bus has hit the end of its life, there's nothing more that you've got, like chargers, for instance. Like if you have an electric buses, you've got the chargers there. That's like extra infrastructure. There's nothing extra you have to do for a propane. Once
No, just that fuel storage tank. So yeah, you'd have to get a new bus.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And before you leave, Jean, along those lines, you made mention of other alternatives such as hydrogen. I've always been intrigued by hydrogen, but wouldn't that also require the infrastructure investment in a fueling station and similar
I
to
think
propane?
that it would, Representative. So, 2040 is a long way away. There could be a lot of other technologies coming between now and then that are more practical, less expensive. Hard to know, but I think you're right. I think hydrogen would involve some refueling issues.
So I guess the lesson learned is that we should be enabling a flexible approach going forward as we try to achieve these goals. And we appreciate your testimony on that score. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. On the propane infrastructure, I know you said you're not a fuel expert, but do you have a sense for what the cost of the fueling infrastructure is for?
It's funny you asked me,
propane
Representative. I've been on so many calls the last couple of weeks. A propane bus is $155,000. And I spoke in the Transportation Committee earlier this week on Senate Bill 416, and they've asked me to get a price comparison of diesel, propane, and electric, and I'm working on that. So I'll share that same information with you folks.
And specifically for the fueling infrastructure, like the tanks and what that would be, and how much of it's required for a given number of buses. I think that's helpful to
Okay,
understand.
I'm happy to do that. And I know there's a person from the propane industry who will be speaking after me as well, who may have some of that information for you, but I'm happy to get that.
I think the electric buses versus diesel or propane it's similar to the conversation around renewable energy, where you have higher capital costs up front, but then you have much lower operating costs. So I think the electric transition, really similar to the renewable energy transition, it's a financial one in figuring out how to amortize those costs and spread them out. So having more time certainly is helpful for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments? For somebody who lacks the scientific expertise, I think you give us a lot of good answers. Thank you, Chief.
I've been on a lot of calls. Thank you.
Next up is Robert Keene, who is a power engineer. Is Robert with us?
Yes,
I see you.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Okay,
proceed.
great. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to address HB 5471, large loads. I agree with taking steps to assure that large loads don't shift cost onto residents. I also hope that the cost and cost shift analysis will be done for all energy bills before they become law, or even better, before they are submitted to this committee. I look back in the last 3 years of testifying, and just about everything has to do with cost shifts. Many of these items are very expensive, and the game seems to be to get somebody else to pay for it. But data centers are not the problem. Data centers are attractive, constant load that can be served for less cost than the standard service customer because it has a much higher load factor. In contrast, heating load is a spike which requires 7 times the capacity per megawatt hour, which often isn't used. The two big cost shifts that I'd like to talk about today are the heat pump accelerator program and the behind the meter solar programs, especially residential. The HP accelerator program has a goal of adding 580,000 customers or 4,000 megawatts, 20 times the Millstone data center we talked about last year. And this would increase to 25,000 megawatts by 2050 to meet the net zero goals. Both heat pump and non-heat pump customers are going to be upset when the heat pump load increases generation costs by 50% in the short term and doubles it by 2050. I'll say again, a 4.5% increase in load is going to increase costs 50%. The other behind the meter elephant is the present 1,300 megawatts of customer solar. Perhaps with the current bill more than doubling in megawatts, a cost shift on steroids. Data centers don't even come close. Residential behind the meter solar is paid 32 cents for a product that gets sold in the market for 3 cents, about 1/10 this cost. And we pay the difference through the public benefits charge. Unlike nuclear, it's worthless for creating a fixed price standard offer so it gets sold in the hourly market. The procurement task force verified that they don't plan to take the solar or wind generation and use that to supply a standard offer. And so that's the end of my testimony. I guess leave it 2 thoughts. The 2 thoughts are the 2 big things that are expensive are the solar and storage, which can be done at half the price at the grid level or 1/4 the price compared to residential. And the heat pump accelerator is going to increase costs by at least 50% and double them in the long run. And customers are going to be upset when they spend all that money on a heat pump and don't get the results that they expected. The costs, these are the current up-to-date costs for the each month throughout the year. And the cost in January here just went up to over 20 cents per kilowatt hour. This is the wholesale cost. And so a heat pump is basically adding load to the most expensive months of the year. And then but they're only charging everybody right now the average price. And so you have a case of the marginal cost the price is not set at marginal cost. It's a subsidized price. And in the long run, you're going to have increasing costs, continual increasing costs. It's the same thing that happened back in the 1970s. In the 1960s, there were promotional rates for electric heat. And then when the prices went up in the 1970s, everybody was upset because they spent all this money to put in electric heat. and now it's very expensive to operate. And we're going to have a disaster, I think, from a customer satisfaction point of view.
All righty then.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, speaking of disasters, have you checked the price of oil recently? You know, all those people with heat pumps no longer have to pay their heating oil bill. Isn't that true? So wouldn't they be really realizing some significant savings for a daily escalating price of oil in the United States?
In the short term, yes, but most people, you know, oil is stored in your home tank, and you pay for it once a month or something like that. There is some savings now, but if you charge 20 cents, there would be no savings. The actual cost of electricity is 20 cents. If you charge that, there would be no savings for an oil customer at a price of $3.50 a gallon I used for the calculation, which is a typical winter price for oil.
Well, I would suggest that number is probably a little antiquated at this point, given that the cost of oil has skyrocketed over $4, I believe, per gallon. So I guess it all depends upon the caprice of our leadership as to determine which is more cost efficient for ratepayers, heat pumps or oil tanks. Thank you for your testimony. Yeah. Anyone else? No? We will be glad to move on then to Mike Morrissey from Alternative Fuels Coalition of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking member Mara, and other distinguished members of your committee. I'm Mike Morrissey with the Alternate Fuels Coalition of Connecticut. I'm also the past state director to the National Propane Gas Association, having served in that position for 23 consecutive years. Our coalition is an active member of the state's 3 Clean Cities Coalitions, a division of the Department of Energy, and I'm here to support HB 5470 and that concerning hybrid school buses. Alternate fueled vehicles, and specifically propane-powered vehicles, are an important component of this bill and are a low-cost replacement for diesel-powered vehicles. More importantly, propane-powered vehicles do not require special grant funding. However, grant funding now becomes available to accelerate the adoption into the marketplace. Today, there are over 22,000 propane-powered buses in operations nationwide, transporting over 1.3 million kids daily. In Connecticut, there are over 700 propane-powered buses in operation, with over 15 years of successful operation in our state. Past legislation restricted the use of propane buses beyond the year 2040. This bill now allows for the use of propane buses beyond the year 2040 for both distressed and non-distressed communities alike. Allowing this will give all communities much more affordable choices compared to much more expensive zero-emission buses. Many communities cannot afford more expensive electric buses, which require special grant funding to force-feed their adoption into pupil transportation. Broadening schools' choices, which will now include propane-powered buses beyond the year 2040, will be welcomed by all communities who will be required to operate cleaner buses in their community. We encourage your committee to vote this bill out of committee this year. I know that Jean Cronin recently testified in front of me. There were a number of questions that were raised that she couldn't answer. If this committee cares to raise similar questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I think I've got all your answers here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We were hoping you took notes on what questions she asked.
I did.
Perhaps you would share to provide answers, but as you're doing that, could you also, because this is one of the things we did address to her, talk about what is the requisite infrastructure? And are those types of tanks and other accessories readily available for the task?
Absolutely. First and foremost, the driving reason a school bus operator will switch from diesel to propane is because of the cost savings. Right now, nationwide, there is a savings anywhere from 40 to 50% cost reduction operating a propane school bus versus a diesel-powered school bus. So aside from the environmental benefits, it's really the dollars and cents. There's that much of a savings, and that is that's the leading incentive for a community to operate a propane-powered school bus. As far as infrastructure is concerned, the infrastructure cost is less than gasoline or diesel because it doesn't have the environmental constraints that both the polluting gasoline and diesel fuels have got. But for a smaller fleet, there's 1,000-gallon tank storage that's available with the dispensing equipment for anywhere from about $34,000 to $40,000. In the case of Waterbury, they've got an 18,000-gallon propane storage tank with 2 dispensers out there. The cost for that infrastructure is about $240,000. But I do point out that in many cases, the fuel suppliers will incur the infrastructure costs, providing they have a long-term supply agreement with the school bus operator. So, and in terms of filling a propane school bus, it's identical to filling a diesel or gasoline-powered vehicle. Usually they fill at a rate of about 10 to 14 gallons per minute, depending on the pump equipment that's associated with it.
Did you address all of the questions that Jean Cronin couldn't answer, or were there others?
No, I think that she did not respond to, what the driving force was, and it's economics. These school systems are saving 40 to 50% compared to operating a diesel bus, and a large portion of that comes to the reduction in maintenance. You don't have all of the emissions components with a propane-powered vehicle that you have with a diesel-powered vehicle.
Let me ask a question that occurred to me. Our original objective was to convert as many school bus fleets as possible to electric for the long term.
Mm-hmm.
We recognize some obstacles to that being accomplished in the time frame. But if we were to endorse or incentivize propane buses, given, as you described, a modest but conceivably significant to a school district infrastructure investment, wouldn't that significantly postpone the date in which a school district would contemplate the conversion to electric? They would have had a significant investment in the infrastructure and therefore become more inclined to stick with that for a long time.
It might, but the bottom line is we got to protect our kids. And putting the kids in an environment with diesel exhaust is unhealthy. That can be immediately eradicated overnight. We are not anti-electric school buses. Anything that reduces emissions, we're in favor of. What we are in favor of is allowing the users to have a choice. And if a propane-powered vehicle makes sense today and it doesn't tomorrow, that's honoring the choice of the operator. However, if an electric school bus makes sense in the future, we sense that that operator will gravitate in that direction. The key here is that the operator have a choice, and without amending the law, there is no choice other than an electric school bus.
Point taken. Thank you for that. You have one question? But I'm afraid you'll have to defer to Representative D'Amico. Oh, you don't know. You were just waving. There you go. I have to say, Representative D'Amico, that there was something missing from today's hearing, and I couldn't remember what it was for a while, but your presence and your questions are the difference. So you can't leave today without having a good question to ask.
You're great for my ego. I will try to accommodate you, Mr. Chair.
Get thinking. All right, Senator.
Yeah. It's so nice that we run this like a mahjong game. I really do believe that. Mike, quick question. Are there any penalties for using any of these or other fuel buses after 2040? Or is it just like we want to not use them after 2040? I mean, buses probably have a 15 or 20-year amortization, so nobody's going to buy them if they become illegal within the lifespan of the bus. But my understanding, at least I think, is that there's no penalty to continue to use them after 2040. Is there? I mean, you're more familiar with it than I am. That's why I'm asking.
Well, it's my understanding that the way the existing statutes are, and I think that was borne out a couple of years ago by Senate Bill number 4, is that come the year 2040, all vehicles, all school buses needed to be operating on electricity and no other fuel.
No, I know that, but is there a penalty if they don't?
I'm not aware
Okay,
if there
I'm
is any
just
penalty.
wondering because we do a lot of that, and they're great aspirational goals, and I'm 100% supportive of the idea that we want aspirational goals and we want people to be directed, but we do a lot of aspirational goals without actual, like, if you put that bus on the road, we're going to start finding you. I don't think that there was anything in there, but I don't remember.
Nor do I.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The other question that I had for Jean was the difference in emissions between diesel and propane, if you have some of that.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Where propane shines, and when it comes to emissions reductions, is with the nitrogen oxides. Right now, we've got current EPA CARB standards, and propane offers a 90% reduction in nitrous oxides. It offers an 80% reduction in particulate matter. These are the emissions that cause the bronchitis, the asthma, the breathing difficulties, and are also a causal factor to causal rain. So that's where propane offers its biggest emissions reduction buck, is the significant, and that's why these school buses are so clean compared to a diesel-powered vehicle.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony. There
Thank
seems
you.
to be a lot of interest in propane these days. This
Yes.
might be the moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up online, we have Diane Keefe, followed by Hector Flores. Welcome, Diane. Are you there? There you are.
I am. Thank you very much, distinguished chairs and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm a retired finance executive from Norwalk, and I'm testifying in support of HB 5470 hybrid bus bill, but only if it disqualifies liquid or compressed natural gas fueled buses, because natural gas is 90% methane. And although I don't have the statistics about these buses versus other kinds of buses, I do know that natural gas stoves are considered to be a significant source of indoor air pollution. So I have to believe they are pretty unhealthy for school buses as well. Propane and hydrogen buses, on the other hand, are a meaningful improvement, as the previous testifier just mentioned, in nitrogen oxides, and not as much in sulfur dioxide, but still significant. There is a study that indicates they produce more carbon monoxide, which is really bad for people. But on balance, they are better. And so given the cost delta between electric vehicles, electric buses, and these other kinds of buses, I think that we should provide communities the option to move forward with them. I will note, though, that when the government subsidizes electric buses, it can bring up the demand for them, and therefore the price decreases as the industry scales. So that's the theory behind endorsing it at first for EJ communities. I'm going to move on to my support for Bill 5471, community solar, especially with its 25% or more storage, because of the reasons we've already discussed and the benefits of storage being able to shave peak power. This enables more Eversource and UI customers to have a long-term lower cost of electricity than the incumbent investor-owned utilities can supply. Third-party suppliers offer discounts in the short run, but increase after inducing customers to switch. Based on the testimony we've heard about the positive ratepayer impact of solar plus storage on shaving this peak, it would be prudent to create an amendment to fund zero-interest loans for residential owners who have already installed solar to deploy storage across the state rapidly, in addition to requiring the 25% solar in new community solar, rewarding those consumers who invested in solar in spite of the relatively high capital costs of owning it themselves, or the relatively small benefit of leasing it through a company. I encourage you all to be mindful of Eversource's current monopoly position in the market. To characterize a solar-only analysis with losses to standard service as leading to a death spiral doesn't acknowledge that 84% of ratepayers remain on basic service. A long way from a bad market share for a business in a competitive market. Eversource made $1.69 billion in profit in 25 versus $811 million in 24. And one of the primary drivers of that profit was higher profits from increased prices and volume of natural gas. And part of that natural gas was delivered to basic service customers. Increased delivery
Diane,
costs.
I think it's time to start wrapping up.
Yeah, I am going to wrap up. Just that the other point is that grid modernization and maintenance is high, partially because of storm damage related to climate-related storms. So the more solar plus storage we have, the less threats we'll have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dan. I think you made some really excellent points, some of the things we've been discussing quite a bit today. We appreciate your testimony as always. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We move on next to Hector Flores, and then Alex Rodriguez from Save the Sound. Is Hector with us? He's supposed to be in person, but I don't see him, in which case we'll move on to Alex, and if Hector shows up, we'll give him another chance. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Thank you, Senator Needleman, and hello, honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Alex Rodriguez, an environmental justice specialist with Save the Sound, and I'm here to present comments in opposition to HB 5470, now concerning hybrid school buses. Connecticut should not weaken our clean transportation standards because the impacts of air pollution will increase, harming air quality and public health within communities and impeding our ability to meet our goals under the Global Warming Solutions Act. Zero-emission school buses are an important tool in meeting our school buses and protecting air quality, especially in areas with higher burdens of transportation-related air pollution. Section 1 of this bill eliminates the zero-emission school bus requirement, and it replaces it with a bare 100% zero-emission alternative fuel or hybrid school bus requirement by 2040. We oppose this change as it could be entirely fulfilled by districts using alternative fuel vehicles which rely on fossil fuels. Alternative fuels and hybrid buses are no substitute for electrification. Full battery electric vehicles provide the greatest air quality and public health benefits. Fully electric buses produce no tailpipe emissions of nitrogen oxides, particulate matter or greenhouse gas emissions during operation. They also eliminate diesel exhaust exposure for children in communities near bus routes and depots. Save the Sound recognizes the funding concerns raised by school districts in meeting electric school bus targets, and that is why we submitted testimony in support of HB 5153 in the Environment Committee to untether state bond funds for electric buses from federal grants. And we also supported testimony heard in the Transportation Committee, SB 416, and that concerning transportation system modernization. And that legislation provides for up to $40 million in bonding to support school districts in their school bus electrification effort. We urge you to support those bills and vote this bill so that the state stands by its original statute and so that we can meet our broader climate goals and protect children from dangerous pollution such as nitrogen oxides and fine particulate matter. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Alex, for your testimony. I share your concern that if we offer too many off-ramps to alternative fuels, that will long postpone the day before school districts will consider electric buses. But I have to say, practically speaking, some of the assumptions we made when we passed that original legislation have not come to pass, that we seem to be on a slower ramp up than I think anybody anticipated at the time we passed that legislation. Much has happened in the interim that has caused that. Knowing that, it will be virtually impossible, I'm going to go out and say that, for us to get all the school districts in the state up and running by 2040. Don't you agree that we should be considering ways in which we can wean districts off the worst kind of fossil fuels towards better alternatives?
I think Commissioner Dykes spoke well earlier in mentioning that school districts should have a certain degree of leniency in meeting these electric school bus targets. I don't think that school districts should be hit with a fine per se for meeting these targets slower than usual. These targets were set for a reason. When the legislature passed the Connecticut Clean Air Act, we had a federal administration that was very supportive of these clean transportation initiatives. And now we are under an administration that believes the opposite, that has rolled back every incentive possible for electric school buses. They have terminated the Clean School Bus program, and that will not be permanent. Eventually, this administration will end, and we have the opportunity to build anew under future administration, whomever that may be.
Well, I'm not going to join with you in speculation about the future. I will keep my hopes to myself. But suffice it to say that as long as there's not an explicit penalty for failing to comply, a school district can maintain the aspiration on their own time frame. So you're basically saying stay the course despite the new obstacles we have in our path and the impracticality of the timeline. Since there are no penalties to the district, we might as well hope for the best. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes and no. I think that the legislature can support school districts by continuing to allot bond monies to support school districts in this transition. When the Connecticut Clean Air Act was passed, $40 million was authorized in bonding, and DEEP received $6 million. Or DEEP was able to act using $6 million, and so the rest of that money is still tethered up right now. And so were some of this bonding to be freed up, it would help school districts in this transition.
Thank you. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I guess I should just start out with this $3 billion. That's the number we're looking at to do electric school, but not 40 million, 3 billion. So I appreciate where you're coming from. I absolutely do. I feel like to not do anything for our school districts, to not give them proper guidance is a failure on our part. To give them guidance to say, you can do this, you can do an alternative fuel, and it's going to get you 80% of the way there, 90% of the way there in some cases, and it's gonna fit within your budget, and you can do that right now. You don't have to sit and find $3 billion to do that. I think that's what I wanna do for our kids. I wanna get them clean air as much as I can get them clean air, and get it now, instead of waiting and trying to find $3 billion or trying to make 40 million into 3 billion. And I would love to see all the environmental groups jump onto this as well, but I will be hopeful. Thank you.
I just caution Representative Mara, I didn't necessarily see your math work, but my guess is that if we were not to do electric vehicles for $3 billion, we'd still be replacing regular buses all over the state, and that would probably cost in excess of $1 billion.
2.7 billion more than regular is what we calculated out the other day.
You might want to say that out loud.
I can go back and double check, but when we were in transportation the other day, we looked at 2.7 billion more than regular school buses.
Again, I haven't seen the math, and I'm not quite sure how that works based upon some of the things I've heard, but I didn't hear the testimony in the other committee. Representative Michin.
That number is not a net, though. You do have reduced maintenance. So if you buy the bus, it does cost 3 times more, but then you don't have to repair it. So the maintenance cost to the towns is much reduced.
Sounds like there are a number of assumptions and a lot of math involved in making these comparisons. I don't think anybody doubts that electric buses currently are significantly more expensive. But once again, we find that we don't always capture the full benefits in a monetary fashion that would allow us to make accurate comparisons. So, Alex, thank you for your testimony. I think stay the course is a good aspiration, but I also understand the desire to help some of these districts transition off of diesel as quickly as possible. You have something you want to add?
Yes, Representative Steinberg, one last thing I'll say is us sticking to the original statute, I don't think we are necessarily doing a disservice to school districts. I think that us sticking by the original statute and working school districts to aim to meet those targets is the way we need to be going. I think if we walk back on this commitment, I think it sets a dangerous precedent for the rest of the nation. States like Massachusetts, New York, and California that are making big waves in electrification, and there are other states who want to follow. So I encourage us to stick by the original statute.
To your point, as everyone knows, as Connecticut goes, so goes the nation. So we want to be the appropriate example. Seeing no other comments or questions, thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Sack from Sack Energy, followed by Timothy Smith.
Thank you, committee, for taking the time to hear me out today. I'm here in favor of HB 5470, the act concerning hybrid school buses. I'm not going to go into heavy detail, just a few of the things I see with the problem with this, the bill as it sits, per se, as it was voted into law, and the changes that need to be made. The cost of the electric school buses are about 4 times as much as a gasoline or diesel or propane-powered bus. The strains on the Board of Education's can't take it. I know in my town, I live in West Hartford, they're already looking at a 6.6% increase for the budget for next year. They had about an 8% last year. It's getting out of control. And, the schools are winding up. getting rid of teachers and, the cutting costs are just firing teachers or not rehiring teachers, but doing everything else, but doing what needs to be done for the children and educating them. Today also, if you went to full electric, you're not killing emissions. You're just switching it. Right now, ISO is showing almost a 50% electricity is made from natural gas. So everything more you put on the grid, it's just going to be fossil fuels, either natural gas, oils, whatever. You're still going to have the same emissions everywhere. Frankly, the state has already tried the electric transit buses, and I think it failed. They caught on fire, they blew up, they're parked, they're not using it, they're pushing away from that. I'm here, I wholesale biodiesel. I've sold biodiesel, renewable diesel, which is a great replacement for petroleum diesel fuel. It doesn't affect the engine warranties. You have about an 80% plus reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And this product is also made right here in Connecticut, putting people to work here. Also the infrastructure too for these towns. You could be looking at not only the 4 times for the buses, but another 50, 60, 70,000 for the electrical infrastructures that are put in. Really, it makes sense to let the towns have their option and their choices for what's good for the people, the students in their towns, for the different fuel sources. It can't be an all one choice. The grid system, in order, right now we're looking at 50 plus years and I don't know how many billions of dollars till we can get 100% green grid, if it's ever going to come. I'd like just a follow-up thing, Mr. Steinberg. You talk about the spike of diesel fuel today because of the war in Iran. Most of these towns, they all do bids. So they bid their fuel. This isn't affecting them. This should be a very short period of a spike till this issue's over with in the Mideast, but it's not affecting the towns because they've all bid their diesel fuel a long time ago. So they're not getting hit from it. Thank you.
Obviously, I was making a point in that instance, and I'm glad you're confident the war will be over very quickly. I think we all like to see that. But I think the point is also that this is about the long term, and dependence on fossil fuels, in my view, is not the long term. Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Thank you for your testimony. Up.
Do you want me to verify my numbers?
Okay. You want to comment? Yeah. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I actually just wanted to verify my numbers earlier since we're still kind of on the same topic. At 10,000 buses across the state of Connecticut, $400,000 for an electric bus, that's $4 billion. At about 100-ish, maybe 130 something, that would be about $1 billion-ish for non-electric. So we've got a savings of somewhere $2.5, $3 billion. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Now that you coined the word billion-ish, we can all use it going forward.
It's better than some of the words I coined.
I'll have to find a way to use it, as Mr. Buckby knows. Thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Timothy Smith, followed by Roger Thompson.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Tim Smith, Senior Energy Efficiency Consultant for EarthCore Energy Services, a Connecticut-based energy service company. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5471. As someone who spent nearly 30 years in the field working with both state and municipal governments as well as commercial and industrial entities, I've witnessed the impact that emerging technologies have played in improving grid resiliency and addressing these peak demand initiatives. Last year, as we said, ISO New England stated that it is very possible over the next few years that we will switch from not only a summer peak but to a dual peak, and shortly thereafter a winter peak, with a winter peak occurring between 9 and 7 a.m. in January, when solar alone will not play a role in reducing the peak demand. Energy storage then becomes the logical answer. That said, environmental and additional public concerns over lithium-ion-based batteries have driven energy storage marketplace to develop alternatives for commercial and industrial end users. Our company is currently working with a manufacturer of storage technology that lasts over 20 years, has no environmental impacts, has no thermal runaway or fire hazard. This is an existing, successfully implemented testbed technology and is currently successfully deployed globally with our U.S. military. This supercapacitor versus battery technology allows for multiple discharges a day versus once a day for lithium ion. A megawatt system can be recharged in 1 hour with graphene-based new technology solar panels that work in diffuse light instead of direct-only sunlight, as we have a problem with here in New England. This graphene-based technology is lab-created, not mined, and can be be produced from recycled, discarded tires. I thank the committee for allowing me this time and opportunity to testify here today in support of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. I can't help but take the bait on new solar technologies.
Yes.
Just how available are these new graphene ones?
They are in production right now.
And how do they
Chairman.
compare on costs and efficiency?
The efficiency is off the charts compared to existing. 15 years ago, the first solar panels I put on a high school here in Connecticut were 140 to 150 watts per panel. These are currently 1,400 watts per panel, and at the end of the year, the new panels will be over 1,600 watts per panel for comparable size. The key to this is the graphene technology associated with them that allows them to be used in diffuse light. They are currently deployed in other parts of the country, and they overproduced their rated wattage per panel with 2 inches of snow on top of them.
I find that particularly relevant. I just had a new solar system installed, and I checked my numbers today, and I'm not getting any generation.
Exactly.
So in a diffuse circumstance, I'd at least be generating.
You would be generating, Chairman, yes. Yes.
Let alone under a couple of feet of snow. Yeah, I'm always buying the wrong product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I don't see any comments or questions.
Very good.
You've done the drill with us before. We got to the part of the day where we lose a little moxie, but
Completely understandable, Chairman. I thank the committee for its time.
thank you for your testimony. Next up is Roger Thompson from the U.S. Navy, though he's retired, followed by Kayla Grenwis. Is Mr. Thompson available?
Roger, accept the panelist invitation.
This is your chance, Roger. All right, we will move on then. If Roger shows up, we will be glad to bring him back. So next up is Kayla Grenwis, followed by Matthew Mitchell. I see you, Kayla.
Hello.
Hello, please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Kayla Grenwis. I'm an intern with the Active Voice, which is led by Christine Palm. And then I'm also an undergraduate student at the University of Connecticut, majoring in economics, math, and public policy. And I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 5471, an act concerning community renewable generation sources and energy storage systems. To me, this comes down to accessibility to contributing to efforts to help mitigate climate change. As a young environmentalist, I want to contribute in any way that I can, and I feel that other residents of our state may feel the same. And I don't think that this ability to contribute should be limited by what kind of house a person lives in or their income. 1 in 3 Connecticut residents live in apartments and homes that are unsuitable for solar installation. And this bill would allow them to benefit from renewable power and also be able to buy it at less cost to them than power that was created through fossil fuels. And like was previously testified in today's hearing, the 25% battery storage requirement would help reduce the need for peaker plants during high usage times. And those peaker plants rely on very expensive and pollutant fossil fuels, which this bill would help reduce the need for those. And then also in the long term, the high annual cap on the program's maximum annual power output would incentivize solar developers to invest in Connecticut, and it would create jobs in the renewable energy sector. So I urge you to support Bill 5471. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm glad we finally have somebody here who actually read the bill and recognizes its storage component. So you get extra points for that. But Representative Buckley indicates that he believes he read the bill. Okay, all right, there we go. So there are two of you. Representative Hughes has a question for you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and the in-depth review for our colleagues and myself. What are you hearing from your counterparts about the state of renewable energy in this climate and, community solar and battery storage? What's the conversation like? We just want to know kind of level set from folks in your demographic.
In my demographic, meaning young people?
Yes.
I think that it's incredibly important. I talk with my friends almost every day about how we wouldn't be seeing these kind of snowstorms if it weren't for climate change, or the fact that it's randomly sunny at certain times is just so strange, and it hasn't happened decades ago. And so there's an ever encroaching need and urgency to help mitigate climate change. And I feel like if we can implement bills that make this more accessible, especially for people who don't necessarily have the funds to do it, they can just subscribe to a renewable energy implementation process, then this would be so much more accessible.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just think really speaking to the reality that many of your counterparts may not see themselves as homeowners anytime soon. So this becomes a real practical way to, personally and collectively mitigate the worst impacts of climate change. So that's why I think your testimony is very important today.
Thank you.
I concur. Thank you for your testimony, and we'll make sure that Christine Palm knows what a fantastic job you did.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, we will move on to Matthew Mitchell, followed by Elias Peterson.
Hi.
Welcome, Matthew.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, members of the Energy and Environment Committees. My name is Matthew Mitchell, and I'm president of the Norbert Mitchell Company, based here in Danbury since 1945. We're a delivered fuels provider, and we supply propane and diesel for school buses in several districts here in Western Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of HB 5470. And I'll going to apologize in advance for repeating some of the points made prior. But we have a bit of experience supplying propane fleets here in our area. Over the years, we've worked directly with school transportation fleets that have transitioned from diesel to propane-powered buses, and the results have been extremely positive for both the towns and the environment. First, propane school buses deliver meaningful cost savings for towns and school districts, which I think Mr. Morrissey hit on quite a bit. The buses themselves are similar to diesel models, the upfront cost, and about a quarter of the cost of an electric bus. Fuel costs have been consistently lower than diesel, And fleet operators report reduced maintenance costs because of the propane engines and how they burn cleaner. And they also don't have a lot of the emission systems issues that many diesel fleet operators experience nowadays with the newer diesel engines. Second, propane offers a practical and affordable infrastructure solution. In most cases, or many cases, propane suppliers install and maintain the fueling infrastructure at little or no upfront cost to the municipality. That's been our experience. It's been kind of a mixed bag. Some towns purchase their own infrastructure, and some it's on the supplier to provide and maintain the infrastructure. Propane significantly reduces emissions, which has been touched on here, I know. Improving air quality for communities and for the students who ride the buses every day. Just as importantly, propane buses can be implemented almost immediately. The fueling infrastructure can be installed quickly, and fleets can transition without years of planning, electrical upgrades, and construction required for large-scale electric bus charging systems. This means environmental benefits begin right away, rather than years in the future. It also reduces the need for significant taxpayer-funded incentives, grants, and infrastructure investments that are often required to support electric bus deployment. We've even seen some towns do it in phases. They start with a certain amount of buses on propane, and then they phase more in later on. For our towns and cities, propane and other alternative fuels provide a realistic, proven pathway to cleaner transportation today. Allowing propane and other alternative fuels to remain eligible gives towns the flexibility they need to reduce emissions while managing costs reasonably. I appreciate your time today. Take any questions you have.
That was excellent testimony, both in content and timing. I don't have Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mitchell. I'm about as close as he gets to Danbury, and they've had Norman Mitchell has been a landmark in New Milford for years. So thank you for your service to the town as well. But my quick question for you really is about when you said they were phasing in some of the towns. Have you found that to be beneficial to those programs when they're phasing in the propane buses as we have in New Milford?
Absolutely. I think as you probably know, each town has their agreements and arrangements with their school bus operators, and a lot of the infrastructure, the actual buses rely on those agreements. But I know some towns have found it helpful to phase it in for budgetary reasons or per the agreement they have with their school bus provider, and some have gone almost their entire fleets over to propane fairly quickly. And then I know New Milford had that similar experience. They went rather quickly over to propane for their buses. So it's a mixed bag on how they do the implementation, but we have not found a fleet yet that regretted going to propane. It's been a very positive experience for those involved.
I agree. We've had really good luck with that with our town, our people in New Milford. Our bus company's been very happy with that. So I'm feeling the same way. This propane is kind of our good transition for quite a while until we have a better solution and on the weight and the other concerns of electric buses that I'm concerned about. But thank you for your testimony again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your kindness in allowing me a moment to speak with my neighbor here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, representing the luckiest town in all of Connecticut. I take your point. Moving right along, we have Elias Peterson, followed by Kate Losey. Is Elias with us? What's that? All right, in real time. It's about to happen. All right. We see you, Elias. Can you see us? Good. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Elias Peterson. I'm Vice President and General Counsel for Colmar Americas, here today representing Colmar and our subsidiary, American Green Fuels, in support of House Bill 5470, and against Senate Bill 422. American Green Fuels is a 55 million gallon per year biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven. We employ more than 50 people at the plant and hundreds more in indirect economic activity. The plant utilizes waste feedstocks such as used cooking oil to produce a renewable fuel, results in up to a 93% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to traditional petroleum diesel, in addition to significant reductions in particulate and hydrocarbon emissions. We support House Bill 5470 and the expansion of the program for school buses to include alternative and hybrid options. Biodiesel being an ideal replacement for petroleum diesel in school buses because of the limited need for system modifications or fleet overhaul. We are a ready-made solution to decarbonization and cleaner air. As part of my written testimony, I also submit several articles with states and municipalities that have adopted biodiesel in both their school buses and other on-road diesel applications, most significantly New York City and Washington, D.C. We're also hoping to see implementation of an incentive to support increased usage of biodiesel in all on-road transportation, ideally via an exemption from the state diesel tax, which is a practice several other states have around the country, including Texas, Illinois, Missouri, et cetera. I'd also like to take this time to testify against Senate Bill number 422. And I don't think this was intentional, but the removal of biomass as an option for the generation of Class 1 RECs inadvertently removes the ability for biodiesel to satisfy RPS mandates. There's a ruling from, I think, 20 years ago that clarified that biodiesel would fall in under the biomass category for Class 1 RECs. And as we heard at the beginning of this hearing about the negative effects and positive benefits of utilizing diesel at peaker plants, I don't want to remove the option to use biodiesel in that context. Again, low carbon, cleaner air option for those facilities. So I would encourage the committee to not take away that option from the Class 1 REC eligibility. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. As much as I appreciate the comparison to jet fuel, everything is better than jet fuel, so that's not much of a comparison. But help us understand. Let's say that we allow the existing supports for the biomass industry to expire. What would happen? What would happen to all that biomass?
So, no, this is not an area that I have an expertise in, because I think that most of the biomass, I shouldn't speak to it, the other biomass in the Class 1 REC. I can tell you that the material effect right now to the use of biodiesel for electricity generation would not be material. Not a lot of biodiesel goes into that end use currently. I just like the idea that we could use biodiesel there. If there's already a diesel tank hooked up as the peaker option, why not use biodiesel instead? I don't have an objection to the general removal of biomass as a eligible Class 1 REC. I just would like to see the biodiesel be optional.
Clarification. Senator.
Hey, how you doing? So biomass and biodiesel, then biodiesel's not Class 1, is it?
So this is why it's a little bit funny here, right? So biodiesel is not listed specifically as a Class 1 REC. I have a ruling from, I'm not sure, but I'll submit it as part of my written testimony, a ruling from the state that says, yes, biodiesel qualifies as biomass for this purpose. So biodiesel comes from renewable biomass in general, right? It's the used cooking oil, inedible animal fats, virgin vegetable oil. So that's all biomass. Obviously, it's not the same biomass that generally gets burned for electricity production, like the wood pellets that come from.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but you don't get the RECs that the biomass plant does, do you?
Only if we were to use it as an end use to generate electricity, right? Most biodiesel gets used, like I was saying before, in the on-road or in the home heating oil, which this committee has done.
Okay.
Excellent work. I really appreciate the support this committee has shown for use of biodiesel in home heating.
Yes, and we don't want to affect that, but there's more complicated issues around biomass. So removing biomass from Class 1 does not materially impact your business model, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, that's important to know. Thank you. And a great job there, by the way.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. We'll look at it carefully. Next up is Kate Losey, followed by Carrie Lynch.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kate Losey. I'm from New Milford, Connecticut, and I'm providing comment on Bill 5472, the battery storage bill. I appreciate the comments and letters submitted on this question by my representatives, Representative Buckabee and Senator Harding. This bill does not address the critical issue at the heart of Public Act 2153 that designates 1 gigawatt of residential and utility storage. I am an ecologist. I am a climate activist. I believe in green energy. I believe in alternative energy. I know that they are the only way forward to reverse climate impacts. So when you create bills that do not consider the environmental impacts, you're pitting green solutions against the original green, our natural systems. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It is cheap to use lithium ion. It is cheap to install a solar farm. What Connecticut deserves is legislation that provides us with safe, long-term alternatives. Fossil fuels are literally killing us. But developing battery storage and solar farms on our wetlands and farmland and forest land is going to harm us in ways we can't measure yet. The solution to 100 years of environmental destruction by fossil fuels cannot be a concrete pad on a wetland or farmland or forest land for the next 30 years. Not when 20% of the state is already a concrete pad, and we've had countless opportunities. Your generation has had countless opportunities to mandate solar and wind on developing land. And you didn't do it. So I would like to let you know a little bit of what I have learned about lithium-ion batteries. They are the leading cause of residential home fires. Lithium-ion fires produce chemicals that are toxic to human life that we don't have good testing for. It's one of the reasons why they say that the fires are not producing anything toxic. We don't have a good test for what the toxin that's produced. Lithium ion is an economical battery solution because the car manufacturing industry created a supply chain that allows it to be cheap. Lithium can be cheaply extracted in South America, shipped to China, manufactured in China, and then shipped to the United States. Lithium-ion batteries need to be changed out every 8 to 10 years, and all of that material goes to a landfill. That's supposedly a green solution. And it's not the safest, and it's not the best, and it does not provide the long-term solution that Connecticut needs. Connecticut deserves a long-term battery scale solution. There are solutions out there that can be made in Connecticut with American-made materials that do not have the risk of fire and have a 90% smaller footprint than lithium ion. You have an opportunity today that is incredibly important. You can place a moratorium on lithium-ion battery storage facilities and restrict the siting of these battery storage facilities to built or commercial developments. You can create the legislation that says, no, we will not give up more of our land and risk our air and water to replace fossil fuels. We will mandate that you place the infrastructure and facilities on already built land. Today, you can create legislation that will say we will not accept so-called green energy solutions like lithium ion that are not durable, that are not long-lasting. Only option to protect Connecticut communities and advance clean energy is to introduce a moratorium on lithium-ion battery storage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. particularly heartfelt, and I think you make a number of excellent points. Yeah, my generation definitely left you holding the bag on a lot of stuff, and we're trying to do better. For example, to your point, there's a company right here in Connecticut called Cadenza that creates lithium batteries that are non-cascading so that they don't have the same fire risk. And I look forward to the day that we move away from lithium towards solid-state batteries such as sodium, which are also being investigated at this time. Lithium is not the ideal fuel source, but for us to foreclose the prospect of taking advantage of storage for all of its benefits, including environmental benefits of not burning more fossil fuels, I think is a little bit short-sighted. So
No,
I think
I'm sorry, you're wrong. You are taking a risk right now. We are literally a year or two away from utility scale storage solutions that do not have the harmful impact. Connecticut could literally be a leader in the country right now. If you
maybe you could go on a little bit further to explain what you mean by what's going to happen in a year or two.
So I have been in contact and discussing in depth with battery storage experts. The technology that was not there 5 years ago when this bill was created, right? The technology for sodium ion, for iron flow, for some of these other technologies, it didn't exist 5 years ago. I understand why there was an opening, but we're now within a couple of years. This isn't a 10-year, 15 years away. This is we can get this now. We can prioritize. It's at the commercial level. It's not at the utility scale that you want to put in my town, but it's at the commercial scale, which means if Connecticut actually said no to lithium ion and opened the green door to all these other alternative energies that do not have the fire risk, we could be we could literally be the start of a brand new industry that could have factories, that could be producing a new industry in Connecticut that creates long-term durable solutions.
I take your point. I've been talking about new storage, new battery technologies for 12 years, including sodium ion batteries and the like. There are many different new technologies out there. And I can't tell you how frustrated I am that here we are a decade or more later and none of them have been made commercially available.
Because the investment isn't being made. The priority isn't coming from the legislation.
If you just let me finish, I do believe that there would be plenty of investment if the technologies were proven out. So I agree with you. I think the time will come. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of guaranteeing that's going to be in the next year or two, while we have other urgent needs that relate to the efficiency of renewable energy. So I think we can agree to disagree, but most importantly, I think we definitely agree that there are going to be new technologies out there which will create a revolution in batteries. And at that juncture, you will really see battery technology taking off. We all have concerns about lithium. But in the short term, and I'm hoping it is the short term, I think we as a state would be foolish to totally foreclose that option. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kate, I can't thank you enough. Your passion here today, I think, has been, it's a reflection of where New Milford has been for the last several months. Maybe more so, in leading the way with multiple different organizations standing up and making sure that this is heard. And I can promise you it's heard. I submitted a moratorium bill myself this year, and I'm not done fighting. Then maybe we can hold that off. We had a conversation with the commissioner from DEEP today to say this is important for us to put all of that first. The aquifer, especially where they're talking about with that battery storage, is far more important than any possible energy that we could put there. Any other project we could put there. The aquifer is the most important thing. We need to protect our potable water and all of our resources that New Milford is so rich with. So I just wanted to come on and say thank you. Thank you so very much for coming on and talking to us and sharing your passion, which I think every single person in this room has felt when you stood up on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I think we all concur. We appreciate not merely that you did your homework, you're factually on top of things, but that you want to see the right outcomes. And I don't think there's a member of this committee who isn't concerned about environmental impacts. But most importantly, we have a responsibility to make sure that, as we always say, when you flip the switch, the lights need to come on. So we will bend over backwards for considering all our alternatives in that regard.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you again, Kate, for your testimony. Carrie Lynch, followed by Joseph Sokolovich. Is Carrie with us? We usually
Hello.
see, there you are, as usual. Welcome.
Good evening, Honored Chairs, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of 3 bills today: House Bill 5469, 5471, and Senate Bill 422. First, TNC supports HB 5469, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers and large electric load customers. We support this bill on the basis of increasing electric demand from large load customers nationally and internationally. We are seeing this in PJM, as was mentioned by Deep earlier today. And what happens in PJM will affect us in ISO New England. We should be planning ahead, as Deep has also said, which is why we like this bill. Connecticut is, in general, an energy exporter. We produce far more than we actually use, and we pay for the support of the infrastructure for this energy, for better or for worse. We need to protect ratepayers and look for ways to make sure that users of energy pay for the investment in infrastructure they are using. This includes large users. Co-location is one way to ensure this. FERC is currently looking at this issue, but we shouldn't wait for FERC and then ISO New England to set ambiguous guidelines. We suggest adding language that would include a percentage of clean energy resources to be part of this co-location. We also suggest looking into private offtake agreements, especially if offshore wind and advanced nuclear are on the horizon for Connecticut. Secondly, we support the intent of 5471, an act concerning community renewable generation resources and energy storage systems. The Conservancy generally supports community solar, and this proposed pilot program is truly community solar. Pairing it with storage increases the ability to make this distributed energy resource into purely dispatchable. As it is written, this would be about 600 megawatts per year for 3 years. That is huge. The current SCEF cap is about 50 megawatts per year for 8 years. So it's a huge jump. And finally, I'd like to touch on Senate Bill 422, an act concerning biomass facilities. The Conservancy is supportive of biomass, and we recognize that biomass as an energy resource helps with Connecticut's waste problem, particularly the woody biomass waste from DOT, DEEP, and Department of Ag. However, biomass is a complicated subject due to the insanely high emission factor and particulate matter output. As a global NGO, we believe in being good stewards, and while a renewable energy resource, it is not necessarily to subsidize it through the RPS, at least not without qualifying it by imposing large amounts of scrubbers and carbon capture technology. We have submitted written testimony regarding these bills, and with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today. Thank you.
Carrie, thank you as always for your cogent testimony on point. Very much appreciate that you appreciate the value of solar in the storage, in the solar storage mix bill, which is something that we are considering along with a variety of other incentives for solar and storage. Are there any questions or comments? Carrie, you must be used to it by now, coming late in the day. You know, I know you're just can't wait for somebody to ask you a good question, but it's going to have to be the next one.
I'm always here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Joseph Sokolovich, followed by Jeffrey Hinsky. Is Joseph with us?
Yes, I'm sorry. Had trouble finding unmute for a second.
Please proceed. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Joe Sokolovich. I am the Vice Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education. I'm speaking in part as an individual today and in part as a board member. The views I express that I'm sharing are my own, but the consequences I describe are felt by public school districts across Connecticut. I'm here to urge you to ensure that this legislature advances, when this legislature advances new mandates, that you also advance the revenue necessary to sustain them and to increase the ECS foundation so districts can offset these new costs. House Bill 5470 cannot be evaluated in isolation. The real world nor school districts like Bridgeport experience legislation one bill at a time. We are experiencing the damaging impact of every mandate heaped upon a chronically underfunded system. That cumulative impact is the real issue before you. This bill advances a laudable environmental objective, but without permanent, dedicated revenue, it also creates a predictable and avoidable damage to public education budgets. Most districts, including Bridgeport, do not own school buses. We contract transportation to private vendors. Those vendors will absorb the upfront costs of hybrid or zero-emission buses, infrastructure upgrades, financing, insurance, and utilities, and then pass those costs directly to the districts through long-term contracts. Grants do not resolve this problem. Grants expire. Transportation contracts do not. When the grant funding disappears, the costs remain year after year, budget after budget. Because transportation is a legally mandated service, districts have only two options when these costs arise: increase local property taxes or cut educational services. There is no third option. This is where rising transportation costs collide with the unfunded mandates and underfunded ECS formula, escalating special education expenses, collective bargaining obligations, and deferred maintenance. Something always gives, and what gives is not bureaucracy, it's direct student services. In Bridgeport, we already operate with one of the leanest administrative structures in the state. So when costs increase, we are not trimming excess. We are deciding what on earth can we cut from a district that has no librarians. When librarians were cut, student lost access to literacy support, research skills, and safe, trusted adults. These are not abstract impacts. Whatever the governor and his body forces us to cut next will hurt our children even more than the loss of librarians. Of course, as always, wealthier districts will absorb these costs. High poverty districts like Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, and New Britain will not. As written, this policy risks widening educational inequities while speaking the language of equity. The outcome is avoidable if revenue moves with mandates. The Bridgeport Board of Education supports passage of the revenue bills currently before the legislature, including HB 5187, HB 5133, SB 101, SB 104, I'm almost done. We urge you to use the resulting revenue to raise the ECS Foundation to at least $16,500 and permanently index it to inflation. That is how environmental goals are achieved responsibly. That is how librarians may one day return to our schools. That is how mandates stop becoming cuts. There is no environmental justice without fiscal justice. There is no education equity without sufficient funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joseph, for your testimony and for your service on behalf of the students and parents of the city of Bridgeport. We recognize how challenging that is with your resources. Representative Hughes has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Joseph. Good to hear you explain the intersection of economic and environmental justice, especially from an environmentally justice impacted community. You know that this is not our purview, obviously, to raise the ECS formula foundation, but good point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's important everybody understands the impact of both sides of the issues.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony, Joseph, and best of fortune in looking out for Bridgeport's fortunes.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Jeff Hinsky, followed by Anna Lucy. Is Jeff with us?
Afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please.
Hello, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, ranking members Fazio and Mira, and all of the members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thanks for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jeff Hinsky. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Marketing at Green Skies Clean Energy. Green Skies is a commercial and industrial scale solar developer headquartered in North Haven, Connecticut. We have over 120 employees, the majority of whom are based in Connecticut. We actually have over 150 projects operational in Connecticut, representing more than 100 megawatts of capacity. Through the support of the previous programs that this committee has driven, we've invested more than $250 million in the state over the past 15 years. Today, I'm here to express Green Skies' opposition to HB 5471 as currently proposed. Well, we broadly like some of the concepts contained in the bill and would be very happy to see a sizable, robust community solar program in Connecticut. There are a number of things in this bill that cause us concern. First, the timeline is much too aggressive and unrealistic. This new program is the largest single clean energy program ever developed in Connecticut by a wide margin. To expect Pure to be able to define, develop the rules, and roll out this program in less than 6 months is not realistic, and it will likely result in an ill-defined or an unworkable program. Second, allowing projects to be sited anywhere in the ISO New England territory does little for the economic development of the state. Generally, sites in Connecticut suitable for these larger projects are very limited and are going to be more expensive than other areas within the ISO region, which means likely a lot of the development will not be in the state of Connecticut. There's no project size limitation. Could a 100 megawatt project in Maine participate in this program? As currently drafted, there's certainly no limitation that would prevent that from happening. The storage requirement is a bit of a paper tiger. It goes away if we can't get interconnection approval in 6 months or less. These large projects very, very rarely get interconnection approval in less than 6 months. And it also stipulates that there can be no cost for upgrades. And again, these large systems almost always will have interconnection costs associated to it. Effectively, there is no storage requirement as currently drafted. And the last item, the EDCs, having the EDCs trying to implement consolidated billing by January 1, 2027 is very unworkable. In other states that have implemented consolidated billing in their community solar programs, they've taken 1 to 2 years minimum to implement this in their billing systems, and a number of them have had a lot of growing pains in the process. If the state really wants to implement an aggressive, just wrapping up, if we really want to implement an aggressive community solar program, I would say increase and extend the SCEF program, maybe add some of the additional storage requirements if that's one of the goals. It certainly would eliminate a lot of these unknowns and potential downsides. Thank you very much.
Jeff,
Any
thank you for your
questions?
testimony. Many of the things that you mentioned seem like maybe we could fix, so that's good. You've helped pinpoint some of the issues that we have going forward. And, since this is the year we're looking at all of our solar incentives, we will look at this bill in the context of our options across the board, including our existing SCEF program. So we appreciate that as well. Any other questions or comments? If not, Jeff, thanks for hanging in today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Feel free to keep weighing in with your thoughts as we go through the process. Next up is...
I have submitted written testimony as well, so that's available with more details in some of these areas.
Thank you, Jeff. We will take a close look at
Yep.
it. Next up is
Thank
Anna
you.
Lucy, followed by Chris Hurd. We can see you, Anna. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair Needleman and Chair Steinberg, Ranking Member Mara, and members of the committee. My name is Anna Lucy, and I represent the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association, or NECTA for short. NECTA represents cable broadband companies in Connecticut who provide state-of-the-art internet, video, voice, and wireless offerings. I am here today in opposition to House Bill 5473, which proposes to expand Pure's existing authority over wireline VoIP services. The communications marketplace has fundamentally changed from that of the 20th century. With over 99% of Connecticut households having access to high-speed broadband, consumers today can choose the equipment, the means, and the operator for their voice services, from either internet-based home phone services like VoIP, to wireless mobile, to computer and smartphone applications, to video conferencing platforms like the one I'm on right now. Consumers can easily switch between these services, meaning providers must compete on reliability, price, and quality to retain customers. By singling out a subset of the state's voice providers for service reliability reporting, this legislation would create an unlevel playing field in the voice provider marketplace. On its face, reporting requirements may appear benign, but in practice, they require in-state providers to build new internal tracking and reporting systems and dedicate staff and resources to compliance. The result is saddling one class of providers with new costs that our competitors, especially companies with no physical presence in the state, would not have to pay. And just to add some quick points about the state of VoIP that were raised earlier today, quickly, NECTA member VoIP services, which are interconnected VoIP services, are registered with PURA and they must follow FCC E911 requirements, including notifying customers when there is limited functionality. They also have to report outages to Connecticut's Department of Emergency Services. We are 100% locked into making sure our subscribers have access to 911 services. With respect to the VoIP regulatory landscape, if this legislation were enacted, it would be the first in the country, as California's was accomplished through a sweeping regulatory reclassification by its Public Utility Commission. Actually, most of our New England states have moved in the other direction and have expressly prohibited agencies from regulating VoIP services. I'll leave you with NECTA members were the first to introduce competition into Connecticut's home phone services due to light touch regulation. And now we face even greater competition for our voice subscribers, ironically, through that innovative space. We respectfully ask that you do not move forward with measures that would make that competition more difficult. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony and for acquainting us with some consequences we did not initially anticipate. So what you're saying is there's a significant investment both in human resources and in technology, simply to provide more data as we've requested here?
Yes, that's correct. Especially as other states, if they don't have similar systems, we would have to design a reporting system specifically for Connecticut. That is a cost driver.
So if we were to relax the sort of the framework here, would you be able to derive that data as required without having to build a new system?
I'm really not sure that's going to be possible. It's partly one member system isn't the same as the others. So I understand that reporting seems really simple, but it's not. And in addition to, it's a compliance factor. So while it's not as simple as just printing out a report as an FYI, if we, let's say, didn't turn the report in on time, or there was an issue with something rather, that the stick comes down from the state, which again, could be, hopefully not in any case, our members are great, but it could result in fines or other issues that would happen with certain, like missing reporting requirements or compliance issues, but just happen in the course of any business.
Well, thank you for that. We will review the current requirements that you must meet with PURA to make sure that this is not redundant in any sense, though I do hesitate to dismiss the importance of good data just because it might cost a little bit of money. That's a slippery slope I don't think we necessarily want to go down. Sometimes we have to insist upon good data to ensure compliance. So we take your point and we will not enter into this cavalierly. Senator Neal.
Hey there. You guys don't have anything to do as an organization with the issue around double polling, do you?
We are actively engaged in Connecticut on resolving double poll issues.
I mean, if you were listening, you heard a lot of the discussion. This is a problem that needs to be solved. It seems to be laid at the feet of the broadband, cable companies. So we need you to be part of the solution because if we become the vehicle for solving the problem, which I think we're on the edge of doing, I think everybody's going to be very unhappy with us. So you guys need to be part of it. There's got to be good workers coming in, doing this work in a timely manner. It seems that the problem with the reattaching to new poles falls squarely at the feet not of the electric company or the legacy phone company as much as the cable and broadband companies. So we will appreciate your help on this.
Of course, and if I may, NECTA actually spearheaded a working group several years ago to start the double poll conversation, to bring in poll owners as well as ILECs, and working on getting everyone moved in the same direction, especially with single visit transfers. We continue, all our members participate in PURA's double polls working group as well. We meet monthly. Not all broadband providers in Connecticut are NECTA members. We do have overbuilders that may not be as engaged. So I think it will be important to bring them into these conversations as well for those solutions.
Okay, thank you. I just think we need to resolve it. The public is sort of outraged by it, and so OCC submitted this other bill to us. Do you know why they would have felt that this was necessary?
I think they were building on some momentum from the recent mergers, which is a different animal than a statutory regulation, which would, NECTA was not privy, frankly, to any of our member mergers, but my understanding is this would go beyond what is some of the triggers that we're being asked of.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you for your testimony. We would appreciate your collaboration on the double polls conundrum. So, yeah, we will take everything you said under consideration. Thank you. Next up is Chris Herb, followed by Joe Quaranta. We are now ready for the latest update on the ramifications of the Iran war.
I emailed you before I came, so I'll be happy to talk about that offline. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 primarily family-owned businesses who distribute heating fuels and motor fuels throughout Connecticut. Today we are here in support of House Bill 5470. I'll just start off with how I see this bill. When my wife and I have a disagreement and it comes down to an all or nothing resolution, I always land on the side of nothing and she gets everything. A lot of the previous testimony you heard today is trying to, I think, wants it to be the all or nothing scenario. So I guess I know how this is going to turn out this year, but all we're asking for is that, and all we've ever asked for, and many of you have heard me testify for, this is my 25th year, for a long time, and we just want to be a part of the solution, and we think that this bill accomplishes it when it comes to electrification of school buses. The bill simply provides alternative green choices for school bus fleet managers, provided by our local family-owned businesses who've been here 3, 4, 5 generations. They're in your districts. They're selling propane autogas. They're selling biodiesel. They're selling renewable diesel. The bill is going to allow for school bus operators to avoid all or most of the costs associated with forced electrification. Let's be honest. You hear a lot about how electricity is zero emissions. It's not. It's not going to be for a very long time. One of the things when I looked at this, whether it's biodiesel or renewable diesel that requires no retrofits, the OEMs accept biodiesel and renewable diesel. Renewable diesel is actually exactly the same as diesel when it comes to the ASTM standards, so there is no distinction except for it comes from plant oils and used cooking oils and all the things that you've heard from us in the past. So you're allowing the cost factor to be avoided, and you get 80 to 90% of the results from emissions reductions. These fuels meet the Global Warming Solutions Act goals, so you get everything you've ever asked for at little to no cost. This bill is a perfect compromise solution that most of us look for in my relationship with my wife, in your relationship with your constituents. So I can't say enough about our thanks for you bringing the bill forward, listening to the testimony. I identify with Mike Morrissey's testimony earlier and Gene Cronin's. For all those reasons, we ask you to support House Bill 5470. I'll be happy to answer any questions about this or the impact of the oil prices on Iran.
Thank you, Chris. We can understand why you keep losing the battle with your wife if you're able to state categorically that this is the perfect bill, because we've never had one of those before.
It is the perfect bill, unless I get nothing.
Yeah. Good luck at home, that's all I can say. Thank you for that. And what is the price of oil as of this minute?
Crude, listen, I was watching, I did a radio interview this morning, WICC in Bridgeport. When I started the interview, the price started, where it started and where it ended was a $9 difference. So it is in flux. It was about 100, fluctuating between 93 and 100 today, crude.
Thank you for that. We reserve the right to recall you every hour to find out how it's changed.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you. Can I take this moment to ask, we're all getting bombarded from constituents who are saying, can't Connecticut do something about this? And I try to explain the complex RAC and regulatory authority, especially in home heating oil. they stop listening after 10 seconds. Can you give us a short summary of why Connecticut cannot necessarily cap the spike in home heating oil prices?
Sure, and it applies to all the fuels, right?
And all the fuels,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
So the issue that we've been discussing with the leadership of the committee and other policymakers is that the supply and demand situation in Connecticut is immensely stable.
Mhm.
You're going to get all the fuel you need, but
Mhm.
we're paying these outrageous prices.
Right.
That's because we are in an interconnected world global market that's set. In my opinion, there are 25-year-old Wharton graduates on Wall Street irrationally trading the price up when it doesn't affect us at home. When you fill up at the pump and you see that that price has moved 50 cents since last week, or upwards 50 cents since last week, or $1 for a home delivery, fuel delivery, it is not connected to an actual supply interruption, which we grew up in economics class believing that supply and demand fundamentals is what we end up paying for. But because the price discovery mechanism on the NYMEX is connected to global events, traders are fearful that not being able to move 20% of the world's crude oil from the Straits of Hormuz into the rest of the world that actually does take it and use it and turn it into refined products is going to eventually impact us. And I'm not going to promise you that it's not going to eventually impact us. It's just right now it's not, yet we're paying the price for it.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, one of the issues is that our constituents, our customers, see this as price gouging by, I don't know, big fuel companies. They don't understand that and I don't quite understand that, futures trading and so forth, how that is impacting the current price.
Yeah, so the truth of the industry is as prices go up, and especially when they move up quickly, margins shrink rapidly, and sometimes they go underwater. There's days that you will lose money because you cannot keep up because your competition won't let you. Not everyone gets a delivery on the same day. Not everybody fills up on the same day. So competition fights margins on the way up. On the converse, we make money in declining markets, but that's when everyone's constituents and our customers are happy. You asked what can customers do? And we can't control war, we can't control Wall Street, but what we can control is conservation measures, right? This is the time to call your local fuel dealer, schedule a clean test and tune. That can save you 10, maybe 15% in fuel consumption. Inflate your tires properly. Make sure that you're driving the speed limit and you're not driving beyond the speed that the car was designed so that you're using more gasoline. Take responsibility for your actions and use less fuel, and that's really the only thing I believe that we can do. And I just had this discussion with my family. I have a 21 and a 24-year-old, and they just said, drive the car the way it was meant to drive, and you'll get more gallons per mile.
Thank you so much. I'm going to clip this and put it in my e-news because that was a little 101 on what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why don't you copy us, all of us on that, Representative Hughes? Thank you. Thank you, as always, Chris, for your expertise, and we will definitely consider your comments with regard to the bills in question today.
Thank you.
Moving along, we have Joe Quaranta, followed by Ian McDonald. Joe, are you with us? There you are. We can see you.
Good afternoon, respected members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I want to start my public testimony with congratulations to our Chair Steinberg here for pronouncing my name correctly. Not too many people have been able to do that, so thank you for that. I'm the president of the New Milford Clean Water Coalition. We're an organization striving to protect water and health from watershed to tap. Just a little bit about me. This is my first time testifying before you. My educational background's in environmental science, microbiology, and agronomy. I'm a Connecticut licensed arborist, Connecticut licensed forest practitioner, Department of Public Health licensee. I'm a hazardous waste operations and emergency response technician, and I've been making my living for my entire adult life in vegetation management, hazardous waste mitigation, and environmental remediation. Lastly, I'm also a former fire captain and fire chief in the state of Connecticut. I'm intending to respectfully recommend that House Bill 5472, an act concerning safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems, be strengthened by including minimum health, safety, and environmental review requirements prior to the citing of approval of energy generation and energy storage facilities. While the bill appropriately addresses incident reporting, emergency response training, and emergency contact contact procedures. After facilities are operational, it does not currently establish baseline standards for addressing impacts to environmentally sensitive areas, public and private water supplies, and minimum public health and safety review standards for siting council approval. Some of these standards include minimum environmental review standards, definitive siting requirements for environmentally sensitive areas such as wetlands and designated wetlands buffers, drinking water reservoirs, watershed protection areas, and areas of GA and GAA groundwater classifications. I'm going to hope that some of you will have some questions on some of these details. If you don't understand some of these water classifications, I'm certainly willing to answer some questions in regards to them. Protection of public and private water supplies is important. I think that needs some attention. And before these minimum standards are created, I think it's important to place a temporary moratorium on these projects until such time they are created. In reviewing this bill, for instance, starting in line 31, it states the applicant provide emergency services training specific to proposed facilities to firefighters and other emergency personnel. These words, they reappear often in the verbiage of the bill, which I can only conclude that it would be my recommendation to the committee to push this out of committee and send it to the Public Safety and Securities Committee and also the Environment Committee for review. So I'm here to answer some questions, and I hope that I can further explain some of the more detailed information surrounding the importance of our water protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, very much on point with many of the things we've been discussing. And rather than carry on with you, I will turn you over to the esteemed Representative Foster, who has much of the impetus behind this bill, can also both validate some of your suggestions and offer you some feedback. Representative Foster.
Well, sir, I want to thank you for being here today. I represent East Windsor, which is one of the communities, well, it is the most significantly impacted by the siting of grid-scale solar municipality in the state of Connecticut. We actually host, I keep on getting caught in ENT with candy. We host the most renewable energy sited in the form of solar in the state of Connecticut. I think it's approaching 30%. Last week, we had another 150 acres of farmland approved through the Siting Council to be converted to grid-scale solar. And last year, in the same year, I had one grid-scale solar facility where there were reclosure failures at the point of interconnection between the facility and the utility line, where it was arcing, which was very scary and alarming for the neighboring communities to see repeatedly, like big balls of light appearing. And then subsequently, after first responders came out a couple of times, then the array barrier of arborvitaes caught on fire. It was documented as a brush fire. And in the end, it ended up being determined by PURA that the source of the fire was the utility side, but that solar array actually for the entire existence of it has been a nuisance noise complaint where we've been told that the inverters were like the wrong ones for the size of the array, and so they constantly are emitting this really high-pitched screeching that's not consistent with solar. So we, in the community, were like, wow, as it turns out, right now we only have to count on the generation facilities to tell us their facility is safe to turn it back on, unless the fire marshal in the municipality challenges the safety. And right now, the cost of bearing the burden of proof is challenging to demonstrate of who is responsible. So it was my goal to endeavor to make sure that our renewable generation facilities had the same standards for safety to adhere to as all of the other generation facilities that we have in the state. That being said, there was a similar bill that got a public hearing in public safety today. It was my goal to not require a referral because sometimes that's the kiss of death in a short session. So there was a subsequent public hearing in public safety today, also considering a similar piece of legislation. And the Government Administration and Elections and Environment Committee are also looking at the roles and responsibilities of solar. You mentioned water quality in your testimony. So if you don't mind, I want to ask you, you talk about the GA water standards. So for those of us sort of in the know, we know they're the standards for groundwater safety. And I am just curious what your concern is for water safety, because my concern is there's a fire on a site. You have to spray foam because you can't use water on an electrical fire. And that fire suppression foam is not PFAS anymore, hopefully, but is probably something that's not great. And all these neighboring homes in my community are on wells. So their groundwater is now contaminated. So what do we do? What is your recommendation? What should we be doing?
Well, that's a simple one, respectfully. The first and foremost, we have to be very careful about the siting of these locations. Okay, so either in or around close proximity to our potable water supplies. Just to correct a couple of things, the fire service clearly is no longer using AFFF foam that contains per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, but in reviewing the emergency response plans, for example, on battery energy storage systems currently, the plan is to use straight water on the exposures with no water on the actual fire. Okay, so here's the problem with that. Okay, the volume of water in close proximity to a fire that has lithium ion or lithium ion phosphate or one of many other chemical compounds, when it burns, okay, it emits hydrogen fluoride, okay? It also creates hydrofluoric acid. Those are very, very, very toxic, very, very persistent chemicals that are very difficult to remediate. And so when you put water even on the exposures, okay, that water then flows off, okay? Even if the facility is just within close proximity to potable water, it winds up in our wetlands, it winds up in our recharge areas, and it winds up eventually in our aquifer, okay? These are much more difficult things to remediate than other hazardous materials we've dealt with up until this point. The other thing I want to know is that in those particular systems, everyone likes to talk about the fires because, it's all over the news. These things burn, and they do burn. But there's also ethanol glycol, propylene glycol, coolants that cool these batteries. Those two, obviously, we don't want those in our potable water supplies. So, and just to comment on the GA and GAA groundwater classifications, it's important to, I think, point out to the committee that we often talk about public and private water, right? And in most all circumstances in the state of Connecticut, there's really no other difference between public and private water other than the fact that private water services a certain amount of users and has to register with the Department of Public Health. The water all comes from the same place, okay? So it's all the same water, okay? We also classify public water, and thank you to the work that you've done in the past in the 2008, 2009 era to implement aquifer protection zones, state mandated aquifer protection areas, okay? Not all towns have state aquifer protection areas. They have surficial aquifers because they don't meet the minimum requirement for that state APA. And in many cases, in some of the applications that I've reviewed on the Siting Council's website, the Siting Council has approved projects over surficial aquifers, which, by the way, are no different than any other aquifer. The only difference is that there's just more people and it's a state protection and not a local protection. So all of these things have to be considered in the siting, because what I'm afraid of is when we look at legislation, I think we can all agree that at the end of the day, fundamentally, public health and safety is paramount. And I think we can all agree on that, right? So none of us are here today to discredit any of the good work that you guys are doing, to oppose any kind of technology that can advance us into the future. But we have to do it carefully, because we only get one shot at this. And if we poison our water, it leads to a much, much greater issue. And hopefully Representative Buckbees can ask some questions about a current situation that we're having now in New Milford surrounding pollution in this very area in which the batteries are being proposed.
I'm sure my former neighbor Rick Buckbee is going to be very eager to ask you some follow-up questions. I have one more sort of comment and question to share with you, and that is that I've been in this challenger battle in my district for 6 years since I was elected in office. We have 7 sited facilities and a lot of local consternation. And I have, for the last 7 years, introduced bills to create a moratorium or a pause, and they have failed every year. And so I want you to know that I think some of us are adopting strategies where we're saying, don't put all of our eggs in one basket, which is why there are 4 bills in 4 different committees this year advancing initiatives like this. And I still have a wholehearted commitment, even though a bill was not raised, to create a moratorium for my district. I still plan to introduce that as an amendment at every opportunity that I get. And so I really appreciate your comment and testimony, and I will defer, I think, later for your legislator to question you further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the warning and the threat, Representative. Representative Buckbee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my former neighbor as well for her robust discussion that she usually brings to the table. And while some people are getting used to saying your name properly, I'm just going to say thank you, Quadco Joe. I appreciate that.
There you go. Thank you, Representative Buckbee.
I appreciate all the input and all the work you've put in with this, you and your group with the Clean Water Coalition. There are other groups that are working collectively with the town on this, which I truly appreciate, especially with you coming on today with as much as you have and your excellent written testimony, which I appreciate. The only things I would say too are there's pieces within this that you mentioned that you'd like to strengthen a bit, but I want to give you that opportunity to let us know what those exactly were. I know you and I had discussed some of this, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe with the chairs here to mention that to them as well.
Thank you for the question, Representative Buckbee. Yeah, minimum environmental review standards, standards that should be consistently applied and cannot be misconstrued, and not open for discretion and any type of permitting process. At the end of the day, grid scale utility is nothing more than industry. I mean, we, up until this point, over the course of many, many, many years in land use, have developed a very robust set of regulations, both statewide and local, to protect environmentally sensitive areas and residential zones from industry, because many of those industries harbor hazardous, harmful substances and other negative effects to our community. So one obvious one that I think is to simply just establish some clear baseline criteria that cannot be misconstrued, right? Just a general, I would say, rule book that we can follow based around these things. More specifically, definitive siting requirements for environmentally sensitive areas. I think we have to look very closely at the data that we already have, that much is available by the Department of Energy Environmental Protection about water classification. Our towns have been mandated to participate in, plans of conservation and development every 10 years. And we have groundwater classification vegetation maps that are to us. We have aquifer protection maps that are provided to us. All of those things should be considered in the siting. And frankly, I think some simple minimum standards be implemented so as to restrict these industrial facilities and in those environmentally sensitive areas, frankly. We do that with every other industry, by the way. This is the only industry that we don't do that with. And then I'll yield to you, but let me just say this. I have been speaking with DEP. I know a lot of the individuals that work there, respect them. And in my communication with them, I learned that it's in the opinion of, let's say, aquifer protection, that we are currently trying to weigh in and regulate on 2026 technology with 20-year-old aquifer protection regulations. So when we developed these things, the only battery available at the time was a lead acid battery. Okay, and aquifer protection regulations clearly spell out the fact that the storage or disposal or repair of lead acid batteries are strictly prohibited over an aquifer or in a watershed. So I think we also have to encourage the reform of these older regulations that we're currently trying to use to regulate 2026 technology.
I wholeheartedly agree. We mentioned earlier today, I'm not sure if you were watching, the baseline criteria, especially on aquifer regulations, to the Commissioner of DEEP, who said she would take a look at that further. I also mentioned the 10-year plan of conservation. So you and I seem to be, for the most part, on the same page across the board on this. The only other thing I'd like to say in reference to this bill, and I think it works in a comment for you, as well as to the to my good friend from East Windsor, the home of all solar in Connecticut, the group that it has here that they wanted to put down as a working group was noticeably missing, and you mentioned fire regulations. Someone from the State Fire Marshal's office might well behoove that committee that group to work with. Existing local people I saw today, it looks like the Environment Committee did pass out of committee our joint favorable request for having someone local on the siting council, which would be critical for what we're facing in New Milford. I'm not sure if you saw that, Joe. That's critical. But any other input you'd like to have on those people who would be part of that working group as well?
100% in agreement with you, Representative Buckby. It is essential to have the local representatives involved in this process. And I'll tell you why, because there's some conflict currently that the committee may not be aware of. When speaking with DEP, they say, well, Joe, if the facility impacts a federal waterway, well, we do have jurisdiction. But frankly, we've already designated the responsibility of state-created APA programs to the local Aquifer Protection Agency. We've taken the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse, which is part of our Connecticut General Statutes. We've given the powers and authority to oversee that to our local municipality, okay? But then when we enter into the siting council process, all of that authority is stripped of those local governing bodies that have been given that authority. So it's prudent that we put members of those, at least a few local members of those organizations, including our fire service, right? Our local fire marshal or state's fire marshal's office, as part of this, because they're the ones that right now are handcuffed. They've been given the responsibility, but then the responsibility has been taken away from them. So all of those laws, for my entire adult life, for the most part, I've been working in the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Act, the APA laws, and it just seems ridiculous to me that just this one industry, we say, well, none of that applies anymore, and we're just, we're going to kind of do this on a case to case basis, right? I think we have to do better there. And I think local representation is important.
Thank you for that. The only other one I think I'd like to throw in there, Mr. Chair, on that I think we're getting a lot from Joe on this with the New Milford Clean Water Coalition. I think it'd be critical with organizations such as this, or as we're going to be hearing from the Sierra Club soon. I think it'd be really important to have some more of our environmentally knowledgeable people join us on that working group that's being put together aside from just state agency folk. That might be something that we can put them at best use. So I'd like to thank Joe again for taking the time, waiting around all day. I'm sure he's been watching the entire day at home, and I know he's got a lot of other things he probably needs to get done today. But thank you for this. Thank you for all your work on this concern, on this in general, and hopefully we keep going from here. And there's a lot more work to be done, and hopefully this gets out of committee and we can work on making this a little bit stronger as we go. I think it's in need of a little work, but I think it's a very good start to where we need to be. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And very respectfully, Chairman and Representative Buckby, I'll be very short with this, but in the last 5 days, Saturday of last week, we had an unfortunate situation where there was a spill in the identical location of where the battery storage facility in New Milford is being proposed, and that contaminant has entered our tributaries into the West Aspetuck, a Class A watershed, and has traveled down the West Aspetuck into the Housatonic River. And unfortunately, last night we received about an inch and a half of rain, and the entire area is now flooded, and that contamination has spread extraordinarily. We have documented that, and it has provided us a blueprint because the contaminant was oil-based. It was a petrochemical contaminant. So at a later date, if the opportunity exists, I would like to share that information with you because it provides an overwhelming visual of, what can happen. Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony, and thank you for looking out for the water supply of those that you serve. We really appreciate that too. Next
Mr.
up,
Chair.
we have Ian McDonald, followed by Connor Yakitis. Ian, I do believe I saw you earlier. There you are. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairs Needleman, Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio and Mara, and others. Committee. I'd like to testify first in support of HB 5471. I applaud the inclusion of storage here, the prudence of the peer review, and also the ambition of this bill. I feel like I hear a lot of mixed signals about the need to add new capacity, whether it's electrification or load growth, and exceptional hesitancy to do so, though I don't dispute some of the concerns that folks have about the need to be conscientious regarding both siting and best practices around fire suppression. We have a state to our north that has, with a utility that has the same service territory as us, and they have figured out years ago how to integrate significantly more solar onto their grid. I think particularly adding the storage element means that this is more than doable. I appreciate the guaranteed benefit to subscribers as a default option, and I'm hoping to see if there's a reasonable added protection for ratepayers. I do wonder if there's an opportunity to provide, while still protecting subscribers, maybe with a default standard service fee, some opportunity for a bit more upside in terms of the benefit from some of these facilities. I don't support HB 5469, an act concerning electric suppliers and large electric load customers as written. I'm particularly concerned about the alignment with Connecticut's RPS standards and some of the waivers in this bill. I recognize, as Senator Needleman mentioned, about the desire to, get some of these building trade folks employed. I've got members of my family that are members, and but I do think that not all construction projects are created equal. With the, Connecticut largely in sections and not in attainment in terms of ozone. Hartford, the 7th highest rate of asthma in the country. We have to be very careful about adding new pollution. I think Virginia's gotten, and PJM has gotten hammered with, I think PGM has gotten hammered with for ratepayers, and I think the projections around AI are that we're going to see significant loss of white collar workforce. Maybe there's some puffery around that, but I think that we need to be very careful about and ask ourselves whether the juice is worth the squeeze. And I think this needs the utmost scrutiny, and we need to be very careful about adding any new data center capacity in this state and how we do it, and to the alignment with all of our climate goals. And I'll happy to answer any questions if anybody has.
Ian, thank you for your testimony. You made some excellent points. I don't see any questions at this time. Again, thanks for hanging in, and we appreciate your testimony.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Moving to our next, we have Connor, followed by Chris Phelps.
Good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, ranking members and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Connor Yukaitis, and I'm the Deputy Director here at the League of Conservation Voters. We submitted written testimony yesterday in support of HB 5471. However, upon discussions with a variety of folks up here today and upon listening to a full day of testimony, CTLCV does have concerns with the bill in its current form. First, I want to emphasize that expanding access to solar energy and community renewable programs is a very important goal. Community solar can play a critical role in ensuring that renters, condo residents, and households that cannot install rooftop solar are still able to participate in and benefit from the clean energy transition. Connecticut should continue working towards policies that responsibly expand shared solar and energy storage across the state. However, some of the concerns that were raised today, we are in agreement with. First, as highlighted in testimony from the Office of Consumer Counsel, the bill does not necessarily require the construction of new renewable energy projects in Connecticut. As drafted, the program could potentially be satisfied through the purchase of renewable energy certificates or RECs from projects in other states. This means that program could operate without creating new solar generation or improving reliability on Connecticut's electric grid. Second, the bill raises concerns about the potential impacts on ratepayers. It requires utilities to purchase electricity associated with the program and allows costs to be recovered through electric bills, but does not include clear cost containment measures. At a time when residents here are already struggling with high electricity costs, any new energy program should include strong safeguards to protect the ratepayers. The bill also sets up a 5 cent per kilowatt hour incentive for battery storage dispatched during peak demand periods. While energy storage certainly provides real value to the grid, determining the appropriate level of compensation is typically done through PURA. In addition, Section 3 of the bill appears largely unrelated to the rest of the legislation. It introduces new provisions related to electric supplier contracts that do not directly relate to expanding solar or community renewable energy and could create unintended consumer protection concerns. Finally, Connecticut already has a shared solar framework through the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program and other successor programs. There may be opportunities to expand and improve these programs rather than creating a new structure through this legislation. We as a state should absolutely continue pursuing policies that expand access to solar energy and community renewable programs. Solar energy, particularly when paired with storage, can play an important role in strengthening our energy system and reducing emissions. However, these programs must be designed carefully to ensure they deliver real benefits to Connecticut residents while protecting ratepayers. We hope you will take these concerns into consideration, and we look forward to being part of the future discussions as we develop a community solar program that works for everyone. I really appreciate your time and endurance today, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Connor, for your testimony. You hit on a lot of the crucial decisions we need to make on some of these bills. Some of them can be addressed through fine-tuning language and process, but some of them are more complicated. So you've always been part of the process, and we look forward to your collaboration going forward.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you, Connor.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Phelps, followed by Chris Kelleher. Is Chris still around? Why don't we go to Chris Kelleher online now, and then if Chris Phelps shows up, we can come back to him. Chris, welcome.
Thank you. I'm benefiting from attrition, I guess. Chairman Steinberg, Chairman Needleman, Ranking Member Mara and other members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and your endurance in still being there. I am the general counsel at Ampion, which is a community solar company that's based in Boston. And we are in strong support of HB 5471. I'd like to hit a couple of points that have been mentioned today. First of all, we're doing business in almost every one of the community solar programs that are active in the country, except maybe Oregon and Hawaii. So if you have any questions about how the program works or how a community solar program can be optimally implemented, do my best to try to answer those questions. But generally, what I would say is that when you look at these programs around the country, the main thing they do is deliver actual new capacity to the grid at a time when there's beneficial electrification going on. There's lots of load growth. You can't build anything else just about. It's very hard to site a new gas plant. It's impossible to site a new coal plant. New nuclear is on the horizon if you have a very, very long view of the horizon. In the meantime, distributed solar is coming online in the thousands and thousands of megawatts. And that is a primary selling point of it. And the community model has been one that has helped get those megawatts delivered. The second thing, and I think Ms. Green was who testified earlier, hit this. This particular version that this program would create is a particularly democratized version of community solar. I know the current SCEF program, I know several people have commented on that. First of all, it's a very small program. It's only about 50 megawatts a year. I don't think you're getting 50 megawatts a year out of that program necessarily, but it's also pretty limited in those who can take the credits from it. And I think that's one of its limitations. Whereas, if you allow everyone to participate, you're not only giving more people a chance to save, but you're creating, constituents who are in favor of this program and who will promote it. And from that sense, I think it's not just good policy, it's good politics. The cost issues are real. I think they can definitely be managed as they have elsewhere. The two biggest programs at this point, I think, in the country, New York and Illinois, both use bill credit values that are based on the actual value of the generation to the grid, which is fair. And they have been very successful. And I think you can look at different ways of pricing those bill credits that help to address some of the cost issues. The other thing I would say is that I have total confidence in the utilities and other stakeholders to implement these programs. I know there's a sort of, situational helplessness that comes over the utilities when they testify about these programs. They've done it elsewhere, Maine, New York, Massachusetts, and I think they'd be good partners to do it here in Connecticut, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Chris. Yeah, situational helplessness. I think you've finally given us a diagnosis for what often ails the utilities.
My daughters accuse their little brother of that frequently.
In any case, I think you make a number of really valid points, including particularly the fact that other states like New York have come up with an effective valuation of generation sources so they can make true apples-to-apples comparisons of the value of various generation sources, taking in the cost of infrastructure as well. It's not something we've done as successfully here in the state of Connecticut. And therefore, to your point, we don't necessarily value things like storage to the degree we might otherwise. As far as your other comments go, I tend to concur that this bill could conceivably be something available to all parties and run parallel to the existing SCEF program. Obviously, our concerns with regard to cost are paramount at this point, but as we've heard in testimony from others, the storage kicker gives us at least the prospect of making this not only not a burden on ratepayers, potentially a benefit. So that's why this particular take on community solar is a little bit different. But thank you for your testimony today, and we hope you stay invested in as we try to find a solution.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Samantha Donowski with the microphone this time.
All right, good evening, Chair Steinberg and Representative Mara and members of the committee. My name is Sam Donowski. I'm the state director of the Sierra Club, and on behalf of our 30,000 members and supporters, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We submitted testimony on 4 bills, and I will try and focus comments probably a little bit on each one. Starting with HB 5471, Sierra Club supports establishing a community solar program. There's a gap that exists for folks to access solar. The SCEF program that we've heard a lot about today is a quite modest program right now, actually not right now, but latest report had 7.92 megawatts of solar deployed. It's limited to only low-income residential customers and those who cannot host on their own roof, so renters, those living in multifamily or shaded properties. And PURA has recently issued a report with this recommendation of limiting only to low-income customers. So the gap may widen. And for that reason, we want to see other options that folks who have other situations, maybe they don't want to put solar on their roof. Maybe they just want to access a small amount of solar to offset their bill. And we think this could be a good option, or SCEF, which was much talked about, and the bill that would reauthorize SCEF could open the door for those options. Moving on to House Bill 5469, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers and large electric load customers. We oppose this bill as written. We really strongly support placing requirements on large load customers to avoid negative impacts, but we're concerned with the bill language that we see here today. We don't think that it ensures protecting our environment. We think in order to do that, we need to make sure that large load customers are required to comply with the Renewable Portfolio Standard and with Public Act 22-5, which calls for all electricity consumed in the state to be 100% zero carbon by 2040. The bill does not do that, and in fact, there's lots of places where requirements are waived or allowed to be waived by PURA, and at this juncture, we think it's really important to be really clear that we're gonna meet those clean energy and climate standards, not allow them to be waived. Right now, we're a hub of dirty energy. We produce more energy than we consume, and the possibility of those dirty power plants being accessed and used to provide load for our large customers is something we're concerned about. And I'll stop there.
Thank you for that, Sam. It seems to me you've covered 2 of your 4 points, so if you'd like to continue, at least address those other 2.
We oppose the bus bill. We do think we have this is a long journey to 2040, and we want to see measures in place to try and achieve our school bus laws. And we have several bills in transportation and some good work going on in the Green Bank that we think ought to be really supported and to get school districts on that path. And then finally, the biomass bill. We support Section 1, which would remove biomass as a Class 1 renewable. Some information in the testimony on the emissions profile of wood burning, which is really very polluting and very unhealthy. But we oppose Section 2, which would direct DEEP to then go procure biomass.
Thank you for that. I'll just comment on one of the 4, which really gets sort of the heart of the matter. I, for one, remain committed to our zero carbon goals, but I'm obliged to recognize that certain players have complicated that prospect significantly, and that what we're looking to do is actually sustain the prospect of achieving those goals by being pragmatic in the short term. And I can understand as soon as you start compromising, you make it even more challenging sometimes to hit those goals. But we are all reacting in real time to what's going on in the world, and it has made these laudable goals very challenging. So we appreciate your standing tall and supportive of them while we wrestle with the practicalities. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you, Sam. You and some of the other usual suspects have done very poorly in our lotteries lately. You all seem to be at the end, like every time. So I hope your karma is changing, and we'll see you earlier next time. Who knows when that is? Thank you, Sam. Next up is Vincent Vari, followed by Hannah Lemick. I see Vincent. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairpersons Needleman, Steinberg, and committee members. My name is Vincent Vari, a junior at Valley Regional High School in Deep River and a member of the Active Voice, an internship led by former Rep. Palm that has allowed me to engage in the civic process and advocate for issues that I care about, such as climate change. Today, I'm testifying in support of HB 5471. As a teenager, I've been exposed to the negative effects of non-renewable energy sources on the environment, releasing mass amounts of greenhouse gases from fossil fuels into Earth's atmosphere. Fossil fuels are the very real main reason climate change exists, accounting for around 68% of greenhouse gas emissions and 90% of carbon dioxide emissions, according to the UN. As I've grown up, I've seen the worsening state of our planet with every coming year as climate change makes summers hotter and hotter. In Connecticut, we have personally experienced extreme weather events as a result of climate change. For example, in recent years, the smoke from forest fires in Canada has been carried down by wind currents, impacting air quality across our entire state, as well as New England and beyond. During the summer months, these forest fires have polluted the air we breathe, filling people's lungs with smoke and leaving an irritable burning sensation behind in the throat. I, for one, have experienced this sensation. My concern is that it has become the norm for the public, which includes myself, to accept extreme weather and a changing climate. Extreme weather is called extreme for a reason, and I believe it should not be the new normal. HB 5471 establishes a program for a community renewable energy generating system, including solar energy, allowing for organizations to own and operate renewable energy facilities, also allowing any electricity customer to subscribe to such organizations. Thus, the bill not only allows for energy corporations to make the transition to clean energy, it also recognizes the needs of Connecticut residents, empowering them to make the switch from getting their energy from fossil fuels to getting it from clean and environmentally friendly source. If renewable energy access becomes more available, it will help mitigate the effects of climate change. Committee members, as a young person who will live with the long-term consequences of today's energy decisions, this bill directly affects the future my generation will inherit. To State Senator Needleman, as one of your constituents, I respectfully urge you to consider supporting this bill if it comes before the Senate for a vote. If society works together, I believe we can help fight against climate change that affects us all, locally, at a state level, nationally, and globally. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your excellent testimony. I can assure you that if this bill moves to the Senate, Senator Needleman will be bringing out the bill, so he'll certainly be inclined to support it. With regard to some of your other points, I'll just summarize by saying we're very pleased to see somebody who has done the research and understands the genuine impacts, and on behalf of the baby boom generation, I apologize. Representative Hughes.
I would also apologize on behalf of the baby boom generation, which I'm on the cusp of. But Vincent, through you, Mr. Chair, what do you think is currently the biggest barriers to adopting some of these policies, both as a state and as a country and globally? What do you think is the biggest barrier?
I think just the current administration in the U.S. Is a big barrier. Recently, with the repealing of the EPA, I think that's a huge devastation to the fight against climate change, and it's just really sad for me to see personally that our administration does not view climate change as an issue, thinks of it as a hoax and as a global superpower, I think we are representing ourselves poorly on the international stage and not serving as an example of what a nation such as ourselves should be doing in the fight against climate change.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so how do you think we can change that?
To change that, I think just one of the things we can do is intervene at the state level, which is why I'm testifying today. Hopefully, even at the level of a small state like Connecticut, we can pass resolutions that will help fight against climate change, and influence other states to do the same and fight against our current administration.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Again, thank you for your testimony today. Sounds like the recruits to the Active Voice are really hitting their stride. So continued success in articulating your point of view. Next up, we have Hannah Lemick, followed by Tom Swan. Is Hannah here? Hannah's not here. Is Tom Swan here? He's connecting. And then we'll have one more person after Tom. Hi, Tom. Please commence.
Good evening, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, other members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm happy that I'm not the last voice you're going to be hearing for your committee today, Representative Steinberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group, and I want to thank you all for having today's hearing and to offer comments on 3 bills briefly. 571, the Community Renewable Generation Sources and Energy Storage. 549, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers. And 420, an act concerning gas companies. We support the expansion of community renewable generation and storage, and are frustrated at the slow pace of adoption in Connecticut. HB 5471 addresses some of the barriers to further adoption. We hope that your final version both incentivizes the development of these sources in Connecticut and minimizes the cost shift that we've heard about earlier today. We also want to question Section 3 and what it has to do with shared solar. It appears to be an effort to do end around PURA over an item that received coverage during last year's session. We oppose this session. Trying to move along, HB 5469, we're happy you're looking to mitigate some of the concerns around data centers. We don't think that we're going to see the rumored data center boom in Connecticut, but appreciate the fact that you're looking to both protect ratepayers, but also on load management issues that are going to be really important. I want to concentrate more of my discussions on 420 and take advantage of the silken thread of germaneness of natural gas and natural gas companies. We, as many of you probably are, really frustrated at the recent decisions by PURA in regards to a number of issues pertaining to gas companies and their corporate partners. It is shocking how the gas companies and other regulated monopolies have been able to bully their way to weaken the pay-per-performance legislation you all passed, drive away a regulator that actually stood up for ratepayers and Connecticut clean energy goals, and have had the new PURA, absent the new chair, revisit earlier draft decisions that will cost ratepayers tens of millions of dollars, while their mouthpieces in the legislature continue to blame energy assistance and clean energy programs for our high costs. It is not lost on us that the only PURA member with experience on the panel that reviewed these had been an industry lobbyist prior to becoming commissioner. We are hopeful the new chair will be able to bring about stronger consumer voice. We urge you to consider some additional changes to strengthen this. One, we've got to deal with the revolving door. I've just got a couple more points here. Both to the companies and PURA. Legislators and folks that have worked for the industry should be at least 5 years removed from their positions before accepting a position at PURA, and also versa. people from within the governor's office and the administration, and also folks within the legislature should have a similar stay before they can go to work for these regulated monopolies. We should also place limits on what they can do in terms of litigation. The fishing expeditions they did to try to destroy Commissioner Gillette were outrageous, and we should limit it to the scope of what's going on in terms of anything we do on appeals, how they drove up cost to the state of Connecticut so much through this. And then we should also subject them, particularly any communications that they have had with policymakers or PURA members should be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Last May, we submitted a FOIA requesting all communications they had with a particular legislator, and we have been stonewalled since May, even though we filed an appeal in November from receiving that information, and we filed the request not only with the legislator, but also with legislative management. It's time that that the utilities have to operate under the same rules as the rest of us and are held accountable. And I want to thank you, Representative Steinberg, for your long service and your commitment, particularly to clean energy and solar.
Tom, thank you for your testimony. I'm flattered by your compliment. I will choose not to get into some of the fine points on PURA. We want to end on a serene note if that's possible. But as you can imagine, I concur with a lot of your statements. Thanks for your comments on some of the bills. We will look at your suggestions closely, and you may now continue driving.
Okay, I'm definitely stopped. I got the kids in the car, so now they can get back to talking and having their electronics.
Well, hi from us.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks,
Thank
Tom. Last up, we have Marcy Pucklin, who we've added to the end of the list. As a matter of full disclosure, I have known this wonderful person for close to 60 years, and I will be inclined to agree with anything she says. Welcome.
Wait 1 second.
There we go. My name is Marcy Pucklin. I am a resident now of Norwalk, Connecticut. I grew up in Weston, Connecticut, and have lived in Westport, Connecticut. I am here to speak about Eversource. I am appalled at what they have been allowed to do. I brought, if anybody wants to see, my bills for the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, the costs of Eversource delivery, that's putting, and I'm talking, okay, I am discussing gas right now, but I know other electrical people are complaining. People who get electricity through Eversource are also complaining. They have doubled their rates in a year, less than a year. My bill for January and March 2025 was $1,014. No, let's talk about the delivery charge. That's the most important thing. It doesn't take a lot to put gas through a pipe. And let me just say, I called Eversource, finally got through 2 weeks ago. It took 3 attempts to get through, and I had to be patient for 50 minutes on hold to be able to talk to a live person. She told me I'm using less gas than I used last year, but my bill is double. In January and March this year, my delivery charges were $900. For the same 2 months a year ago, it was $580. That's a huge difference. I live in a one-floor home. I replaced all the windows in my home. I have a Navian delivery system for my heat and hot water, which is the most economical system. And I still have these bills. I have paid over $2,000, $2,500 for 3 months this winter for heat. My heat's at 57. I don't have it at 80. And I have good insulation. I have everything done the way it's supposed to be done. I'm concerned that some of this might be due to the need to get profits by this company, because they're trading very high on the stock market. And the CEO gets compensation based on what they trade and their profitability. This needs to be stopped. In an open market, we should have choices as to who delivers. I don't want to get these notices from Eversource, go on a payment plan. I'm a professional. I work full-time. I shouldn't have to go on a payment plan to pay these outrageous bills. And I'm not sure what we can do. I know my father was a labor relations attorney. He did massive negotiations. He represented the New York Hotel Association. He represented Arrow Shirts. You negotiate. I don't think Eversource is negotiating with anybody. And if we don't push them, and I guess it's Pura that has to do that, but if we don't push them to start negotiating, we're all going to die. That's the talk of the hood. While I'm doing my walks, that's what everybody is talking about. The electrical, there are people who I see online in my community groups who are choosing to either feed their children or pay their electric bill. That's crazy. Any questions? Thank you for hearing me.
Marcy, thank you for coming all the way to testify and for hanging out. Next time, just give me a phone call, all right? I mean, we can talk. In any case, even though we don't have a specific bill that is germane to the issue you brought up, to your point, in the hood, everybody is talking about their electric bills. And interestingly, you've actually hit on the real delta, the real difference that's going on with the bill. It's not public benefits, it's not generation charges, it's pretty much all delivery. And unfortunately, that's the part that continues to rise for a variety of reasons, including the need to invest in infrastructure that we haven't done in generations. So, I'm not sure I can give you reassurance on that point. However, you raise another point, which is we have invested in Pura the responsibility to hold the utilities accountable. One can argue whether they're still as inclined to be strong about that as they were in the recent past. I can assure you, I heard it here today from a representative of Eversource, they care a lot about the consumer.
Oh, they don't.
However, I will agree with you that they do enjoy profits very much as well.
I called and asked them to come look at my meter to make sure it was working. And also, my pipes, I've lived in this house for 8 years. The pipes are rusting. I said, can someone come out and inspect it? The answer was, no, we don't do that. So what am I paying for?
He raised some very interesting questions, some of which will be rendered rhetorical for lack of good answers. Suffice it to say, this is something that concerns us quite a bit. Eversource will be coming in for a rate case by the end of the year, and will be obliged to open their books and help us better understand how they're spending ratepayers' money, and to provide explanations for why they should receive additional funds going forward. There will be opportunities for people to testify at that rate case. I don't know who necessarily qualifies as an intervener, but I'm sure there'll be many people like you who will express their outrage and their consternation as to what they're supposed to do in the circumstances where these bills continue to rise.
I think the problem is Eversource, because I work in New Haven County, and they have Southern Connecticut Gas, and where their prices are higher than they've been, but it's nowhere near the level of Eversource.
Let us all hope that Pura will continue to look out for our interests. Thank you for testifying today. Representative Mara, you have a question? Then why don't you ask your question?
Can I have a comment?
You may have a comment as well, or in lieu of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate you coming forward. I think it's important for us to always keep in mind who we're representing and what they're paying and why they're so frustrated. And you came up to me a couple months ago with this issue, and I just so you know, I did forward your bill around to us, so we're all able to kind of take a look at it. My understanding is that, well, first of all, you can't really see the breakdown of what's actually in that delivery charge. Many of us could be very happy if they say that they had to, change lines and increase infrastructure. If you knew what it was, you might be okay with it. But we don't know that. And so I think having transparency in some of these rates, I think would be really important. And you bringing it to light here, I think just lets us know where there's problems, where there's lack of transparency. I have been in touch with Eversource yet again, and I'm sure I'm going to get you in touch with possibly somebody else so we can shed some light that way. But as reps,
They don't, but we will help you find somebody who does.
thank you.
Senator Needleman.
How are you? And thank you for coming. Whenever I hear a story like this, sort of my head explodes. I'm sorry I came in late, and I can talk to you offline. It's late here. But is this about your gas bill? Not your, okay. So the law is that your usage, you said your bill was $2,500?
She told me that my usage is down, even though the bill is doubled.
Okay. So it's all in the delivery charge.
It's all in the delivery charge. And if they haven't taken care of their infrastructure, why should we have to pay for that?
Well,
While the CEO gets.
I know. I understand. It is, and you're preaching to the choir. This part of their business is regulated, but I don't know why your delivery charge went up by so much as a percentage of your bill. They got a rate increase. So
We just got a 30% rate increase in January.
that's why.
Everybody is talking about it.
Well, you know that this committee, I personally have spent an enormous amount of time trying to assist in building a new regulatory framework that holds these companies accountable. And they launched an all-out campaign to try to, change the regulatory environment. They claimed they were not being treated fairly. And the result was the chair of the authority was ultimately forced out, and the new authority is sort of feeling the earth between their feet, and so far all the decisions that have been rendered have given them what they've asked for. And I'm unhappy with that, especially after having spent 6 years trying to fight to hold them accountable. I wanted to speak because I wanted to see if you had any leak You know, when you say you have rusty pipes, so let me explain that. They are responsible by law. This is not, I'll blame them for what I can blame them for, and I won't blame them for what I can't. They are responsible for the infrastructure up to your meter. You're responsible for the infrastructure beyond your meter. So you need to get a gas plumber, somebody who can, and there's no leaks. Because natural gas leaks, you know, are very dangerous.
I know that, and I actually put a gas insert into my fireplace so I wouldn't have any air leakage out of the chimney.
No, I mean,
No,
I mean natural gas leak.
I know, but that's when the gas plumber was there.
And he didn't see any leaks on the pipe, because they can pressure test your pipe. First thing is safety. Okay, so, I mean, it was an awful winter.
I do my homework, it was an awful winter, and
Right.
we were all very cold. And,
So-
my kids won't come to my house in the wintertime.
My kids won't come to my house winter and summer, so I'm sympathetic, but for other reasons, not because of the temperature. It's more because of me. So basically, what you're seeing is your supply. Well, what's that?
It's the gas delivery.
It's the gas delivery. No, it's me. So the supply charge went up because gas costs went up during. But the delivery. Yeah.
Delivery, what are they doing?
Well, they got a big rate increase. I know.
For what? What did they do for the red? I'm sorry,
You want to be a utility regulator? No. What?
rate increase, I'm a therapist. I have to accept what the insurance companies tell me they're gonna pay.
I know.
But I can justify why, through my education, why they should give me more, and
Right.
sometimes they do.
And they claim that they needed the extra money for infrastructure improvements. I'm not justifying, I'm just telling you what they said, and they made the case at the authority, and they were granted what they wanted. And I'm really sorry. So, and thank you for coming. I think it matters that you come. I'm afraid that with the recent decisions, the ill-advised contempt that I saw in this building from some members for the regulator, I knew was going to lead to higher rates. But you saw members of this body, right, of this General Assembly, taking the utility side, the poor utilities. I never thought that they were poor, right? I did not think so.
Let me just tell you, one time I've seen an Eversource truck at my house. One time I've seen an Eversource truck at my house. I came home from work in the middle of the day, and there was a truck. I have two driveways. I pull into my garage. There's a truck parked in the circular driveway in front, an Eversource truck, with a workman hanging out, talking on the phone. I snuck around. I said, "Can I help you?" He jumped about 5 feet in the air. He said, "Oh, we're just coming around. After COVID, we have to check everything." He was hanging out. I don't want to know what he was doing, but it was on my private property. That's the only time I've seen an Eversource truck.
Well, I will say that I know a lot of people that work at the base level for the utilities, and I support their work. They need breaks, they need whatever they need to do their job. They're not the problem. It is not them.
No,
And
it's
I
management.
won't ever allow for the demonizing of the ground level
Okay.
workers. It is how they manage their company. In my opinion, it was that before, it is that now. It defied logic to me that anybody in this building defended them. But if you look in this building, the number of lobbyists and advocates, they are the second largest lobbying group in this state, on this legislature, in this state government. They employ everybody. They take people that were either in this body or that were staff people, and they get them to work for them. It's kind of like a revolving door, and I think it stinks. So,
I'm happy to talk to any one of them and tell them the reality of life.
well, thank you.
We'll provide all the relevant phone numbers.
Okay, good. Thank-
Even though we have one more person to talk with, you've really put a cherry on top of today's conversation, because affordability matters and accountability matters. I wish Connecticut ratepayers were familiar with the reasons why they're paying so much. And we could focus on the delivery side of the bill in a much more serious fashion if we did that.
People complain online, and I was, in the middle of a conversation with people and before the legislative meeting in Norwalk, and somebody said, "Why don't you just go there?" And I said, "Actually, thank you. I think I will." I wasn't working that night.
Yeah, so
And
how's
that's
the
how this
experience
is.
been? And now that you finally came up here?
It's been great.
All right, good.
Now I know how to get here.
All right. This is the people's house, and once in a while we get to see the people.
Perfect.
All right, any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for that. We'll see you around. Give a call sometime.
I will.
And we do have one last person who has been very patient, even though apparently there was some glitch in the registration.
Before I start the clock, can I just say it's really nice to be somewhere that everyone here is so approachable, and I can feel that you all work so nicely together, and the satire and the humor all day, even though I
Well,
really
glad
want
you have that impression.
I really want to go home, but
Please
Okay.
identify yourself.
my
please.
name is Lori Robinson, and I have to take these off. So our goal, obviously, talking today is all about safety, and although I support your bill today, I do think that we could do more on the preventative side, and I didn't catch the gentleman's name. You called him Quatico Joe, but he spoke beautifully about a lot of what I want to talk about with water quality being affected by improper placement with site selection. And I haven't had the best experience, unfortunately, with the Connecticut Siting Council. So I just want to read you a little bit about what I am worried about and what my neighbors in Manchester, Connecticut are worried about. I live in Manchester. I'm the abutting property owner to a proposed industrial scale solar operation. We do not believe that these renewable energy plants belong near our wells, our wetlands, or our watersheds and public drinking water supplies. I am directly abut to the proposed site. It is within 100 feet of wetlands, and the Manchester's Lytle Reservoir is down gradient of it. So, and we are one of those class GAA water areas. So, our neighbors are all worried about I'm going to say it wrong, the PFAS and toxic contaminants that are released when solar panels catch fire. We know the reality of neighborhoods having to go into lockdown modes because the air becomes toxic when solar plants catch fire. We understand how the soil becomes compacted, contaminated, and how stormwater runoff will transport these contaminants to our down gradient water supplies. We worry about solar fires and very weak emergency response plans from the developers. I'm proud to say this bill is an attempt at stronger protection, and we all believe stronger protections are needed. Lake Street residents are opposed to the standing petition 1688 with the Siting Council, and we feel confident that the existing laws and standards right now are enough to stop our specific proposed industrial solar operation from being built. And why do I feel that way? Because we know that the risks outweigh the benefits for this site. The risk of fire is very high. The Algonquin gas line passes through both hayfields and continues into the woodlands and to the watershed and the pristine Lytle Reservoir. Hydrogeologists have shown that stray currents from solar panels are carried by stormwater runoff, and this dampens the soil around the pipes and accelerates corrosion. Especially true. Can I finish? Sorry.
Please wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is we are in a higher fire risk area on our street. The fire hydrant, the closest one, is a half a mile away. Cutting down more trees is going to make that Windy Hill parcel even, harder to combat a fire should one catch. And we are very concerned about our drinking water being affected and contaminated, not just for the wells on Lake Street, we all have wells, but for the Manchester public drinking water supply, because we are down gradient of the Lytle Reservoir, and we already have runoff issues and erosion issues, and it heads straight down Lake Street to the Wilson Brook that goes right to the Lytle Reservoir. So I guess I'm here today just to kind of share that I do believe that we need more municipalities' involvement and say when placing and selecting these sites for solar operations. And I agree with a lot of what was said here today, specifically to that. And if you could do anything to help with that, that would be grand going forward.
Thank you for your testimony, and particularly in that you provide us with some real sort of facts on the ground kind of realities that help us understand better. We are very much committed to safety here. And, unfortunately, sometimes with a new technology, you learn things the hard way. And I hope we've drawn the appropriate conclusions with regard to safety. To your point, there are a number of bills that seek to address different aspects of this. As you may have heard earlier, many of us are a bit frustrated with the Siting Council and the degree to which they adhere to the rules that we've established for them, and also their ability simply to respond to one-off projects that are very complicated these days with the resources they currently have. This is an ongoing problem. I agree with you. We need to resolve it sooner than later because it's only going to become more so as we expand the use of renewable energy in the state. So we take your comments very seriously, and we hope you stay engaged in this as we try to work it out.
Well, thanks for letting me. I didn't quite get through half of what I wanted to say, but in any sense, it's nice to be able to participate. I was not truly allowed to participate in the Siting Council. I was unaware of the project, and I found out after a deadline, and I tried twice to have them reconsider me for intervener status, was denied those 2 times, and a 3rd time as a party status, and was denied that as well. So I've done nothing but try to learn, get information. We have an online petition. I've spoken everywhere and anywhere that I can to try to spread awareness, but thank you.
Well, I'm glad at least this body was more flexible in having you involved than the Siting Council. And I encourage you to submit your testimony in writing for any parts that you didn't have a chance to talk about at length.
Okay, I have done that, actually. Yes, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good day. Good night.
This note, which has been noted, this is my last opportunity to chair a public hearing, and there's a certain amount of wistfulness in that. And this public hearing is now adjourned. I didn't expect all that, but